Ah, shit. Do I miss the 360 era? For the most part, yeah. I actually enjoyed video games for the most part back then. I mean, I guess the benefit is most of the games from the 360 era are still playable, so... But, yeah, I don't know. I miss being excited for gaming and stuff like that. And looking forward to new releases and all that other shit. An assist? Bro, what? Yeah, I like the Xbox Live Arcade, you know, method of indie vetting where only certain games could release instead of just the Steam and Nintendo eShop method of just dumping slop indies onto the platform. I think we should knock out Cuba. It'd be very easy. Cuba's another scenario where the people hate the leadership, and on top of that, they have nothing. It's just a little bumfuck island in the Caribbean. And then we can develop it into a resort island. Shit.
Game over.
And cigars, yeah. Well, that's an added benefit for sure. For show. Shit. Why the fuck would we go for Israel, bro? There's like zero strategic advantage to taking Israel. Israel is like literally the size of New Jersey, has like no natural resources, and would basically serve no purpose in taking. I would vomit smoking a cigar? I don't know. Maybe. What, from the nicotine poisoning? Yeah, silver was up today too, so hopefully the trend continues. Dude, did that Jack Reacher guy fucking troon out? There used to always be this guy on this game called Jack Reacher. And now it's Jesse Reacher. I wonder if he trooned out. Damn, bro. Like, I used to see that name all the time playing this game. Because, you know, I guess he's one of the few people that still plays MCC. And yeah, he used to be called Jack Reacher. I wonder if that's the same guy. That'd be brutal if that's the case. Oh my god, dude, I got Xbox points. Over there. Oh my god. Are you licking your paw? Why? They dirty? Why are you licking your paws? Good boy. You're not gonna give yourself another infection, dude. Good boy. I am not gonna play Ultra Kill. That game is inherently trans from a visual perspective. RIP the RPG. Yeah, I don't know, bro. That game is, like, just visually repulsive to me. It's one of those art styles that's, like, intentionally ugly. It's the reason I've never played it. Ultratroon is home to the most obnoxious fans ever. They make Fortnite kids look normal. Yeah, I've never really interacted with the fan base of it, but I just, like, from a visual perspective, I've always been repulsed by it. I remember people, like, soying out over it back in the day, saying it's just as heckin' good as Doom, dude. So, I forgot if I got it gifted to me or if I bought it, and when I looked at the actual art style, I was like, bro, this is disgusting. And I've never played it. Am I going to be able to retire early? Well, it depends on if people in the chat decide to,
Give me monies!
I don't know. Probably not at this rate, because I don't think I'd ever want to retire early. I would always work in, like, some capacity. Even if I didn't have to, because I'd be bored. I'd find something to keep me busy, and not just idle. You can always tell when something is developed by a troon. Yeah, it has a visually repulsive art style. Like whether it's overly bright and flashy colors, purposely ugly character design. It's just, yeah, it's very easy to tell. Schizo Garcia with a 5. I was living with an ultra trooner in the start of the year because his dad was friends with mine. Never had a job and made his money from Roblox cheats. Brutal. Did he have anime figures on his desk? I just picture most of the Ultra Kill fan base to be like the type of dudes who have like, you know, half-drank McDonald's cups sitting on their desk next to their like lolly anime figures. That's like the vibe I get, honestly. Like just a bunch of half-drank McDonald's cups, and you know, next to them are just a bunch of little lolly anime figures. Sipping on that flat soda. That's right. He was into Pokemon cards like you? Well, then he had a real job, dude. I don't know if he made money at it or not. Maybe that's what I would do if I retired early. Just go from card convention to card convention, flipping cards, making quick cash, fucking voids, and femcells. Living out of Motel 8s. You know, living the good life. There's definitely such a thing as a femcel, dude. That one fucking bitch that Raymond talks about, Shelby. That bitch is so ugly, bro. That is definitely a femcel. That bitch is 100% a femcel. Like, she just looks gross. She looks like if you put your dick in her, you'd catch a disease. Nah, he makes too much money to kill himself. If he was actually broke, maybe, but he makes a lot of money from super chats. No, I think he has too big of an ego. Personally. I think he's got too big of an ego to ever kill himself. The only way I could see him do it is if he was truly broke. Like, literally had nothing. That's the only way I could see it happening. He's got too big of an ego. Yeah, a lot of people in that situation would off themselves, because then at that point you have nothing. All your copes are gone, you don't have a support system, you don't have a wife, you don't have kids, you don't have friends, you don't have a job, like, you have nothing at that point, so... Time for some skydiving without a chute, dude. Yeah, but who's gonna buy Raymond's courses? Like, what does he really, like, have as a skill set? Like, he did some web development, like, back in 2015. Like, I don't know. He did web development, like, 10 years ago. Or however long ago it was. Like... I don't really know who's gonna pay out the ass for, like, a $3,000 course on that. He got fired because he told his boss to go fuck himself. Because apparently he had some chick who was like his, I guess, team lead who had sent him messages. He didn't know that she had messaged him. And he got called into a meeting or something because he didn't do his work. And he told the boss to go fuck himself, basically. Is, you know, the TLDR. I don't know if the details are exact, but that's basically the essence of it. I have Griffins. Oh yeah, the well, that's not mine. It's that was the one that Kanye posted back in the day. They just never took it down. So yeah, that's the official files. So yeah, the black files or whatever. Dude, I'm just trying to get like $2 to $3 million, and then I'll be good, and then I can just do whatever the fuck I want. That's my my goal right now. Is I gotta find a way to get $2 to $3 million, and then I'll be Gucci. I can just sit around and do whatever the fuck I want. If I want to keep working, I can. If I don't, I won't. Because I can just live off the interest at that point. So anything I make would be just like pure disposable income. It is easy. It's not super hard. You just gotta get lucky, basically. Do anything except bag a beautiful mid? I'm not bagging a beautiful mid. I'm bagging the bag, dude. Why would I get sick? I've already laid out how easy it is to get $2 million, so. We've done this before. I can pull up the investment calculator again if you'd like to see, but in 10 years you can easily get $1 million if you save aggressively, which maybe I'll start doing. Who knows? Thoughts on approaching wizard status once you hit 30? I don't really care.
All right, awesome. Thanks,
What is
nigga. All
wizard
right.
status, like single at 30 or whatever the fuck? Send Marco the 7. Atlas is saying that the Persona series needs to attract a wider audience. They're coming for you. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna attract me. Ever. I don't know, dude. Persona just does not do it for me. Those games are so boring. And, like, Metaphor was probably worse than the Persona game. Like, long term. I don't know, man. The longer you play their games, the worse they get. No, Persona needs to stay niche. Well, Persona 5 was not niche, so mission failed. $10 in 30 minutes, geez, for what? Does your 5090 make your room hot? Not really, honestly. I don't really play any games that, like, force the GPU to, like, fucking max out. Most of my games are probably CPU limited at this point. So, none of my games that I've ever played have really made my room hot. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Like, Space Marine doesn't do it. This game definitely doesn't fucking do it. Maybe Rebirth kind of made it warm, but it's never been, like, hot. Like, my computer used to get really hot. This one, not so much. On the oh, okay, super chats, gotcha. Fake silver? No. Not fake silver. Papa H would never. He'd never lie to a young white boy like me. Shit. But yeah, they're not, or what? Yeah, 90% silver. So. Then I've got my box of silver chains that I've bought for under spot. And then my roll of British 1 ounce coins. And then 2 10-ounce silver bars. So, I'm doing aight. Oh, also I have a sterling silver baby mug that weighs a little over 2 ounces. Stop shilling Nazi silver. Hey, I can't help that it was a good investment, so. It's the cheapest way to get silver right now at spot, so. I'm just trying to help people out. Yeah, I don't wear a chain, so I'm gonna probably sell all my silver chains, but most of mine are over an ounce a piece. One of them's like 2. But I don't have anything like crazy. They're mostly just like pendant chains, I think. But I've been able to get really good deals on jewelry, so. And I mean, I bought like an acid test, so I've been testing it all. And it's all legit, so. Seems to be the move. Scared of getting my chain snatched? By who? My dog? Like, bro, where do you think I'm going that I'm gonna get my chain snatched? I don't hang out in diverse areas. I'm not you know, I'm not appreciating the diversity of my environment, so I don't have to worry about some fucking rando running up and snatching my chain. The only place I go would be like the grocery store, which is just a bunch of middle-aged women, and then the gym, which maybe, but nah, I don't think so. The monthly membership costs more than any of my chains are worth, so it'd be kind of silly. Oh shit, there was 2 of them. Fuck. Well, dude, I don't live in London for good reason. Plus, if I did, I'd never leave my apartment. I'd be even more of a hermit. I'd become even more of a hermit if I lived in London.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Tim Marco the 7. Maduro tried to defend himself invoking the Geneva Convention today. Hilarious, yeah. International law is quite literally a piece of toilet paper with which a powerful nation wipes its ass. We must call upon the United Nations and respect international law. Please do not blow up my cow farm. Yeah. Literally the most third world shit ever is invoking international law. That is quite literally the most third world shit ever. Only third world shitholes with no real military force care about international law. Because they use it as a shield to, like, try and fucking, you know, virtue signal their way out of problems.
I can't afford this shit!
I just wasted a rocket. Oh, I should. That didn't kill him. Fuck. Dude, the shotgun has no range in this game at all. Genesis King Revived the 2. What games you think are never coming out? Hopefully GTA 6. I don't know, honestly. Like, what games do I think are gonna get canceled? Probably Fable. I could see Fable being canceled. That's probably the most likely. But I don't know, honestly. I think pretty much everything's gonna come out for better or for worse. There we go. Nah, Final Fantasy's not getting canceled. They're already done. Like, the main scenario's done, apparently. And they've already started the voice acting and stuff, so... Yeah, I think they're moving into, like, the actual wrapping up stage, and then they'll move on to polishing. Elder Scrolls 6 will never be made. Yeah, I have a feeling we'll get a new Fallout before we get Elder Scrolls. Because they'll want to capitalize on the TV show's popularity. Ah, shit. Oh, I guess he killed himself. That works. Yeah, I don't really have much faith in the next Elder Scrolls. I'm not excited anymore. It's pretty obvious Bethesda lost their touch. A lot. Yeah, the whole retro art style boner people get for Fallout is kind of gay. But, you know, I'm nostalgic for the 1950s, not because of the aesthetic, but because of the demographics. Bethesda never really had a touch when it came to Fallout. I don't like Fallout. It's never really done anything for me. Fallout to me has been incredibly meh. Like, 4 is really the only one I liked because it's just, you know, a dumb, fun kind of shooter. But there's just, like, nothing memorable about it. I don't know. I don't really think any of the Fallout games are that good. I much prefer fantasy RPGs like Elder Scrolls. Like, whoa, dude, let me take my heckin' roach milk so I don't become irradiated or whatever the fuck. It's like, yeah, no, thank you. Dude, Skyrim was so immersive. Like, I don't know. I really like Skyrim. Both that and Oblivion. What is this song called? It's from 13, I know that. Dust to Dust from Final Fantasy 13. Final Fantasy 13 has a very unique soundtrack for the franchise, but I do really like it. Has a very, like, mystical theme to it. I don't know. Very otherworldly. Fallout 4 did not have good gameplay. Compared to Fallout 3 in New Vegas, it does. That's not even a debate. I don't mod. I would play if I play Skyrim, I would play it vanilla. Have a beast-ass PC play like a console player. I don't care. I don't mod. I want to play games as they were intended to be played, so... It's just that simple. Yeah, there's just not much that interests me about modding. I don't like having to, like, paste the fucking files into the, whatever game files, or change the fucking INI file, and worry about compatibility and all this other shit. Like, yeah, no. Or dependencies, or whatever. It's just more trouble than it's worth. I genuinely don't care. I already like, you know, Skyrim. I don't need to mod it or change it in order to like it. It's the reason why I don't really like emulation either. The only type of emulation I like is like emulating a handheld game on like a portable device. That's about it. Otherwise, I don't really see the point. Like, unless there's just absolutely no way to play a game, then yeah. Nah, I don't hate emulation. I just don't do it. I just don't do it. I don't really have a problem with emulation. I just don't do it personally. The only stuff I'd probably go out of my way to emulate is like 3DS, PS Vita, PSP, DS, and Game Boy Advanced, and maybe like some PS2 or GameCube stuff. But other than that, it's not really anything I'd want to emulate. I'd rather just play on native hardware. Well, considering how viciously Nintendo went after the other emulation platforms, I don't really think there's going to be too many people rushing out to emulate the Switch 2. No, when I say native hardware, I mean just like buying a game off the PlayStation Store or something like that. Like, I'd rather just buy a PS2 game off of like the PlayStation Store on PS5 than fuck around with an emulator. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like actually plugging in a PS2 and playing it. Like, if a game's available on 360 back compat, or even just on 360, I'd rather do that than play it on PC with, like, a 360 emulator. But that's just me. Just like Switch games, I'd never emulate those. I have a Switch. I'll just play it on that. Yeah, I don't know why they haven't done Switch 2 patches for Xenoblade. They could at least just up the frame rate, even if they don't fuck with the resolution. But, I don't know. Wahoo! Yeah, I need to play the other... Well, I need to finish Xenoblade 2 at some point, which maybe I will. I found my original Switch, actually, today. But, I need to transfer the save file and then remind myself how to even play the fucking game in the first place. And then maybe I'll finish Xenoblade 2 at some point. But yeah, I hit one of those grinding patches where you have to, like, fucking power level in order to proceed. And I just got sick of it, so... That happened to me, like, 8 times throughout the game. It's just like, bruh, I'm kind of done at this point. Like, can this shit just be over? I'm, like, in the office building section. Which I think is towards the end of the game anyway. I just don't remember how to play it would be my biggest, I guess, roadblock to finishing it. Like, I don't remember the controls or anything really about it. It's been too long.
I can't afford this shit!
Genocide King Revival the 2. Do you think the next Xbox will be canceled? At this rate, yes. I don't think Microsoft is going to invest any money in providing RAM for anything other than data centers if this current trend holds, especially not a dying console platform that nobody cares about. That's going to be an open platform that doesn't even, you know, have a guaranteed of 30% game revenue. Crisis Core Peak, dude. This is a game I actually have had a desire to play again. I wish I could transfer my PS5 save to the Switch. Because I kind of want to play it on the Switch too. And get the actual handheld experience this time. Yeah, it's really good. I like the entire story of Crisis Core. I thought it was really well done. Like, I really like Crisis Core a lot. For a little PSP game, it's actually really good, man.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
I really... Bro, that game was fun as fuck. I had a good time with it. Not to mention Aerith is in it. So that also helps. Zach's theme is great. Well, I don't think the price of freedom is Zach's theme. PSP have more features than a modern console? Because my heckin' piracy, dude. That's why. You have to pay for a subscription for everything nowadays. They want you to pay for a subscription on literally everything now. I don't know if they're actually going to make the new handheld. I would actually be kind of surprised if they did. But maybe. I don't think these handheld devices sell that well outside of the Switch. Like, I really don't. Shit. Fuck. Swallowed weird. No, I would buy the Switch 2 Pro controller. It's much nicer. It's got a way better feel to it. Like, the Switch 1 Pro controller is a lot heavier, but the Switch 2 Pro controller I think is more comfortable to hold. I would just spend the extra 10 or 20 bucks or however much it is difference and just get a Switch 2 controller. It's much nicer, I would say. I mean, it's a natural evolution of the Switch 1 Pro controller, which the Switch 1 Pro controller is still good. It's just not as good. Yeah, it does have really nice thumbsticks. Like, all the buttons are quiet. Like, yeah, it's really nice. Nintendo makes damn good controllers, man. Now that they finally gave up on the gimmicky shit, like, ever since the Wii U Pro controller, like, they've made some really good controllers. Has the worst controllers? The first 3 PlayStations. That or the Wii. Or the N64.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. So, EB7 with the 9 months did Chapter 5 in Crisis Core.
Alright, awesome.
Angeal.
Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Also, can you watch Angeal, Genesis versus... Yeah, we can check it out. Him not only holding back, but also having fun was a wild indirect. Yeah, I know exactly what scene you're talking about with the big-ass gun from Junon. Yeah, that's cool. And Daryl's on with the 2. Griffin, next career is a speed runner. Oh yeah, dude. I heckin' love speed running so much. I heckin' love it. And Perfect Dark with a 5 pretty much turned my Iron Thorn to a Pokemon Fire Emblem machine. Annoying thing is, I can't get Game Hub to work, so I can play modded Crash Bandicoot. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know much about Game Hub or modding old games, but hopefully you're enjoying the device. I really want to get one, but not right now. I shouldn't be shelling out money for that. It's a frivolous purchase at the moment. But yeah, it is a cool little device. Yeah, Angeal is a really good character. Hopefully he makes a brief appearance in part 3, but we'll see. They already hinted at it in Rebirth with the fucking feather, bro. That shit pissed me off they didn't have him in the game. They hinted at it really hard with the white feather falling. Have I begun to feel sentimental for video games that take place in real-world events? No. Not at all. I can't really think of any games that take place in real-world events other than World War II shooters, which... No. Definitely not. Nice.
Gain the lead.
Outplayed. Yeah, I played through Crisis Core multiple times on stream. Dude, Crisis Core is peak Japan slop. Like, and I mean that in a very positive, not derogatory way. Like, it's so obviously just handheld Japan slop, but I mean that in an endearing way, where it's like, it has that level of Japanese quirkiness to it, but it's still really good, despite that. Oh, shit. If Aerith wasn't in it, would you think the same? Yeah, probably. Dude, the best parts of Crisis Core are the interactions with Angeal and Sephiroth, in my opinion. Like, the Aerith stuff is nice, but outside of you building her flower carts, there's not really too much Aerith in the game, outside of 1 or 2 cutscenes. So... Personally, I think it's really cool that it gives you, like, a glimpse at Sephiroth before he went, like, you know, completely crazy and shit. So it adds a nice dimension to him as a villain. And then also, of course, fleshes out Zack's character as well, who was, you know, a very minor character in Final Fantasy VII, the original. So... hide the roast, that's right. Sephiroth is a one-note villain, though. He goes crazy because he discovers he's synthetic. Nope. Nope. That's not why he goes crazy. Wow, so compelling. Whole Final Fantasy VII glazing. Sephiroth does not go crazy because he's synthetic. Sephiroth goes crazy because he thinks that he's a Cetra. He thinks that he's the last living, like, ancient human. And that it's his, you know, chosen role to essentially become the god of the planet as the last living Cetra. And absorb the life stream. So... and it's literally that misunderstanding which is what leads him on the path. You know, because he doesn't realize that he's actually part alien. He thinks that he's an ancient when he's not. So, the whole theme of Final Fantasy VII is identity. Because Cloud thinks he's Zack for the entire game, which leads him to do what he does. You know, Sephiroth thinks he's somebody that he's not. And it's basically that entire, you know, theme that drives the plot along, is both characters discovering what they actually are. So, I wouldn't really say it's a one-note character, personally. If you want to talk about a one-note villain, then Ultima from Final Fantasy 16 is exactly that. Like, the dude's just lay heckin' evil because he's lay heckin' evil. Sephiroth has very, very, like, you know, indirect goals, I would say, because, you know, he wants to be reunited with his mother. He wants to absorb the Livestream. And on top of that, he wants to become a god. And he also wants to discover who the fuck he actually is. So it's not like, you know, just one thing and then that's it. So I would disagree. I would say Sephiroth is one of the more well-written and fleshed out villains in Final Fantasy. Because the whole, like, you know, if you haven't played Final Fantasy VII, it's like you're wondering who the fuck is this Sephiroth guy and why is he, like, you know, so special. There's like a very heavy layer of mystery to him the first time around when you play it, because you don't know anything about him. Just like he doesn't actually know anything about himself. Yeah, Arden is a very well-written antagonist as well in Final Fantasy 15, for sure. Yup. Very well-written, especially once you play the DLCs. Like, bro, if you think about it, Ultima is basically just the Shadow Lord from Nier. That's it. If you really think about it. I wouldn't say that because Shadow Lord is Nier. No. The Shadow Lord is Nier, like the actual Nier. And Nier in the game is a replicant. He's not actually Nier. So they're two different people. And that's the whole theme of the game is, you know, the replicants basically became the people. And, you know, the shades needed to die. And that's exactly what Clive was for Ultima, is a form to contain all the power. So that he could, like, rebuild the world. So it's the exact same thing as the Shadow Lord. You know, Nier in the game is the Shadow Lord's vessel that can contain his power and allow him to basically, you know, resurrect humanity. Whereas, you know, Ultima is going to use Clive as a vessel in order to revive his world. So it's the exact same plot, basically. just with minor tweaks. So like Blade Runner 2049 with Joe being a replica of another guy's. Similar but not the same, because Nier doesn't have the Shadow Lord's memories. So the way it works is the replicants in Nier are just empty vessels. They are, you know, basically shells for human souls to go into. So they're basically like android. I don't know. It gets technical. Yes and no. So they're not implanted with any memories. They're just produced, and they basically function as autonomous entities. So they don't possess any memories from, you know, their actual person. They just kind of exist. It would be like if you cloned yourself. Like if you cloned yourself, your cloned self wouldn't have your memories. It would look and talk like you, maybe. But it wouldn't, like, be you. It wouldn't have your memories. It wouldn't have your, you know, relationships and interests and all that type of shit. It's just something that looks like you that's genetically identical. But they're also not quite human either, so it gets technical. I'm so sorry if talking about video game stories on a gaming channel is making you upset. Please forgive me.
Game over.
Yeah, 16 does border more on movie than game a lot of the times. It's like so many unnecessary cutscenes. Am I gonna play some real games? Like what? What am I supposed to be playing? Maybe I'll transition to Mario Kart. I kind of felt like playing that. Halo is a real game, I agree. I am not playing Arc Raiders. No, thank you. Well, dude, if Halo's boring now, then I'm all in on boring. I'll take this style of multiplayer over any of that extraction shooter, fucking battle royale sloppa. Give me real, you know, 4 to 6v6 multiplayer. Imagine talking about games on a gaming channel. What a loser. I know, dude. Jeez. High guard. Oh, God, yeah. That shit looks terrible. Imagine wasting, like, however many millions of dollars they spent on that game. Like, how much do you think the development of that game was? And how much, like, they just wasted the time and money? It's crazy, dude. It's just crazy the amount of wasted time and effort and energy and money that's in the gaming industry. It's fucking wild, man. It's so easy. It really is. Oh, we're the ex-creators of Titanfall. Hey, do you know what game you should maybe make? Fucking Titanfall, retards. Call it Mechasol or whatever the fuck. I guess that's already taken. Doesn't matter. Just call it something else. You know, I don't know. Robot Fall. There you go. Easy. Or Mech Fall. Like, fuck, man. If you're gonna grift the whole made from the creators of X, at least make something that's fucking similar. Like, damn, bruh. They were like, yeah, let's take the worst aspect of Titanfall 2's multiplayer, the hero shooter elements, and make an entire game about just that. Retarded. Literally retarded. That's what I'm saying, bro. All the actual talent's gone. What's left is worse than the fucking B team. It's like the fucking E team at this point. Damn, I need one more grenade kill. Can I get it? Yes, there we go. From the janitors of Titanfall? I swear, bro, that's like the criteria they use now. Like, we got one of the janitors from Respawn who was in the room occasionally when we were talking about Titanfall 2. It's like, okay. No, I think the Concord copies are down to like $10 a piece now on eBay. At least in the US. Somebody bought up all the old stock, I think, from Sony. No, I sold my Concord copies, except one that I graded just for the fucking lols, but it graded a 9.6, so maybe I'll buy another one and try again.
I can't afford this shit!
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Oh shit. Fuck. Damn it. Let's see. Digitized Yi with the 2. Hopefully I said that right. Can we agree some modern game designers suck? I would say most. The problem is we're entering a scenario where most of the, I would say, actual talented game designers who earned their spot in the industry by actually being good,
You're fucking poor!
they have either been pushed out of their companies or purchased out of their companies, or they're just so old that they've all retired. So we're entering a very, you know, strange time where even if the average developer is not very good at their job, you know, even the studio heads are starting to all leave now. So, I mean, Japan is going to be facing that problem pretty heavily soon. But yeah, I really feel like all the talent's drying up. There's very few talented game developers out there anymore. They've completely lost the script on what makes games games. Like, you look at the like the developers over at Square Enix, for example, most of them are in their 60s. You know, you look at the people at Capcom, again, 60s and 70s. Look at the people at Sega, they're all old too. Look at the people at Nintendo, a lot of them are old. So it's like we're entering a very odd scenario where, you know, it's not just the Western game studios that have lost all their talent, the Eastern ones are about to. You know, we have no unique style anymore because everyone uses the same sanitized, generic Unreal Engine 5 copy-paste engine that makes everything feel the exact same. They all use the same over-the-shoulder, hyper-realistic, you know, walk-and-talk simulator style game. There's no more unique mechanics in most games. It's either a mix of Souls elements, parry simulator, or some form of dodge roll simulator. It's just, I don't know, man. It's gotten very, very bad. The creativity aspect of the games industry is pretty much dead. I think we're going to have to go through a pretty brutal crash period where, you know, the industry is going to have to readjust. Because this is not sustainable, what we're entering into. You know, game budgets have ballooned. I think the quality's gone down. And people are buying less games than ever before. So, also the general consumer audience for gaming is getting old. And eventually they're going to stop playing games too. Like the average person that buys a new video game every year, just one, is 35 years old. So the average age of people buying like 3, 4, 5 games a year is like in their 40s. So eventually those people are going to stop buying games too. And you're going to have these massive development studios with massive budgets putting out these games that nobody's buying, and something's going to have to give. So it's not an industry I'd be wanting to dump a bunch of money into personally. Aw, man. Let's see. Castile Allen with the 10. Really appreciate it, man. What game is the current track playing from? Also, here's more Zenny for your Iron Thor fund. Well, I appreciate it, man. Let me check. That was 5 minutes ago. So, here. That would be... Was it this one? If this is it, it's Memory of Light Waves from Final Fantasy X-2. Or was it this one? This one is Root Village from Final Fantasy 12. And that's E-R-U-Y-T. It's kind of funny how it landed, like, facing up perfectly. Schizo Garcia with the 2. All of the games worth playing have already been made. It seems like that is the case now more than ever before. It very much feels like, you know, we're just in the steady state of decline. Yeah, no problem, man. I'm glad it was the one you're looking for. Yeah, if anybody wants... Here, I'll link it since I usually get asked at least once or twice. This is the playlist that it's from, if you want it. I've never played Final Fantasy 12. Yeah, I was gonna play it that one time and the disc was corrupted, so one of the few times I've actually bought a Blu-ray disc and it's been like actually busted. Like there was no scratching or anything on the disc itself, so obviously the data that was loaded on there was heckin' bugged, dude. Maybe I should just buy it for the Nintendo Switch.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
And let's see, Castile Allen with the 10. Really appreciate it, bro. Thanks again for the link. Also, did you like Final Fantasy? I have never played Final Fantasy IX to any real extent. I played like an hour or two of it as a kid, and that was it. So, no, I've never actually played it. I was replaying it on PC recently. Recruiting Beatrix, though. A mod is neat. No, I've never actually played 9. I need to at some point. It's the only one of the PS1 Final Fantasies I know. Well, even PS2. Well, no, because I didn't play 12. So, the only Final Fantasies I've yet to play are 4, 5, and 6, which I know people consider 6 to be like the best one of like the classic ones. And then I've never played 9 or 12. I've played the others though. I've played 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 10, 13, 15, 16, and then a bunch of the spin-offs. Are those the ones with the trains, PK? I too laugh at those without a single ounce of sympathy. It's like, how retarded can you be?
I can't afford this shit!
Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 3. I bet Griff unironically laughs at 6, 7. Oh yeah, dude. Quite literally the funniest shit I've ever heard. In fact, I could barely contain my laughter just reading that. Yeah, it's very hard, PK, to feel any sort of sympathy for people doing dumb shit, like walking in front of a moving train. Like, that shit's just way too retarded to actually be like, you know, like, oh my god, that poor person. It's like, no, the dude deserved it. What the fuck is he doing walking in front of a moving train? If you play Final Fantasy 1 before you play Stranger of Paradise, you will get a greater appreciation for the plot twist at the end of it. But you don't need to. Final Fantasy 1 is really short, especially if you're playing the Pixel remasters because of the XP multiplier. But you could look up just like a plot synopsis of Final Fantasy 1. I actually really like Final Fantasy 1. It's just, like, it's a pure game. There was something just very, very satisfying about Final Fantasy 1. Like, it's the only Final Fantasy with straight-up Pokemon combat. Like, you can tell that Pokemon was heavily fucking inspired by Final Fantasy 1. They're, like, identical. So, if you like Pokemon-style, like, RPGs, like, think Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow, like, that is Final Fantasy 1. It feels exactly like that. Is Final Fantasy 3? No, Final Fantasy 3 I don't like. Final Fantasy 3 has too much gimmicky shit, like turning into a frog or using the shrink spell. Like, there's too much of that in that game. Also, you go like these massive stretches of time without ever getting any sort of items or stores or rest places, like... I don't know. I didn't really like Final Fantasy 3. I liked 2. Final Fantasy 2 I actually did like, which people don't like it, but I thought it was actually cool. I liked it. Final Fantasy 3 is my least favorite of the Pixel games I've played thus far. Yeah, like Final Fantasy 2 is quite literally metaphor Refantasio. Or I guess you could even say Pedo Sona. Like, basically that entire premise of like characters having different roles that level up independently from the character level is like, you know. That's a Final Fantasy 2 thing. Yeah, I just, like, Persona for me, like, I don't care about, like, the high school shit just pisses me off. I don't care about reliving high school. Like, it's so fucking weird, bro. Like, I'm not Japanese, so I don't have, like, this, you know, inner worship of my high school years. So, it's not, like, some insanely defining time period to my life. So, replaying through fucking high school slop in Persona is just like watching paint dry. Hey, we'll take it. Well, in the West, yeah, it's definitely for people who didn't have a good time in high school. Yeah, I would say overall I enjoyed my time in actual high school. Like, I have no desire to, like, live vicariously through a video game to experience high school again. Like, I've already been there, done that. Like, I don't need to relive it.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Chaga Shaga Gaming with the 8. How bad was your Final Fantasy tism during high school, Griff? Was it worse than it is now? Is Expedition 33 a trigger? It wouldn't have been back in high school, but... I mean, I would say I was more weeby back then than I was now, because I was actively watching anime during high school. Like, me and most of the guys in my class would all watch fucking anime and shit, so... I was more into fucking Jap shit back then. But, I don't know. There really wasn't much happening with Final Fantasy outside of 13 at the time, though. So that was the problem. It wasn't until I was in college that, Final Fantasy 16... Or not 16, 15 came out. It came out in 2016. That's what I was confused. But yeah, it wasn't until, you know, Final Fantasy 15 came out that I was, like, really into Final Fantasy again. Because 13 was kind of just meh. Especially after, you know, the original one. No, I have not played Final Fantasy Tactics yet. I own it, I haven't played it. Let's see, so Kazami Yuji, hopefully I said that right. The 2, you got me, Griff, starting to watch videos at 2x now. Yeah, once you start, you can't stop. It's like everything seems slow. Yeah, dude, Sarah is the only redeeming part of Final Fantasy 13 too, in my opinion, because, you know, peak female Final Fantasy character. She's pretty peak. I do not need to play Kingdom Hearts. I don't really have a desire to. The Disney stuff just turns me off. I need to play slots at my local casino. Why is that? Do I just need to become spiritually Chinese? Is that what you're saying? Be one of those fucking Chinese slot players that just blows 10 grand in an hour on the fucking dopamine wheel? Dude, I don't know why the Chinese like to gamble so much, but they really do. I don't know, I'm not a big gambler. I'm a gamer. To get more money? I guess so, man. My broke ass needs it. I need that money. I really do. I need that money. Chugga Shugga Gaming with the 3. Kingdom Hearts
awesome.
will
Thanks,
satisfy your tism. I don't think so. Don't think so. I don't like Disney. So the Disney shit keeps me from wanting to play it. Like having to hear Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse and whoever else talk genuinely pisses me off. The only redeeming part is Aerith, bro. Fine. That's all I could ask for. Yeah, I don't know why they would put Yuffie in any game, including Final Fantasy VII. Riku from Final Fantasy X, the blonde, yeah. Yuffie probably took Tifa's spot in Kingdom Hearts 1. Isn't Tifa only in Kingdom Hearts 2, or is she in Kingdom Hearts 1 as well? I don't know.
You're fucking poor!
Yeah, after this match, if I remember to back out, I'll probably switch to Mario Kart. Forgot I was gonna do that. I just thought about it. Play Sonic instead? How about no? I really don't want to play Sonic Riders. That shit was on sale for half off and I still didn't buy it. Alright, I'm gonna go take a piss real quick. I'll be back. Give me a minute and then I'll switch over.
I can't afford this shit!
All right. Let me see. There it is. Switch to controller. Let's see. Okay. Headphones. We are good. Why would I accept my friend request? Let's see. So, Anabolic plays with the 5. Can you watch Gran Torino and the Subversion of Heroism? I guess. As long as it doesn't get copyright claimed for movie clips. Let's see. Schizo Garcia with a 2. Can we play the video I recommended? Just send the title again. I don't have it pulled up anymore because it was in an incognito tab. And Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 2. Aqua is better waifu, or is a better waifu than Aerith. If you like blue-haired feminists, then yeah, sure. Ugh. Let's go. Yeah. $11NSH. I'm guessing that's a 0. I hate when they do that because you can't tell what the character is. Alright, let's let it. Actually, I'll just leave it open on the room info page. Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 8. Does Griffin flap his arms like an autist when he sees Aerith? Oh boy, do I. Dude, I'm just trying to fly because obviously she's an angel, dude. So I'm just trying to get to her. Senso Kid with the 5. Griffin, when are you rebranding to Goyslav Game? That actually wouldn't be a bad name for a channel, unironically, like Goyslav Gaming. That would actually be a really good name for a channel, just covering modern games. Like, Goyslav Gaming. Wouldn't be too bad of an idea. Alright, let's see. Alright, that's enough time. If people want to join, then you can join. If not, I don't know. No, I'm not going to play for 6 hours again. In 6 hours, I have to get off for work. Probably before then. So, no. I can't stream for that long on a normal day. Would you think I'm cute if I... Oh my god. Wait, it changed my skin? Fuck, really? Would I think you're cute if you dressed up like Aerith? No. Unless you're a 100-pound, 5'6", skinny, Eastern European girl with light brown hair. Otherwise, nope, don't bother. Real gamers don't worry about their job? Well, I'm not a real gamer, dude. You should know that by now. What the fuck happened to my red shell? Dude, what the fuck? Curry. So this is curry peach. Gross. I'm so fucking bored. If I had to sit... Wait, if I had the shit to get a remote tech job, I would, but I'm dumb as shit. Well, most people are dumb as shit in the corporate world, man. It's just all about having the right credentials, so... You know, in the case of me, it was because I went to college and got a master's degree. But, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really say I'm, like, uber intelligent when it comes to anything that I do. I'm definitely not a fucking subject matter expert, that's for sure. Yeah, the only thing I'm an expert in is cardboard. Children's cardboard, that is. Why did I make that sound sus? I don't even know what I made sound sus. I just do it naturally, I guess. Children's cardboard? How did I make that sound sus? I didn't even realize I made that sound sus. How was it sus? No! You fucking idiot, Bowser. You fucked us all over. So I admit, Final Fantasy cards are for... Dude, all trading cards are for kids. It's the entire point of children's fucking trading cards, is to be for children. Trading cards are primarily made for kids. Same with sports cards. It's just adults have nostalgia for them from when they were kids, so they also collect them. And they also have the money to buy all the cool shit. So the reason we all buy cards is because it reminds us of our heckin' childhood, dude. It's not really a secret. It's nostalgia. It's the main selling point. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. In Spark Notes, can I explain why Cloud thinks he's Zack? That was my depression. Essentially. Not literally, but basically just his mind was like quite literally buck broken by the whole, you know, Nibelheim incident with Cephalwa. Yeah, he's quite literally mind raped. So he disassociates from his own experience and basically believes he's someone else as a result. As like a coping mechanism. And then also probably the fact too that he was experimented on for all those years with the Sephiroth cells. Cloud doesn't possess the ideally masculine frame. Yeah, he definitely has the Asian twink build. For show. Castile Allen with the 5, depressing as hell that Sephiroth never met his actual mother. Well, there is the theory that the Genova that's in the test tube is, you know, Sephiroth's actual mother or Aerith's mother.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
That they injected with all the Genova cells as like a host. But, I mean, technically, you know, his mother is, Genova. I mean, I don't know. It's very convoluted, but he quite literally becomes his mom if you think about it. You know, by fusing with the Genova cells and basically taking over its function. He essentially becomes his own mother. Oh, I got MILF Peach. Nice. 50s trad wife, Peach. She's ready to bake pies and get pregnant.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Give me a better power-up. A fucking mushroom? Really? Wow, I got very few fireballs for that. fuck. A single shroom, dude, really? Wow. How generous. Guess I should have saved the bullet. Oh, fuck. That's it. Yup. Damn it. Not getting the item there is GG's pretty much, especially on this little stretch. I need to change my skin anyway. From the Parka Peach. Let's see. Oops, there goes the chat. Let's see. Let's use, should we use Weeb Peach? Or we'll do this one. Let's see. All Night Yahtzee with the 2. He couldn't stand to come back to Tifa. A failure? I guess. I don't know. I don't even know if it was just that. It's more so the fact that maybe his entire hometown was brutally murdered by Sephiroth, and then, you know, it culminates in him essentially having a, you know, near-death experience where he's basically medically dead and he's brought back to life almost using the Sephiroth cells, which then permanently fucks his brain up and gives him a literal mental and physical connection to the very thing that fucked him up in the first place. But yeah, I don't know, the whole point is Cloud is like mentally raped. That's basically his entire character. He's just basically mind fucked. And Shaka Shaka Gaming with the 8. Griffin wishes he lived in the Final Fantasy house and unleashed his full force tism. Bro, do you want me to release my full force tism? Like, is that what you're asking for? I don't get it. Do you want my tism to become full force? So you can go one of us, one of us, one of us. I'm sorry to disappoint, but I do not have tism. I may be heckin' passionate about my Final Fantasy, but that doesn't mean I have tism. Sorry. I ain't Chris Channon in this bitch. No one cares about the Switch 2? True. I forgot, my bad. Thanks for the reminder. Where's Fuda Peach? In your wildest dreams. All right. Griffin can't go 10 minutes without bringing up Final Fantasy. That's completely false. Literally, the super chats are the thing, bringing up Final Fantasy, but that's always the case. I don't even talk about Final Fantasy that much until chat brings it up, so... PKDC is losing his edge. I agree. He's getting rusty. He's about as edgy as a basketball. I'm assuming Petrol is FBI, because, you know, Aborigines and shit. Goes by Petrol on Steam. Okay, so yeah, it definitely is. That's too big of a coincidence. Too big of a coincidence. shit. There we go. All the kids you used to bully back in middle school and high school all played Final Fantasy? Were they all in your head too? Whoa, shit. Ah. Judaism. Shiza. Oh shit, I didn't turn. Fuck. That looked like it was the way. Oh god. I always get fucked up on one of those. There's two maps that have that, and there's one where you go straight, and there's one where you turn. This is the one that you turn. I always get it mixed up. Ah. Oh well. Whatever.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
I have the Leah screenshot on my phone. Lol, it was too juicy. Oy vey. What is this in reference to? I saw the words juicy. I thought, You generation of the 10 for Griffin and chat. Is it actually for me?
When it was first released, Final Fantasy...
Oh, God. Final Fantasy-tism? Alright. No one can blame me. I'm not the one who recommended it. I'm not the one who recommended it, so... There you go. We get some Final Fantasy Rebirth Autism. Sponsored by U-Generation. Synth's Discord. Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember y'all talking about that before. Oh well, it's more women than anyone in this chat's talking to, so brutal. And let's see, Chaka Chaka Gaming with the 8. How can Boogie get a 20-year-old and Griffin can't even get a woman to look at him? I don't know, man. It's just rough out here. It's rough. He'll probably have to wait till, or wait for his AI Aerith. Nah. I've already given up. You know, it's over for a chud like me. My chances of ever ending up happy are 0 to none. You know, the only thing that'll keep me company in my old age is the bottle. Was it just that one clip of the DMs that got leaked on this? Oh, yeah, I remember that too. I don't remember the DMs, but I remember that conversation in the past. You'll have a good life for me. Well, U-Generation, didn't you like say you fumbled that one chick at your job who was like into CSGO skins or some bullshit like that? So I don't know. I don't know about that, bro. Dude, I'd kill myself before I let a black nurse take anything of mine. I'd sooner rather die than let them get a dime. Ow. Well, she did sex work? Okay. Yeah, fuck that then. That's an immediate disqualifier. Dude, I should share this Instagram account with y'all. Holy shit, dude. It's like this guy who like makes these gay ass fucking reels about his day-to-day life. As it's like a quote, 29-year-old married to a super hot wife or some shit who's a stepdad. Like, I don't fucking know, but it's some gay ass intro, but his comment section is the actual content because he's married to this woman who has a mixed race kid, and every single video is him doing all the chores, going to work, taking care of the kid while his fucking wife does fuck all. Like, literally nothing. It's just literally this guy is like a fucking like manservant for this woman and her mixed race kid. And the comment section is just brutal, dude. It's absolutely fucking brutal. Like, every single comment is like people calling him the zoggiest of the zog, you know, Goyim maxing, all sorts of shit, man. It's wild. And like, he'll get 300 likes and the comments will get like 80,000. But yeah, I'll see if I can find it. It's on Instagram. I've been getting served his reels on my fucking Kart account. And it's like, bruh, like Instagram's trying to push that shit to normal people to make them think it's normal. And nobody's having that. What the fuck? Bruh. Uh-oh. It's getting dangerous now. No. Seriously? Wow. Alright, let me see if I can find it. It usually just pops up on that explore page. Because, like, they're really trying to push this dude. You know, that's right, white guys. Don't reproduce. That was the other comment all the time. It's like, bro, when is she going to have kids with you? It's like, never. He probably has to wear a condom. Okay, yeah, I found it. We know you're petrol, FBI. You hide nothing. We know it's you. Yeah, here it is. Let's see. Let me do it on a normal tab, so that way I have it signed in, so I can read the comments. Yeah, there we go. This is okay. Here we go. This is the video. This is the one I saw. This shit's crazy, bro. So you see right here, it's got 3,000 likes, right?
Here comes in the afternoon with me as a 29-year-old in a stepdaddy life with a hot crazy wife.
So a stepdaddy with a hot and crazy wife. She's on her way to meet the bull. The way I originally was introduced to this was the well edit. Like the first time I saw the, you know, the clip. So then I started getting fed this dude's like actual videos. Unload the dishwasher. Now he has to cook. Look, she's not even home, dude. She went out to go with the baby daddy, I'm sure. Yeah, it's a mixed-raced kid, so it's not his. He's a stepdad.
What's the word? Comes in the afternoon with me as a...
Yeah, so she's out to go, you know, meet daddy, I guess. No, he's black if you see the other videos. So look, it says, you work all day and get home to make dinner for a stay-at-home wife. Goy maxing, you make me not want to kill myself anymore. My life could be worse. Thank you. Bro is cooking, working, cleaning, and raising someone else's kid. She definitely makes him wear a rubber. This has to be government propaganda. Nice, another video of what not to do when you're 29 years old. Still waiting to see a hot wife. At this point, he has to know, is this rage bait? Love from Tel Aviv. This is the final part of the cuckold ritual, making an IG page. Do y'all think the comments ever get in his head? I don't understand why most of the comments are so negative. Oh no. Trying to glorify life, literally no one wants. This guy definitely has a chair in the corner of his room. I saw another comment. It was like, this is the guy who invented the chair in hotel rooms or something like that. And that one had like 10,000 likes. Thank you for posting, man. Whenever I have a bad day or feel shitty about my life, I watch these and feel better. This the dream. Oh my god. Wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. I understand the jokes and criticisms of this dude's life, but he's a better father figure to that boy, and I respect that. No kid should be fatherless. Well, it shouldn't have had a kid with a deadbeat. Meal is trash. What the fuck is that burger, dog? I'd Kurt Cobain myself if this was my life. Bro is the ultimate roommate. Did she go out to dinner with someone else? What's the content event? Cuck maxing. Wow, my life could be so much worse. Bro just got home from work and put the dishes away, handled homework and cooked. You're a stepdad. You're cooked, buddy. Dude works all day, doesn't get food made for him, has to clean the house, and gets the privilege of raising some black dude's kid. Got Fenton Yahoo right there. I've counted 9 comments with more likes than the actual video. It's much more than that. Bro's playing with someone else's save game. That's crazy. Oh my god, bro. Absolute disgust coming from Scotland. Bro set up a camera to film himself unloading the dishwasher. Crazy part is that we know nothing about your life or your situation, but so many men are so fast to tear you down and make you feel bad about your choice. This has to be a black woman. The reality is you chose this and you might be right or wrong, but only time will tell. Don't forget that you don't have to listen to the miserable and lonely men who are flooding the comments. Oh, yeah, dude. What in the cuckery is going on here? This makes me realize how minor my inconveniences are. Subjecting yourself to this life is insane. Plot twist, the kid is Somalian. A reminder that life could always be worse. Why isn't your wife helping you clean? Brutal watch. Oh my god. He's the stepdad and the housewife. How did I know the kid was black? Well. Try not to kill yourself, trend. Bro is a wife and someone else's kid. Nah, bruh. What are you doing? This is foul. Like, dude, I'm glad to see that Instagram is not buying this shit. This definitely seems like propaganda of sorts. But yeah, it's crazy, bro. The Instagram comments are typically pretty fucking savage, bro. But yeah, every single one of his videos is exactly like this. It's just a humiliation ritual. Oh, look, he turned comments off on that one. His wife never cooks for him.
After you back it up, then stop, then what, drop it like it's...
Who cares? She's hot. She's like mid.
You back it up,
at best, but she's a single mom, so that automatically lowers it.
then stop. Now what?
Like, bro, the cope. And of course, every single one is like literally just, you know, rap music.
What's the word? Happy New Year's Eve. Happy college football game day. Tons of good bowl games.
Bro, is she gonna let you have your own baby? Like, look, bro, like these comments have so many more fucking likes. How do you sleep at night? I've tried countless times to enjoy. Okay, that's not it. Man, I love reading these comments. They got Netanyahu drinking. Bro trying to change the content, lol. I love when he tries to make regular content. If she gives him a kid, are y'all changing your tone? That's the question. Oh my god, bro. These fucking, like, dude, the Instagram comments are fucking savage. Here, let's find one with a lot of views again. What is this one?
You whack, you twisted, your girl's a hoe. You broke, the kid ain't yours, and everybody know. Your own man say you stupid. You be like, so, I love my baby mother. I never let her go. You whack.
Alright, that was cringe. Do we need to find another one that has... Oh, yeah, this was the well one.
What's the word? Come spend Halloween with me as a 29-year-old living stepdaddy life with a hot and crazy wife.
Yeah, so I feel better about my life. I lost 80K trading yesterday, and I feel 1,000 times better about my life after watching this. This is gold. Okay, that's a positive one. Wife was probably getting treats from Jamal. Why did mom have to meet you there? Does she have her... Oh, wait. Does she have to go into the office? You're lucky to be... Work from home. Let's see. Bro raising Tyrone's leftovers. I'm praying on this man's downfall in the hopes that it will help him. I'm just here for the comments. No prenup, right? Oh my god, bro. It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. It's like it's like a humiliation ritual, I think.
What's the word? Come spend the morning with me as a 29-year-old living stepdaddy life with a hot and crazy wife.
With the hot and crazy wife. Yeah, this was it. Hotel chairs are designed for this guy. Love the daily post of cuckoldry. Why don't you have your own kid with her? Bro is the reason hotels have chairs. Oh my god, man. These videos motivate me to never become a stepdad. Thank you, big bro. Dude, that shit, it's just wild. It's absolutely wild, but yeah. It's just one of those things I stumbled across, you know, browsing Instagram. They've been pushing his account hard as fuck in my shorts, or not shorts, I guess, Reels feed. Like, I'll scroll down from one I watched, and then all of a sudden, there it is, trying to normalize. Single dad, dude. White people don't reproduce, instead raise some, you know, mixed race kid that was a mistake from some, you know, white chicks, you know, fling in college or whatever. It's like, it's so obvious why they're doing it, bro. It's so obvious. But dude, it's all so tiresome. I wouldn't say she's hot, but in my area, she's definitely above average. Yeah, but the problem is she has a kid. So immediately, not hot. Like, dude, the day is gonna come when that kid, like, says, "You're not my real dad," and his entire world is gonna collapse. You know, that's the thing. That's the sad thing, bro. Is, you know, his wife will always respect the father of her child more than him. That child will never actually view him as his real father. Not only because he's not the same race as him, but also because he's not his actual dad. Like, the day is gonna come where it's gonna just be, like, brutal, dude. And then there's also gonna be a day, too, when the two of them get into an argument And she's like, he's my son, not yours. You already know that'll happen too. And his entire little, you know, insulated idea of this happy relationship he's in will come crashing down. And he'll be like, why did I throw away these years of my life? It's very sad, honestly. That will never be your kid. Like, there's something inherently biological when it comes to kids respecting their father. Like, you can just, I don't know. Like, even if you're taller than your dad, even if you're stronger than your dad, like, there's just something inherent about your father that you just respect immediately, without question. He'll never have that. So, I don't know, man. I think he's already married to her, so good luck. But yeah, she doesn't even cook or clean for him. She just sits around, I guess, and goes out to eat with her friend. Like, that's the thing crazy. Like, why are you showing this off? Like, first of all, it's not a fucking flex to be raising another man's child. Also, you're showing off your life where you literally work all day, take care of her kid, and then you have to cook and clean as well, and she does nothing. It's like, you're not just making yourself look bad, you're making her look bad, too. Shit's crazy, man. Yep, another, you know, sports cattle Zog brain. Dude, as long as I can watch the heckin' NFL, why do I care? It's just very strange how people feel the need to broadcast every aspect of their life, too. Like, it's a very strange phenomenon. I don't get it. Like, there is nothing that has compelled me to, like, share every intimate moment of my life with random people on the internet. Like, I don't want to film myself getting ready in the morning, driving to my fucking job, interacting with, you know, my wife and stepchild. Like, you know, it's just, it's odd. Already, that's a very feminine trait. Wanting to share, you know, your life with the internet. So. Already, that's not very masculine. No truck. Oh, it was like there. Man.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Ah, seriously? Really? It's over. Dude, fuck me. Really? Even after the fucking lightning bolt, I still get hit with a red shell. That's some fucking bullshit. Let's see. It's a Schizo Garcia with the 2. Considering FBI lives in Rama land. Not surprised. And then also with the 2. I would just do a rent-a-dog in this. Nah, I'm not going to jail, bro. That's the thing, is there are very few cases where I would ever even remotely consider killing someone. Because you throw away your entire life in doing so. Like, there's not very many people on this planet whose life is worth, you know, taking in order to throw away yours. Like, nah. I would just fucking leave, bro. Cut your losses financially and get the fuck out. It ain't worth losing your life. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. He can sit in the chair next to the bed. That's right. Although he may get a little shy and have to leave the room. I don't know. And Raging Boar with the 5. Nothing is private anymore. Social media is one of the worst things to ever be created. Yeah, it's just retarded. Like, not everything has to be shared. Like, we don't need to see your morning routine of getting ready for fucking work. Like, it's just, I don't know. People think they're way more interesting than they actually are. In general, the only time you should ever break the law is if you're gaining power in doing so. Otherwise, it's just retarded. You're just throwing away your freedom. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Worst fate for a father's having Snickers at grandkids. What, you mean they have a sweet tooth, dude? Well, dude, there's that video, I don't know if you've ever seen it, of, like, the old white guy sitting on a bed and, like, his mixed-race grandson is, like, throwing shit at him and, like, punching him and stuff, and he just has, like, this look of, you know, like, pain in his eye. I think the Guts theme plays during it, too. If you know what video I'm talking about.
I can't afford this shit!
I don't know, dude. Like, call me crazy, but I would want my kids to actually look like me. If that makes me a hateful fucking racist fucking bigot, then so be it. What a crazy statement, I know. I want my own children to look like me, and I don't want to raise another man's child. Dude, why am I getting such fucking dookie ass upgrades? These are fucking shit, bro. I'm getting like literally the fucking worst of the worst. Everybody's getting red shells. I'm getting like fucking bullshit little, oh, use your fucking, you know, feather or whatever. No! Bro, I'm just getting straight shit from the butt. Honestly. Straight shit from the butt. Yeah, see, this part you go straight. Like the other one, you turned. Oh my god. Damn, my contact's about to fall out. Shit. I'm not blinking. Really? Green shells on the final stretch. Fucking green shells, dude. Really? What a joke, bro. They're trying to cuck me. They gave me straight up dog shit fucking power-ups the entire time. The only good one I got was a bullet bill, and the entire time I had that, I had another fucking bullet bill pressed on my ass. Let's see. Merc with the 2. Someone said he has a humiliation fetish. He probably does, honestly. There's actually an alarming number of men who have humiliation fetishes. I mean, you think about it, though. Modern day porn is just literally cock. Like, period. Watching 2 other people have sex is literally the definition of cuckoldry. So if you're, like, porn brain rotted, you know, you're literally just getting off to, like, watching someone else have sex with a woman that you're attracted to. So, a lot of dudes already have cuckold fetishes because they already jerk off to the idea of another man fucking a woman that they're, like, sexually attracted to. So, the humiliation aspect goes hand in hand with that. So, there's probably quite a few, you know, guys out there that have, like, genuine humiliation fetishes like that. I just don't know how that guy thought that was a good idea. I mean, sure, whatever. He can say, like, oh, I don't care about hate comments. But it's like, bro, now you're subjecting your family to it by putting them in the fucking vid. Like, I don't know. It's just like some shit doesn't need to be fucking shared on the internet. But anything for a drop of clout, dude. It's just crazy. Not everything needs to be fucking broadcasted. Like, if he was as happy as he said, why did he even feel the need to video it in the first place? It's almost like a cry for help. Like, he was hoping that he would get reaffirming comments from, I guess, the viewers on the channel or whatever. And it's like, nope. It's like he was hoping for someone to, like, say, oh, you're doing a great thing, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like, you're such a great guy. But, yeah. Nope. Dude, Instagram, like, the comments on there are pretty based a lot of the times. It's interesting. I'm guessing because it's a lot of people in my generation that grew up with Instagram instead of TikTok. So... because I remember I had an Instagram account right when it came out. So... I remember when it was a big deal that a girl posted a picture in, like, a swimsuit. That's how crazy, like, you know, that was like a crazy thing back then for a girl to post a picture on the internet of her in a swimsuit. Now it's crazy for them to not have an OnlyFans where you can watch them get fucked on camera. How things change, man. Bruh. I mean, I guess that's good, because now I get a better item. What? Bro, they didn't blow up the bomb? Shit. Oh, shit. No power up. Alright, I didn't fall for it that time. No, it didn't give me it. Fuck. I thought I was over enough to the left. Yeah, it's over. I didn't get a power up, so it's GG's. In my rotation of games that I play regularly, Mario Kart, Space Marine 2, and Halo MCC. Those are the main games I play, like, consistently. But I don't really have too many. I'm not really playing any single-player games right now. Oops. Just knocked over my shekel stack. Let's see. Merc with the 2. When are you checking the finals? They have an AV8 TDM. I don't know. That's a hero shooter, right? Or maybe not. I may be thinking of the wrong thing. But I don't know. I've heard decent things about that game. That's like the it's like basically a game show, right? That was the game that they got pissed off over the AI or something like that. Oh yeah, dude, I can't wait for High Garden. Literally my game of the century. I already know it's gonna be the greatest video game I've ever played. Bitches. Oh, fuck. Oops. Oh my god, dude, I'm getting fucking butt fucked every 3 seconds. Jeez. Oh my god. A singular mushroom. Give me something actually good. Just fucking boosts. Why? You're fucking kidding me. Fucking bitches, dude. All the distance I regained, immediately lost. Dude, that shit literally appeared, like, out of nowhere. Somebody literally just got hit right in front of me, and then, boom, another one. I don't want the fucking boomerang! Go away. Give me something good. Holy shit, man. I don't fucking want it! I got the exact same fucking items, just in a different order. God damn it. It's over, man. A fucking super shroom, really? Oh my god, dude. They just want me to lose. They really do. They really do fucking want me to lose. It's brutal. Keep trying harder? I can't try any harder when it gives me dog shit items. It just doesn't matter. If all I get is a fucking boomerang and a triple boost mushroom over and over and over again, you're never gonna fucking gain any ground. The boomerang is fucking worthless because it doesn't even slow people down. And the fucking triple mushroom is like literally nothing. You get those in 3rd place. I didn't get a singular bullet bill. I didn't get triple red shells. I didn't get fucking lightning. I didn't get anything good. Literally nothing. I got a super mushroom at the very fucking end when I was airborne. Like, what the fuck does that do? Nothing. Literally nothing. Alright, after this next one, I guess we'll do videos. Since it's already almost 3. Guys, better support Mario. Okay, that's right. Or else. But nah. This game better give me something actually fucking decent in the form of a power-up. That's all I could say. Like, damn, man, it's brutal. I think I only got like 1 golden shroom that entire time. It's like, that was a terrible fucking RNG run for me that previous race. Alright, what the fuck can I not catch? Wish. Oh, that box fell right behind me.
You're broke!
From 4th to 17th. You can't convince me that God hates me. Truly, I am blessed. Oh my God, man, it's so over. It's so over, dude. Get rid of this stupid fucking boomerang. Nobody wants the boomerang. It's a terrible power-up.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Still depressed over what? My Mario Kart performance? Probably. Oh shit. I thought I was going to get hit. Dude, look at that shit. The person in front of me got a triple red shell. A place ahead. I got a singular fucking red shell. Why am I getting dog shit power-ups in a lower position? Oh, great. I got another fucking boomerang. God damn it. This shit's so rigged, man. It's so fucking rigged. Alright, I actually got a bullet bill, so that's not bad. You're fucking shitting me! Really? Really? Bro! The one time I get something halfway decent, they fucking take it from me half a second later. God damn, bruh. It is brutal out here, guys. You don't even know. They really thought, bro. Holy fuck. Dude, this shit is so rigged. So fucking rigged. Makes me sick. It truly makes me sick. That was your lightning? Brutal. Oh my god.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Hey, alright, there we go. I'll take third place, that's fine. I'll take third place. Oh, it's all so tiresome. Jeez. This game is so high stress. Truly. Very high stress. Ugh. Let's see. So, Schizo Garcia with the 2. Yeah, I got it. I saw your chat earlier. I got it pulled up. And J5150 with the 5. Happy January 6th. I know, man. If only it was really worth celebrating, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. I want to unleash humanity. And President HMV with the 30 months. Hey, Griff, PK just admitted he's Indian. Well, I'm glad he can be honest with who he is. It's important. No one should feel ashamed of who they are. I'm happy for him. And Tim Marco, the 279. Good games. Were they? Were they really good games?
Either subscribe,
I don't know.
donate, or get the fuck out.
I don't know. I don't know if I can honestly say such a thing. It didn't feel very good. It kind of hurt. A lot. And let's see, Elijah with the 9 months. Great, or a good game, bro. I appreciate it. Jesus, man. That shit was brutal. This game can be very stressful, to put it bluntly. Nope, I'll never play Silk Song. I don't have an interest in it. Asking King of Souls with the 2. Yeah, we can check it out. Let's see. Alright, we'll do videos now. Let me pull over the queue onto the other screen. Give me a second while this loads. There we go. Got Weenie Hut Jr. with the 3. Thanks for the gay pair, bro. In these rough times, it's greatly appreciated. Oh, man. That actually kind of made me tired. It's bad, dude. I'm getting old. Age is catching up to me. Fast. Cow is committing vehicular homicide on Peach.
Guard!
And Elijah with the gay pair. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for that. Not even 30. Doesn't matter. I feel older than 30. Some days I just want to lay down and never get up. Ever get up. Yeah, 28 going on 60 feels about right. It's probably about right, honestly. You know what the worst part is after I'm done streaming, I get to go to the gym and then I get to start working. Wowie zowie, man. So not only do I have to take a beating on Mario Kart, I have to go to the fucking gym, and then I get to spend the next 10 hours working in my own wage cage I call an apartment, so shit's brutal. Ask out to Stacy at the gym? No. I don't have a death wish, dude. The embarrassment would make me kill myself. It'll motivate you more? What, getting rejected by a woman? I don't know about that, bro. Maybe, who would motivate you to rope? I don't know. I don't know, that would work. Motivated you to become a chud? Well, I've already arrived. Let's see. Alright, let me swap over the screen. Have I ever asked out a void? 9. I said no. Not the number. Cold approaching is a mistake. Let's see. Why is this not working, bro? Holy fuck. Alright, there we go. The fucking whatever stream dashboard is like completely bugged out. Alright. Whatever. It's slow, but it's at least operable. There we go. I have no idea where the term chud came from. Who knows, bro? Because the place everybody says that it comes from is probably not even the place it came from originally, because someone had to come up with it somewhere else. Ah, man. Alright, we'll see what this is. Oh, I have the wrong headphones on. Shit. Oops. Let's see. So SNK Nostalgia with the 5 gifted membership. Really appreciate it, man. Very kind of you. Much appreciated. Thank you for the positivity, man. But yeah, really appreciate it. Alrighty, let's start. Another video about another movie I haven't seen.
If your enemies had the power to shape your desires and your fears, to mold your hopes and dreams, to define your very understanding of good and evil, surely they would use that power for their own gain. Over the past century, the hostile faction in control of our cultural institutions has used
Which faction?
the art of illusion to remake our moral order and reshape our thoughts and behaviors to conform to their will. At the center of this transformation is the subversion of the very concept of heroism itself, orchestrated through the creation of new heroic archetypes, false role models designed to corrupt us and lead us astray. Walt Kowalski, the protagonist of the critically acclaimed 2008 drama Gran Torino, is one such false role model. Following his wife's death, Walt finds himself living alone in the Detroit suburb of Highland Park.
What about his heckin' doggerino, dude?
A formerly white community turned multicultural ghetto, now plagued by gang wars and inter-ethnic conflict. Alienated from his own ungrateful...
Yeah,
subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Don't you guys hate it when you run into Asian
subscribe,
gangs?
donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Yeah, man, I absolutely fucking hate it when I encounter a bunch of gang member Chinese motherfuckers.
Now plagued by gang wars and inter-ethnic conflict. Alienated from his own ungrateful
The Cholos versus the Chi-Coms. I don't fucking know.
children. and concealing terminal lung cancer from the people around him, Walt tries to live out his final years in peace. Hollywood's archetypal, cranky old white man, Walt is at first presented as inflexible, intolerant, and bigoted.
As in, based.
When Walt catches the young son of his Asian neighbors, Tao Vanglor, attempting to steal his prized Ford Torino in a gang initiation, his prejudices seem to be vindicated. However, he is eventually swayed by their efforts to make restitution, and he gradually comes to befriend the immigrant Vanglor family. Learning to overcome his prejudices, Walt grows to appreciate their foreign ways, and sees that they compare favorably to his own kin. He even forms a bond with Tao, becoming his mentor and father figure. When Tao is attacked and his sister Sue sexually assaulted by a street gang, Walt decides to seek justice on their behalf. Confessing to the young man his guilt over killing a surrendering enemy soldier during the Korean War, Walt gifts Tao his Silver Star medal, locks him in his basement to keep him from risking his own—
The Korean War? How old is this fucker?
—life for vengeance, and goes to confront the gang in his stead. Berating the gang members for their crimes as a crowd of onlookers gathers around, Walt reaches in—
Bro, wasn't the Korean War like in the 50s? How old is this movie? Let's see. 2008. Bro, this guy would have been like 80 fucking years old. Jeez.
To his jacket as if to draw a gun, and they open fire, killing him on the spot. In his hand, they find a cigarette lighter. Walt, unarmed, sacrificed himself for the Vanglor family. The gang members will go to prison for killing an unarmed man. After Walt's funeral—
I mean, that's basically, you know, sacrifice yourself for the diverse future to come.
His last will and testament is read. He leaves his most treasured possession, his Ford Gran Torino, to Tao. His own family, he leaves nothing. The film ends
Boomer moment
as Tao drives the titular Ford Torino down Detroit's Jefferson Avenue. It does not take much reflection to grasp the true subtext of the story. Walt is a symbol of white America. The Vanglors are the non-white immigrants who are displacing American whites, and Walt's Ford Gran Torino is the material and spiritual legacy of Western civilization. The film is a moral fable, and Walt Kowalski is intended as a model of virtue for the white audience, a heroic exemplar for them to imitate. The message of Gran Torino, therefore, is simple. White people have a moral duty to sacrifice themselves for the non-white immigrants who are replacing them, and to gift the civilizational birthright owed to their own children to those immigrants instead.
Yep, reject your own children. Give your money to charity instead. Massive fucking air quotes.
It is an incitement to white racial suicide, masquerading as a story of heroism and redemption. But Gran Torino is no isolated example. The same archetypal narratives have played out for decades on screens across the world, reshaping the minds of millions of people. Through the manipulation of images and the gradual, deliberate fostering of a number of anti-white tropes and memes, Hollywood has meticulously crafted an anti-white narrative that has, over the past century, hijacked almost the totality of Western civilization, as well as the hearts and minds of most of its members. Inside this narrative, ethnic Europeans are framed as the villains of history, only able to play the hero through redemptive self-annihilation. Just a few notable examples should suffice. In Roland Joffe's 1986 historical epic, The Mission, two Spanish Catholic priests turn against their own people to fight on behalf of a foreign tribe, dying as martyrs for their cause. In the 2006 science fiction film, Children of Men, the white protagonist sacrifices his life to protect the unborn child of an African immigrant. In the 2017 superhero film, Logan, the titular hero dies a self-sacrificial death defending border crossers. In the 2019 hit, Knives Out, a wealthy white author kills himself and disinherits his own children from his will, instead giving his family fortune to a Hispanic immigrant.
Yeah, but that's okay, she's hot.
These recurring themes and tropes are not the product of blind coincidence, but the manifestation of the deliberate will of the media controllers and their rationally constructed, systematic campaign to weaken white racial bonds and undermine Western culture. Utilizing their understanding of the imitative nature of the human animal, they advertise ideas and behaviors using the same methods they employ to advertise products, subliminally associating their subversive ideology and the behaviors they seek to condition into the captive audience with moral righteousness, with romantic success and popular adoration, with attractiveness and desirability. Intentionally destructive lies are placed in the mouth of the handsome, heroic protagonist, while hard yet noble truths are espoused by crazed villains. The neurotic, self-loathing.
That's why most people like the villains in movies more so than the heroes, quote unquote, is because the villains are actually real people. All the heroes, massive air quotes, are, you know, just literally propaganda instruments, which is why people naturally reject them and favor the so-called villains, because the villains actually have a, you know, logical, reasonable motivation to do what they do in a lot of cases.
Loser gets the girl and wins the day.
Like, the best example of that is fucking, you know, Avatar, White Guilt the movie. Because, you know, the entire plot of that movie is Earth is dying. They're going to this alien planet to extract resources in order to save humanity. And you're supposed to side with the blue fucking monkeys over the human race. Like, that's the level of subversion that, you know, the Steven Spielbergs of the world expect you to actually have. It's fucking insane. You know, betray your own fucking people in order to fuck some blue monkey alien thing.
Passivity is enough to defeat, even redeem, evil. Strength is punished, weakness is rewarded. Through repeated exposure, these ideas, deliberately calculated to undermine.
Yeah, the ultimate end state male. This is what they want for everyone.
White racial interests are absorbed and internalized by the white audience, reshaping their thoughts and behaviors in accord with the dominating will of the media masters. Providing the passive viewing audience with false models for imitation, these culture distorters, fully conscious of their destructive intent, have redefined our concept.
Marvel, dude! Yeah, anyone who actually thinks comics are anything other than, like, the original form of subversion media, you're an absolute fucking just... You are a fool. Dude, the entire point of comic books from their inception have been to essentially brainwash children in some way, shape, or form, shaping their worldview. Just look into who created those comic companies.
Of what it means to be a hero, and our very understanding of the words good and evil.
And then who funded them.
Traitors are heralded as selfless and noble, their treason against their own people framed as a higher loyalty to humanity. Self-sacrifice for the outsider is presented as the ultimate form of heroism, the path to redemption and even salvation. As a result of this century-long psychological warfare campaign, the white man now lives inside a story authored by those who hate him and seek his destruction, viewing himself and his world through the distorted lens that they have so meticulously crafted. We judge ourselves through their hateful eyes, according to the moral code they have imposed upon us, inside which we are good only when we serve their cause, and bad when we serve our own. We are conditioned to feel guilty every time we take a stand for ourselves, and virtuous only in self-debasement and self-destruction. Through this, our values are completely inverted. We are manipulated into feeling shame when we should feel pride, and pride when we should feel shame. We are trained to treat the outsider with complete trust and confidence, while treating our own with suspicion and contempt. We are conditioned to see victory as defeat, and defeat as victory, to see all that will make us strong as morally evil, and all that will render us weak as morally good. This unnatural moral order was built to harm us. Its creators need our people in a state of weakness and passivity, so that we cannot oppose their designs. They want nothing more than for us to willingly lay down our lives without fighting, because they see us as the enemy. For they understand well Sun Tzu's famous dictum that, quote, supreme excellence consists in breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting. This is why Walt Kowalski sacrificed himself for an immigrant family, not because it was the right thing to do, but because it is what the people who control Hollywood want us to do, and they know that many
Ain't gonna happen on my account.
Of us, deceived by the power of their propaganda, will follow Walt's example. Through the use of these spiritual weapons, modern Western man's resistance has been broken. His spirit has been conquered, and yet he is none the wiser. He thinks himself an autonomous agent, a free man simply acting in accord with good morals and good sense.
Yeah, as long as I can watch my sports ball game, that's all that matters, dude. That's the average male nowadays. It's as long as I can watch my sports ball, why do I care what happens? Dude, I'm gonna drink another beer.
When in truth,
it's basically it. Drink your beer, watch your fucking sports slop, order your DoorDash, jerk off to fucking porn, you know, rinse and repeat. It's sad, man.
He is nothing but a slave to his enemies. It is owing to this state of spiritual subjugation that the modern white man can only feel virtuous when he fights on behalf of the racial outsider, and can scarcely even imagine fighting for his own cause. The very thought is forbidden, heretical. It is why modern white people think they are simply doing the right thing when they welcome foreign hordes into their ethnic homelands, or when they campaign for their own racial and cultural overthrow. They are merely reading from the script that has been written for them, playing their assigned parts, unaware that it was authored by those who seek their destruction. The self-effacing modern white man earnestly believes that, in sacrificing himself for the benefit of those who hate him, he is just being a good person. He never stops to consider that he may unwittingly be doing the bidding of evil men. After all, he is only imitating what Walt Kowalski and 1,000 other Hollywood heroes did, to great acclaim. And weren't they good men? Weren't they heroic? Didn't the world cheer for them? It is time for us to reckon with this revelation, that the mythology of the modern age is corrupted from root to branch. The stories that have shaped who we are were written to deceive us. The men they presented as heroic exemplars to be imitated were false role models leading us to our destruction, Pied Pipers of the silver screen. The villains we have been trained to hate were so often merely the kind of men who might threaten the plans of our enemies. What they championed as redemptive self-sacrifice was merely craven surrender, suicide. The better world they coached us to fight for was a world without us in it. The passivity they told us would overcome evil only ensured its triumph.
Yeah, unfortunately, bro, like, when you watch the original trilogy of Star Wars, like, really, really watch it, you realize how much of just pure fucking boomer slop it is. It's kind of the unfortunate reality, you know. As a kid, you don't really realize it, but then you start looking into, like, what the themes actually are, and you really start to see how much of, like, boomer slop the original trilogy is. Like, the entire thing Lucas, you know, acknowledges is basically, you know, the United States is the evil empire, the Jedi and the rebels are the Viet Cong, and it's an entire analogy for the Vietnam War. Like, that's how boomer coded it is. So, you have, like, once you acknowledge, like, that's what's actually happening, it's like, okay, yeah. The prequels are a lot, I mean, they're still pretty political in nature, but I would say they're a lot less left exclusive than, you know, the original trilogy.
We have all drunk deep from this poisoned well. Lies surround and entangle us, and when we try to free ourselves from them...
No, so basically the Empire is modeled after Nazi Germany, but it's basically, you know, the boomerism of saying that the United States is actually the real Nazis. Oh, the U.S. government. Yeah. Can you shut your fucking schizophrenic ass up? You're getting muted. Go fucking jerk off about how you think you're a game developer or something, you fucking retard. Goodbye. You know, I usually let this fucking schizophrenic talk in the chat, but holy shit. Just spamming the same shit over and over again. Go take your fucking pills. Jesus, bro. How do you know what Lucas was thinking? He literally says... Hold on. See if I can find the clip. Let me see if I can find it. I think this is it.
In school, I was of the, I don't know, angry young man.
Sure, you were a rebel.
I come out of anthropology.
Yeah.
So my focus is science fiction, you got, and the other is social. People react to all those things. And how do they accommodate them?
Yeah.
So that's the part that really fascinates me and I'm interested in.
You did something very interesting with Star Wars, if you think about it. The good guys are the rebels. They're using asymmetric warfare against a highly organized empire. I think we call those guys terrorists today. We call them Mujahideen, we call them Al-Qaeda.
When I did it, they were Viet Cong.
Exactly.
See?
So were you thinking of that at the time?
Yes.
So it was a very anti-authoritarian, very kind of 60s against the man kind of thing.
Boomer slop.
Nested deep inside.
Boomer slop.
Or
a fantasy.
Or a colonial, you know, we're fighting the largest empire in the world.
Right.
Wow, I wonder what that is.
And we're just a bunch of hayseeds in coonskin hats that don't know nothing.
That's right.
And it was the same thing with the Vietnamese.
Yep.
The irony of that one is in both of those, the little guys won.
Right.
And the big, highly technical empire,
the English Empire, right?
The English Empire, the American Empire, lost.
Yeah.
That was the whole point.
But that's a classic us not profiting from the lesson of history, because you look at the inception of this country and it's a very noble fight of the underdog against the massive empire. You look at the situation now where America is so proud of being the biggest economy, the most powerful military force on the planet. It's become the empire from the perspective of a lot of people around the world.
It was the empire during the Vietnam War. But we never learned, you know, from England or Rome or, you know, a dozen other empires that went on for hundreds of years or sometimes thousands of years. We never got it. We never said, well, wait, this isn't the right thing to do. And we're still struggling with it.
And they fall because of failure of leadership or...
Like I said, it's boomer slop. Unfortunately, it's the case. Like, I liked the original trilogy of Star Wars, but you can't deny it's fucking boomer slop. It's pure fucking, like, leftist boomer slop. The prequels have it to a lesser extent. The prequels are more so about, like, the hidden forces within the government pulling the strings behind the scenes, pitting people against each other. So it's not as, like, left-centric. It's more so just a general commentary on the nature of politics. But the original trilogy is definitely fucking anti-American boomer slop.
We find yet more lies. And yet, with the passage of time, many of us are learning to see through their illusions. We readily identify and expose their tropes, memes, and metaphors. We grasp the true destructive intent behind their narratives and decode their esoteric language. And armed with this knowledge, we are inoculated against their propaganda. Their magic is unmasked as a set of simple, repetitive tricks. No longer will we be duped into emulating the false role models they have created, who fight and die for their cause. We will cast off the story that our enemies have imposed upon us, wherein we can only choose between villainy or self-sacrificial death in the false binary they have constructed. We will author our own story, with ourselves as the hero, where our struggles and our trials will once again have meaning. It will be a story in which those who fight for our cause are the heroes, and those who fight against us are the villains, not the misunderstood victims of our own sins. A story in which our historical greatness is a cause for pride and celebration, not crushing shame and guilt. A story that ends with our triumph, not with our defeat and death. We will no longer allow ourselves to be judged according to the moral code of our enemies. We will no longer play the part they have written for us in a tale that ends with their victory and our defeat. We will write our own story, and it will set us free.
Alright, we'll see what this is. I'm definitely gonna... Okay, it's already sped up.
This man's trying to play competition of my team. You are ruining my life. You better leave me alone.
Many people use the internet as a personal diary to share their innermost feelings. Humans are social creatures, and we all have a pervasive desire to communicate with other like-minded people so as to express the things that are on our minds. We've all likely had some kind of outlet, be it a Facebook account for talking to immediate friends and extended family, a Twitter account to aimlessly post about whatever political ideology feels right at that moment, a Tumblr account for
Rogue Internet Man is I have no idea who the fuck this guy is. So...
blogging NSFW gifs, or a Reddit account if you really hate yourself. You know, the finer
Don't
points of the
ask
human
me.
experience. Everybody has the freedom to go online and talk about whatever's currently getting tossed around in their thinking muscle. We've all got this ability. You, me, your best friend, your grandma, the crazy guy down the road that perpetually has his hand in his pants, and even world leaders. This type of freeform individualism will always land somebody in one of the following categories. Vocal idiots. A person who routinely allows their dumbest thoughts to fall out of their mouth or travel onto the web through their fingers. These folks always have something dumb to say, and they aren't even aware that they're insufferable slack-jawed idiots. They're usually heavy into politics or other controversial topics, and rest assured that regardless of whatever stance they take, they will always make their side of the arguments look totally brainless and pathetic. Nobodies. These make up the vast majority of accounts that are active online. They're usually faceless, having little unique or identifying info, and rarely contribute anything beyond a passing comment. As such, these guys make up most online traffic. They're people that are simply trying to get from point A to point B. They're not here to make a name for themselves, they just exist. Perverts. There's no denying that people feel a sense of liberation by being able to divulge in the most depraved of interest. Some people are just randy little bastards that want some good old-fashioned pounding, and then you have others that get their rocks off through the most unusual of means. Furries, findom, campsites, Rule 34. There are plenty of communities and topics that are built around adult content, and you'll never find a normal, well-put-together person in this clique. Creatives. This can range from people who bring their ideas to life through illustrations, to musicians looking to find an audience for their brand of music, to the most dedicated to programmers that are just trying to pave their own way in the software engineering field. Anybody that comes online to make a name for themselves by sharing their passion projects tends to fall into this category, for better or for worse. This normally houses a lot of people who are on the autism spectrum, and while not all of them are reactive, a good majority of them tend to follow the same
the autism spectrum
process as the vocal idiots mentioned before. Nutcases. The smaller demographic you'll find online is the open and clearly visible wackos that inhabit every
Troons.
community. They can range from semi-coherent to totally deranged, each one offering a new, unusual way of looking at the world. Their perception of reality is usually built on eccentric optimism or unjustified paranoia, and pretty much every single one of these people are unaware that they're different. Mentally ill people tend to find their way around online, looking for answers to the questions they have about the environment that they found themselves in, looking for a place to belong in a society where they don't fit in. I, being a man of culture, have spent many years documenting a selection of these groups, and I have to say that while I appreciate the intricacies of what creatives can put out and the random things that nobody's boldly post under media they find around the web, I certainly cannot hate laughing at loudmouth morons. I find a weird sense of comfort from looking at crazy people. I grew up listening to the Howard Stern show and gawking at the plethora of crazies that are just floating around in every electronic service. While yes, I do make sarcastic comments about these people, and it's undeniably an unhealthy hobby, I do find the stories of exceptionally different individuals to be enthralling. While I may see the day as another calm, peaceful addition to the
Okay, bro, get to the point. Jeez. We're 5 minutes in almost, and he hasn't even mentioned what the actual topic is.
backlog of days that it passes this blue and green ball started spinning, a LOLCOW or unmedicated schizophrenic might see a greater government conspiracy.
Like, you're just wasting oxygen at this point.
Involving adrenochrome and laser beams, or that there are stealthy extraterrestrials walking among us who have integrated within our society. I find that suspension of belief to be strangely captivating. While what they say is almost always objectively false, it's intriguing to try to understand their way of thinking. You know, like what makes them tick? What excites them? What is their reasoning for getting out of bed in the morning? Are they even aware that what they're saying is totally and completely bonkers? Do they even care? These are the heavier thoughts I've had about this stuff, and while I don't have a clear answer, I'll happily continue to try and understand what is going on, even if I'm not a trained professional. That being said, sometime back I released a video about the world of gang stalking and the targeted individuals that are persistently victimized by their oppressors, with their stalkers ranging from being people in their lives to shadow organizations and cabals. These folks are working tirelessly to bring down a collection of people for no particular rhyme or reason. In that video, I tease the prospect of talking about today's subject, a person who has gained a cult following online for the unusual things he says, some of the ghastly views of his mouth that we've had the opportunity to observe, his recollections of his day-to-day life, and the royal lineage that has led up to his existence. This person is none other than Tony Chase, one of
literally 5 minutes. Holy shit, bro. God damn. Like, that did not need to be in there. Like, 5 minutes of just blabbering. This is my issue with video essays. It's like, either they're using AI to pad out the scripts, or they're just literally trying to fill the, I guess, space for whatever, like, arbitrary fucking time limit they're trying to hit. I don't know. Bill Herb with the 10 hot take. Empires are great and have done more for the world than the negative they brought. Oh, absolutely. Especially European empires. And even hotter take, the British Empire was too nice. I agree. The British Empire was too nice. That was its biggest flaw. So, no, I mean, look at every place the British Empire went, or any other, European colonial force went. All of those places literally benefited from the Europeans' technology. When they arrived, there weren't even wheels in Africa. Like, the Africans hadn't even invented the wheel yet. Like, that's the level of, I guess, primitive nature that we're talking about. Like, a lot of these places didn't even have, like, basic fucking shit, like the fucking wheel. So, and to this day, you know, African colonial areas still use the European, like, infrastructure. India still uses the predominantly British railroads that, you know, the British built and still maintain to this day, by the way. Because the Indian government can't maintain them, so they have to hire foreign companies to come in and do it for them. So, you know, everybody loves to hate on the fact that the Europeans colonized them, but they sure as shit don't want to give up all the technology and development that those colonial forces provided. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting. But yeah, pretty much every dominant area in, you know, pretty much Asia, Africa, any developed area in those places pretty much were a former, you know, European colony. Like, you think of Hong Kong, Singapore, you know, Bombay, India. You know, most of those places were former colonial areas. And the Europeans are the ones that built them up in the first place. Just like when the Romans, you know, colonized, you know, think about the UK. London was a former, you know, Roman town. Paris was a Roman town. Madrid was a Roman town. Like, all the major cities in Europe, for the most part, are, you know, former, like, Roman cities. They're the ones that built them in the first place, so many such cases. But yeah, as a whole, you know, empires pretty much, for the most part, other than in, like, the case of, you know, the Ottoman Empire, which genuinely fucking destroyed most of the Middle East and parts of Europe as well with Islam. But yeah, for the most part, European empires or even some Asian empires have been a net benefit for those conquered and then brought into the fold. To be fair, China had better tech than other countries. Yes and no. So the Romans during their time had the most advanced civilization. Now, post-Roman Empire, you're correct. Then yes, the Chinese had better technology. But during the era of the Roman Empire, that was the most advanced civilization on planet Earth. I mean, think about it this way. It took pretty much 1,500 years post-fall of Rome in order for us to have comparable sewage systems to what was already in place in the city of Rome and is still being used to this day. But, yeah. My guy, all I'm going to tell you is this. If Indians are so fucking smart and they were so advanced, why is that place an open-air dumpster? That's the only question I need you to answer. If Indians are so smart and India is such a wonderful fucking place and they're so technologically advanced, why is it literally an open-air dumpster with rivers that are the most polluted on planet Earth? Why does it have one of the highest rates of poverty if it's so fucking wonderful? Why is it that Indians want to live everywhere other than India? If it's so great. You know, wouldn't Europeans be flocking to move to India and not the other way around? You know, I'm just throwing that one out there. Just throwing that out, you know? If this place is so wonderful, why is everyone trying to get the fuck out of it and flee to the places that you claim are, you know, less intelligent? So much less advanced when it comes to science and technology, dude. You know, wouldn't the country that, you know, developed the greatest minds in human history be the greatest place to live? Just food for thought. Their rivers are only dirty during the day. That's right, man.
You're fucking poor!
Let's see. Hold on.
I can't afford this
Yeah,
shit!
here we go. World's most polluted cities. India. Wait, fuck. Why did it click? Hold on. Let's see. Load. Holy shit, dude. Really? There we go. India, 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 India. Muslim India. India, 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 India. Muslim India. India, India, India. Muslim India. India, 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 India. India, 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 India. Are we picking up a trend? Is everybody picking up a trend here? Like, what percentage of the top 50 most polluted cities on planet Earth are in India? Almost every single fucking one of them. The best and the brightest, though. Oh my god. Is there even a singular European city on this list? Nope. There we go. Alright, glad we settled that. Anyway, moving on.
One of the most important people to ever exist. In today's video, we'll be broadly going over his story, dissecting the various happenings of the macrocosm that is his life, and the impact that he's had on the internet. Buckle up. This one's gonna be a doozy.
Hey guys, this is another thing of importance in reference to penis size and balls.
Tony Chase, whose real name is Mark Anthony Ray, is an up-and-coming internet personality that has built an audience by breaking down the many events that happen in his day-to-day life. He was born on December 12, 1971. He regularly uploads nonsensical videos to YouTube without any filters or editing. Just a stream of consciousness that continues until he's either too angry to keep recording, or he believes that he has properly explained his point. And spoiler warning, none of his points ever make sense.
The satellite man that did this shit to my bike again? Man, I'm not fucking with you, you sick, ugly piece of shit government fucking Better stay out of my royal life, you motherfucker.
Tony is very, very mentally ill, suffering from schizophrenia. This mental deficit has impacted his ability to accurately and reliably perceive the world around him, and as such he hallucinates and unknowingly shares inaccurate information when venting to the camera. This unfortunately makes Tony an unreliable narrator, so during this video you'll have to take everything he says with a grain of salt, but it's a lot more interesting to assume that he's actually correct and is telling the honest-to-God truth. And I can't believe I have to say this, but just because he's not mentally well does not mean that he is a bad person or deserves to be attacked for the way he is. This is not something he has control over, and it's stupid to make him a target for pointless harassment. Realistically, he won't even respond to most stimuli because he's too caught up with the things that are currently happening in his personal life, or at least the things that he thinks are happening. But sadly, I have to make a disclaimer because idiots are always going to take things too far. He's claimed to be the result of a long-lasting dynasty of royal blood being passed down from generation to generation, with the purest genetics known to man, allowing him to have a magnificent and highly sought-after penis, renowned for its shocking length. Tony is no mere peasant, as he controls many massive corporations and conglomerates that his family has bestowed upon him as a birthright. He also believes that he was supposed to inherit trillions of dollars from his family's estate, but of course the money was taken from right under him because the government decided that
he was a Rothschild, I guess.
It was theirs. They created fake birth certificates and subsequently
they're the only ones with trillions to throw around.
Held him hostage. I warned you guys, Tony is a little different.
I'm gonna try to get up off the toilet now. They're still hitting me in the teeth while I'm sitting on the toilet too.
Are you actually trying to use cum skin as some sort of racial slur, bro? Really? Do you actually think that actually, like, even remotely offends anybody? Like, you really think you're doing something by saying, oh, dude, the cum skin? Like, really, bro? Really? You think you're doing something with that?
I can't afford this shit!
Is that your weak-ass fucking attempt to try and be fucking offensive? If anything, it's more offensive that you think I would find that offensive than you actually saying it in the first place. Let's see. Let me read the super chats. Jay just enjoyed the... Yeah, that's fine. Bill Hur with the 2. Are we living in Sodom and Gomorrah society? Yeah, pretty much, I would say, at this point. I think it's pretty much undeniable that we have a pretty degenerate society for the most part. I would say we have a pretty fucking degenerate society, to put it lightly. Bill Herb with the... Oh, wait, no. No, wait, you sent 2. Bill Herb with the 2. I'm guessing one Alex, right?
Nigger Hal Hitler.
There you go. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Band that you eat now. No, we'll see what he has to say. I don't see anything. But, yeah, we'll wait and see. Bill Herb with the 5. Was Rome always set to fall? No, they imported too many immigrants. Gee, I wonder what that's like. Do you think it could have been avoided? Yep. Or had the empire become too corrupt? No, it became too diverse. Quite literally. They started handing out citizenship. And also... You know, they stopped having children, and, you know, they basically relied on the military to be, you know, staffed by Germanic mercenaries who essentially decided, hey, why don't we just take this shit over in the first place? Like, they're already paying us. Why don't we just run it instead? But yeah, basically that's what happened. Too many foreigners. Well, yes, in terms of racial slurs, the whites are better at that. They certainly are very good at that. Is that your cope, bro? That's the cope. I thought India was a nest of ancient wisdom and knowledge. You're telling me in your rich and fabled 2,000-year history of literally inventing all science and math, you couldn't come up with one funny thing to say about white people? Really? The best you have is cum skin? Disappointing. Very, very disappointing. Let's see. So, Benfamous J Many Pro 2. Hopefully I said that right. The 33 months, it's Griffin. Who, this guy? With the massive penis? Nah. It's incredibly above average. That's it. It's incredibly just above average. So, we're talking... I mean... It's a respectable size. Not 7 inches, but definitely over 6. So, I can't really complain, but I'm not walking around with a fucking, you know, Thor's hammer swinging between my legs. But, yeah. This guy apparently, like, if I remember correctly, says he has like a 15-inch cock. So, definitely not me. Bill Herb with the 5. There's a part in India that's more East Asian populated, and as soon as you get to the Indian populated part, the river pollution tripled. Yeah. No, it's... I mean, look at the areas in Canada where the high concentrations of Indian immigrants live. They're having massive fucking problems with river pollution now, which they never had in the past. Shocking. But yeah, there's like entire sections of the river in Canada that have been basically completely filled in with garbage, and they just so happen to be high immigrant dense areas. But yeah. Shocker. When you import the third world, you become it. Shocking. Estimating nostalgia of the two. Hello, I am from the Microsoft. You are wrong. Exactly. Please provide the 3 digits on the back of your credit card. Afford this shit. Yeah, dude, I got actually a scam call. I think it was yesterday about my credit card, actually, from Visa MasterCard again. Incredible, man. Too dumb to realize that Visa MasterCard is not the same company. But yeah, the other one I have too is like this mortgage fraud thing where, you know, it's like basically them trying to claim that I pulled out a mortgage loan or something and they need to confirm my payment details. And then like, like, I don't know how people fall for this shit, bro. Like, as soon as you hear the accent, you should just hang up. You hear the accent, hang up. Like, it's just so obvious. But, yeah. I don't know, dude. Alright, why the fuck? There we go. And Bill Hurd with the 2, cum skin power. Yeah, indeed. Very disappointing racial slur. I expected better from the creators of everything. VTubing enthusiast with the 2. Alright, let me see.
I can't afford this shit!
We're probably going to hit time on all these videos at some point because there's not enough. It's already 4 and I got to get off around 6, so. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Anywho, Brand. Yeah, we'll get to it. I have it in the queue of stuff, so. We just have to get through these videos, so.
The fact that he is horrifically unwell, he has managed to hold down a few jobs in the time since he's made his debut onto the internet.
I don't know if we'll finish this entire one. Like, an hour and a half is way too fucking long, but we'll see.
Discuss his career history a touch
We'll
more
see
later
how
on,
it goes.
but it's worth noting
If the pacing is as slow as it's been, we'll see.
that Tony is a capable man. He had a CDL until the Satellite Man put an end to that. He's worked in retail and various types of hands-on jobs. He's definitely capable and can follow directions, but he's just so heavily afflicted by his problems that he becomes unpredictable. And in a work environment, that is a recipe for disaster. The reason why he lost his CDL is because he was unable to renew it after failing a CDL refresher course. This course was required due to some issues he had in regards to his power steering, which had been tampered
Yeah, a lot of these channels try to mirror Medicur's kind of speech pattern and also shitty mic quality.
with by the government, or at least that's what he claims.
Hey guys, doing this is very important in reference to the crime.
It has a timeless feel to it.
The government has to be charged for trying to murder me as their way of blocking me from being a truck driver. And, you know, they haven't compensated me at all, not received any monies at all, you know, and they intentionally sabotaged my truck driving test at the state test. Satellite Man was burning my face and teeth when I was in the truck, trying to park the truck. Plus, they sabotage the truck, you know.
Tony definitely has a selection of varying traits, and his resourcefulness is definitely one of them. I can't help but commend Tony for trying to stay afloat in this awful economy that we've all found ourselves in. And unlike the many people I've talked about before that would much rather sit on their ass and collect a government check every month, Mr. Chase goes out of his way to contribute to society so he can earn a nice tidy pay. That is a stand-up man, ladies and gentlemen. Tony has generated a massive digital footprint by creating accounts for himself on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, various adult websites, forums, and blogs. His entire online presence, when not being briefly used to talk about how awesome his life is and how everybody else is below him, is to spread awareness of his arch nemesis, the dreaded Satellite Man. We'll touch on this character more later on in the video, but the skinny of it is that the Satellite Man is someone that Tony is convinced is actively burning his teeth and attempting to steal his impressive and lengthy tallywhacker. He's essentially a scapegoat character to explain Tony's dental problems, why he gets sick, and so that way he has someone or something to blame whenever he experiences an inconvenience or undergoes misfortune. Due to the fact that Tony cannot be trusted to chronicle the actual happenings of his past and current day-to-day life, we have to just play along with the schizophrenic delusions that he divulges in. He may occasionally tell the truth, but the bigger picture gets obfuscated by his word salad and general nonsense. There's likely some truth mixed in with his various warped beliefs, but there's always noticeable leaps in logic whenever he's sharing what's on his mind. Tony has made numerous claims of growing up in the sun-soaked state of California, specifically in Hollywood. According to family members of his that have shared details about his history, he worked as a child actor and landed a few minor roles, but it ultimately never amounted to much. Some astute investigators also checked his previous address history, and they discovered that his name was registered to an apartment in West Hollywood at one point. So, like I said, there's a chance that he's telling the truth in between his incorrect recollections. For example, he has undergone some kind of speech therapy. This is not uncommon, as there are many children that have noticeable speech impediments, those who struggle with pronouncing certain types of words, and who could forget those with a tongue-choking lisp. His reasoning for receiving assistance for his speech is not because he had some difficulties with talking properly, but rather he was shot in the face and had to undergo speech therapy as part of his rehabilitation post.
He kind of looks like Chuck. Kind of. I mean, maybe if he was fatter. I don't know. Not really. Bill Hurd with the 5. I love when the Jeets try showing what they're building like 1,000 years ago and say Europe was savages, also ignoring Rome and Greece. Well, dude, even ignoring, like, you know, all the churches and massive, you know, structures that were built even through the so-called Dark Ages. Like, that's the ironic part. Like, the most iconic piece of Indian architecture is the Taj Mahal, which was literally built by Arabs, not Indians. And on top of that, the Indians didn't maintain it properly when the Arabs left, so now it's, like, falling apart. So, yeah. That's the even funnier part of it. So their most iconic piece of architecture is literally not even built by Indians. So, many such cases. Slappy McSlapster with the 4 months. We'll see if we have time. I don't know. We're getting... Again, this like too many videos, so we'll see. We'll see. I mean, how many is it after this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, yeah, we'll see. No promises. Let's see. So Bill Hurd with the 5, and they forgot they are nothing now, so it doesn't matter what they were when. What they were when. Now they're a polluted dump. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, exactly. I agree. Look at the current state of the country versus, you know, the current state of Europe. Which one would you rather live in? Europe or India? Even Indians don't want to live in India.
Surgery. I don't buy that this happened for a second, but it's certainly a lot more entertaining to take what he says as the gospel.
He's doing. That Satellite Man just communicated. He said he dared me to claim that I outranked him or something. Do you own Smith & Wesson or do I? Do you own Winchester or do I? Do I own the NRA or do you? Do I own military installations and weapons corporations in this country or do you? Do I own air fighter jet manufacturing and commercial jet manufacturing? Do I own 165,000 gas stations around the fucking world? Or is it you? Or am I the owner? Do I own John Deere tractor or do you? Do I own Freightliner or International or Peterbilt? Or do you? Do I own Mack Truck? What companies do you think I own? Do I own General Motors? Or do I own Lamborghini, Ferrari, Chevrolet? What do you own, motherfucker?
Another example is his claims of being kidnapped as a child. Due to his alleged royal blood and high value in the market, Tony has proposed a theory that he was kidnapped by nefarious actors who would lift him from the streets where he was residing. California, North Carolina, New York, the location was not important. He said that his mother sent truancy officers to where he was being held because he wasn't in school. This is why the kidnappers would later falsify details about his identity via the Greenfield document. The Greenfield document is a false birth certificate created by his spooky government kidnappers. In his mind, this is when he was assigned the name Tony Chase. In reality, it's far more likely that this is actually his real birth certificate, but he'll happily fight burnt tooth and nail to clear his name of the false one. We'll discuss why I keep bringing up his teeth shortly. Trust me, I know I keep saying things are coming, but it's horrifying and worth it. I'd also like to point out that there's a distinct possibility that truancy officers were summoned to his place of living because he was just missing school.
Nah, dude, he's not a schizo. He's just speaking the truth.
You know, something entirely different than what he was alleging was happening to him. It really doesn't make sense to send officers over for something like that when he was actually being held against his will. If his mom sent them, why wouldn't they be over there in reference to an abducted child? I know, I'm reading too far into it, but Tony's story is really just something. Some of Tony's family members have come forward to shed light on the mysterious life that he lives. His brother, Robert Ray, did divulge that Tony has 3 siblings in total, 2 brothers and a single sister. This same brother, Robert, can be seen in the video titled, I Am Not Robert Ray. Robert Ray is the person that is on the porch in this video. We can see good old Robbie hanging out on Tony's porch. He was likely trying to spend time with his blood, but unfortunately, Tony is often too far gone to withstand cordial conversations over coffee and lunch. Tony believes that people are accusing him of being Robert Ray, and let's be fair here, people who are following him around online likely call him Robert just to push his buttons. He'd go on to post a video where he clears the air regarding this topic so nobody will confuse him for Mr. Ray, and also let the government know to eat shit. Tony gives sound, reasonable logic as to why and how he's not Robert Ray.
Hello, how you guys doing? This is very important in reference to many things, but important to lighting is what it is. This government man has tried to call me Robert Ray. And I don't know if Robert Ray's involved in this. I don't think he is. But I'm the child of my mother and father. The role protocol in the media is my identity, not Robert Ray's identity. They've been doing this shit. You know, Robert Ray had like a scar on his face.
Let's see. Bill Hurd with the 2. Apparently a Troonie attacked JD Van. Yeah, I heard about that. He tried to break in with like a hammer or something. Yeah. I saw. The dude looked fucking deranged too, so. But, dude, there's violence on both sides.
The satellite man or these government people have tried to put a scar right here, which is not in the royal protocol. It's not, you know, if there's any damage on my...
I guess he forgot about the fact that, you know, JD Vance doesn't live in his fucking Ohio home anymore.
My body, other than what has been in the royal protocol, in reference to birthmarks, beauty marks, and scars. And if the satellite man was burning on me, the satellite man has to get arrested. These people, the satellite man and his people are trying to play tricks. You know, I have a scar right here, scar here on my lip. Had a beauty mark here that they burnt off with the satellite. It's a real birthmark. And had another birthmark somewhere on the cheeks. They burnt that too. These people trying to steal my birthmarks and beauty marks and documented scars from when I was little. Many things are important. They're trying to make me birth right now.
Some of his nieces have shared their opinions and feelings toward their uncle. One of them expressed that he was a loving and enjoyable person when he was younger, prior to heading out to California. It's her belief that he was somehow changed by external sources, such as whatever people he was surrounded by when he was in Hollywood, which caused an immediate steep decline in his mental acuity. It's entirely possible that his mental health issues are caused by a deep-rooted trauma, or perhaps he suffered an injury, or maybe he did drugs that left a permanent mark on him. There's no way to truly know, but odds are he was already mentally ill prior to heading out there, and there was either something that worsened his symptoms or it just happened naturally. Another niece gave him even further information about his childhood, particularly that there might be a touch of truth to Tony's claims that he was kidnapped. She shared that his immediate family, like his mom, his siblings, the works, were often moving due to domestic issues with his father. This was a recurring problem for them that likely traumatized the children that were present, especially Tony. She also claimed that there was no evidence for Tony abusing any kind of narcotics. This is highly unlikely as Tony's aunt, who was his landlord as she owned his current house until she passed, had informed Tony that she had discovered several pipes around his house. He shifted the blame onto his deceased brother Ronald, likely because he wouldn't be able to protest these assertions. However, there's stronger evidence for his drug use that goes far beyond just what his family recalls. Tony's notoriety online is largely due to his squabbles with his arch-nemesis, the Satellite Man. This character, also referred to as the Satellite Controller and the Government Man, serves as the primary antagonist in Tony's story, and he's been battling the seemingly unstoppable force for about 15 years. Tony first started publicly talking about his enemy all the way back then. He has an IMDb profile under the name Royal Prince Rockefeller Hughes. This caught the attention of various folks online, leading to people to start posting about the things that Tony talked about on his accounts around the web. On October 12th,
Rockefeller Hughes. Jesus.
Well, 2010, user Batcheck on the Whirlpool forums created a post to spread awareness of what he had discovered. Came across this Hollywood actor on IMDb the other day. Reading the first few sentences of his resume and looking at the length of it, this guy is suffering some deep mental illness. He claims to be the only son of deceased billionaire Howard Hughes, and he's approximately 21 to 25 years old. Obviously, he's unaware that Hughes died 30 years ago. Worth a read for a good laugh. I'm tempted to ring him and say I'm Michael Bay and want him to star in Transformers 4. This was merely a stepping stone toward the notoriety that Tony would eventually attain. He had created a YouTube channel in January of that year and began to record himself and his thoughts, thus beginning the wider spread of Tony's web-based misadventures. These videos served as everyone's real introduction to the Satellite Man and the many injustices that he would throw onto Tony.
How y'all doing? In reference to the government and their torture tracking games of them spying on my face and them burning my mouth and lips and teeth. That is attempted murder. That bleeds the mouth, that bleeds the anatomy. And their government people playing this game of their people.
The Satellite Man is Tony's catch-all for any plight in his life. The vile actions of this person or group range from the following: burning Tony's teeth, causing him intense neck and ear pain; attempting to assassinate people. He is sometimes successful but inconsistent; theft of property, including businesses, assets, and status; poisoning and choking Tony's pet cats; dismantling technology in Tony's home, such as appliances like computers, light fixtures, those sort of things; stealing semen and eggs from his targets; sabotaging opportunities for Tony, such as his jobs and any potential relationships with people that he may have. It's worth noting that this isn't everything that is perpetuated by the Satellite Man, and it's very likely that he or it has somehow caused every single problem in Tony's personal life, despite the lack of the Satellite Man's tangible existence. Simply put, the Satellite Controller is more of Tony's own personal boogeyman. He's always got somebody to fear and shift the blame onto whenever he feels so inclined.
This is American. I'm telling you, leave my American pet alone, you motherfucker. I'm gonna need a plastic bag to put over your fucking government fucking head in the courtroom, so you can fight for your fucking air to breathe, motherfucker. You better leave my cat alone! I am not fucking around with you, you fucking piece of shit. And all governors and mayors.
Bro, that's like Ricardo telling people to leave his cat alone.
Are you advocating this Satellite Man and his fucking terrorism? This home wrecker? This fucking terrorist? Are you advocating the lies and the tricks of these satellite controllers? You better quit hitting me in the fucking teeth, government man, or I'm gonna bust you in your fucking mouth in the courtroom. Show up!
motherfucker!
The satellite controllers operate inside control rooms around the world, likely stashed away in some clandestine spot. The
Bro, what if this is Ricardo? That'd be brutal.
Individuals who play the role of the satellite man are German and or Middle Eastern, making Tony view them as high-level Nazi terrorists that are working under and with the assistance of the U.S. government. This makes the feds complicit in the harassment of Tony and whoever else they've got in their crosshairs. Despite appearing to be a spooky league of anonymous villains, Tony identified one member by name, referring to them as Sergeant Hill. This guy is apparently the primary person behind all of the attacks that have transpired since the very beginning. The satellite man's main form of attack is to use directed energy weapons to burn Tony's teeth, face, neck, arms, legs, and really anywhere else on his body. Tony once uploaded a video where he pulled his lips back to reveal the extensive damage done to his choppers, blaming the destruction on German and Middle Eastern laser beams. The burns are noticeably on the front of his teeth, and as such, they've rotted to just about their core from the outside in. Most people upon seeing this footage assume that he neglected his dental hygiene, and while that is most likely a major contributing factor, most others come to the conclusion that he's smoking crack. This, in my opinion, makes the most sense. Crack is generally cheap in comparison to powder cocaine, and it offers an immediate high, all at the low cost of your mental and physical health. Odds are that Tony likes to get high, or used to anyway, and crack cocaine was his vice of choice. This bit of partying permanently damaged his smile and his fragile mental fortitude, making him the almost incomprehensible person that he is today. And you know, all things considered, it could also be meth. Then again, I'm not a drug addict, so what would I know?
You did to my teeth, man. Look at those black marks. Those are laser marks on the teeth. Laser burns. Laser burns. And my dentist needs to go on television and state the facts that those are laser burns on the teeth.
The entire claim that a third party is causing him physical pain lines up with the mindset of gang-stalking victims, who are convinced that not only are they being stalked by a series of people that operate in the shadows, but they also use energy weapons to damage their victims. This also seems to be more prevalent at night. As he's mentioned, it's impacted his sleep schedule. A lack of sleep can worsen mental health problems and also generally dull your quick wits. Tooth pain can also happen more frequently at night due to increased blood flow to the head when laying down. And Tony might grind his teeth a bit during his naps. You know, not to suggest that he has enough teeth to necessitate grinding them. Tony's belief is that the government is intentionally frying his choppers because he has perfect, immaculate pearly whites with no imperfections, and the satellite controllers wanted to take that from him. He attempted to protect himself from the actions of the government, despite his precautions being unable to prevent his internal pain whenever his protective gear is on the outside of his body. In fact, sometimes the pain even worsens when he tries to fight against it, and this has convinced him that his rivals are hitting him even harder in retaliation. He's used a variety of different gear, topicals, and
the average tweaker, maybe so.
Bodily guards to try to prevent himself from experiencing further pain. This ranges from, but is not limited to, band-aids and face masks in conjunction with aspirin cream, a wrist brace, athletic tape, Gotex pads, topical creams and ointments. The satellite man has also attempted to steal Tony's identity, beyond just trying to kidnap him when he was a young man. The reason why they want to assume his role is because they're after his inheritance and his regal status. Well, for starters, Tony is a citizen of the United States of America, and according to the Constitution in Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8, what Tony claims about his royal title is a bunch of hogwash. No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States, and no person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of the Congress, accept any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind whatever from any king, prince, or foreign state. So Tony's claims about being royalty and having a title of nobility is nothing more than one of his many delusions. He alleges that the intent to take his identity is so that way they can damage his reputation, so people would be convinced that he's a drug-abusing criminal instead of a harmless victim of stalking. Remember, it's because he's followed around to the ends of the earth by a kleptocracy. This is obviously his mental illness responding to onlookers accusing him of doing drugs and living an unclean lifestyle.
That's an American cat, and you need to get deported. Have you murdered white people's pets, Satellite Man? You need to go to court, no matter what. You're not going to ruin my relations with my friends that are African American or black.
Another dastardly tactic used by his opposition is the attempted theft of Tony's penis. For whatever reason it may be, Tony has an unusual obsession with talking about his ding-dong. It's apparently quite impressive, coming in at a whopping 41 inches. However, we have yet to feast our eyes upon his mighty hang-low. I guess we'll just have to take his word for it. Some have theorized that Tony's bizarre infatuation with phalluses might be some kind of repressed homosexuality that he's refusing to let out, especially since his current YouTube channel is named I'm Not Gay, Not Ever. I think it's more so that he just values his pecker's impeccable prowess. The satellite man views large Johnsons as a threat to society. You know, a major problem that needs to be dealt with. Considering Tony allegedly has a trunk in his pants, that makes him target number one for his enemies. He also alleges that his parents somehow embedded actual diamonds into his penis for identification purposes. And I just have to assume that perhaps the satellite man might just be after those little rocks if he's actually trying to steal Tony's skin flute. He also thinks that, because the satellite controllers are partly German, that they believe testosterone is produced in the shaft of his hose, which most likely is another contributing factor to the controllers wanting to run off with his meat.
Do you really have a brain? You thought a person's sexuality or potency of their activity of sexual interest you thought was produced in the shaft of the penis?
Bruh, 41's not even a leg. That's like an entire body.
Are you just a dirty
That's
gay
like a torso.
German that's fucking stupid as shit? The reason why a lot of gay Germans or people with big balls are sex addicts is because testosterone is produced in their gay balls. That's why you got big nuts.
All Tony can really do about the satellite bastards is go into whatever social media service he chooses and demand that they be brought to justice. He often requests that the government enforce their own laws and bring down the evil folks that are burning his teeth and penis. Considering that he's under the impression that the same government is in on the con, it's unlikely that they'd ever do anything to correct their actions. Governments are prone to covering up sensitive information that can make them look bad, and I just can't imagine they'd be too happy if they were suddenly widely known for their involvement in the burning of Tony's teeth and the attempted heist on his doodads. Honestly, given what we know about the feds today, I wouldn't even be shocked if they were actually doing that kind of stuff with taxpayer money. Maybe one day we'll see a news headline about how an administration worked hard to cover up their Peter theft ring, and what various spy movie gadgets they used in the process. Considering the theft of his wedding tackle is a major point of contention for Tony, I think this is a good time to mention that Tony has delusions about what is nestled between his legs. One of Tony's more recent claims is that he is intersex, or in his own words, a hermaphrodite or hermaphrodite. I'm serious, he calls himself a hermaphrodite, a person who was born with both sets of sex organs. There's a very good chance that Tony is experiencing some kind of dysphoria, but I'm not an authority on the subject. He started claiming that he was in possession of both apparatuses in early 2023, going on about how each set of organs is still entirely functional. This obviously includes his penis, testes, vagina, and ovaries. This can happen to people who are intersex, but it is very uncommon, and usually there's just vestigial tissue from the non-functional bits that reside somewhere on their body. Hell, he's even had mail sent to his address that refers to him as Mark Ray Hermaphrodite. He's under the impression that he would be able to impregnate himself and birth his own children. This is a major factor in why this—
Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is why some people should just be euthanized.
satellite man is
At the very least, lobotomized.
Targeted him, intending to take control of Tony's odds and ends to create babies via his sperm and eggs. His ability to reproduce with himself makes him a protected class, or at least that's what he thinks. This means that any person who offends him should be prosecuted beyond what the fullest extent of the law allows. It's arguably the most heinous crime that could ever be committed. And how dare you victimize Tony after years of his teeth being burned? The fact that he has both tools makes him quite the attractive specimen for individuals that might want to copulate with him. In his eyes, this makes him quite the lucrative catch for lesbian women, and thus he started to refer to himself as a lesbian. But this self-appointed title is inconsistent at best. Him identifying as a lesbian calls his whole not gay, not never thing into question. His intersex status is something that he alleges affects his entire bloodline, and by that, I mean he's suggesting that every single person in his family tree is also intersex. In an interview with an admin of the Tony Chase Wiki, which by the way, you guys are fucking awesome and were a massive help in researching this video, Tony confirmed that his royal lineage was under attack by Hitler due to them being multi-tooled. Like I said, I'm not an authority on these kinds of things, but I can't help but feel like it'd be a tremendous strike of luck for his entire family to have the same exact condition. This whole thing implies that two people of the same ailment were able to meet each other and then produce more people like them, and so on and so forth.
Well, my parents, in reference to my family, 100 plus relatives got murdered in the Holocaust, and they were all hermaphrodites. Adolf Hitler's
what?
people who murdered them. And my grandparents were hermaphrodites, my mother and father, both sides hermaphrodites. 100% hermaphrodites, both sides of the family. That's the only way to get a hermaphrodite. Otherwise, they only have, if somebody steals a baby, they'll only have like one ovary. Yeah, but as opposed to they only have one instead of two.
I know he's just saying crazy things and I'm reading way too far into it. But how does he think this is even possible? The statistical probability for that is arguably incalculable. This is yet another example of his failing mental health.
Yeah, my hermaphrodites were killed in the Holly, dude. Brutal.
Which could be solved or at least partly remedied by therapy and medication. But as you likely already put together, the odds of him getting things sorted out are basically nil. His immense lack of support and healthy outlets have negatively tarnished Tony's ability to reliably function on a stable level. And this is likely due to his many years of being unmedicated and left ruminating in his hovel. There's no denying that Tony suffers from schizophrenia, even though he has denied it time and time again. This impacts his ability to interpret the world around him, as anything and everything could be the result of some kind of hallucination. This is why he blames his bodily pain on the satellite man, and why any single person that appears in his life has the potential of being cloned or a body double, or something of that nature. Given everything I've researched, I have my doubts about him ever being seen by a psych doctor. I understand that there are people out there that are scared of taking medicine or getting treatment because the fear of the unknown is a pervasive trait in most people. However, his hallucination prevents him from being able to trust medical professionals, therefore he will likely never receive any kind of viable treatment that could help him balance out his episodes. So I'd argue he needs help. Tony does, however, believe that psychiatry is part of a greater agenda by the Church of Scientology. Psychiatry is a bunch of bullshit in his opinion, made up to foster an industry of death. I'm fine with him blaming anything and everything on them because let's be real, anything is a good reason to hate Scientology. Tony has participated in a few interviews online, one of which was over Discord, where he was asked whether or not he hears voices in his head. Tony initially rejected this, claiming that he doesn't hear any disembodied people in his mind, but then immediately tried to suggest instead that he was getting voices broadcasted into his mind via a satellite beam. This is what victims of gang stalking refer to as voice-to-skull technology, where a person's mind can be infiltrated by intrusive thoughts that are being fired right into their gray matter via a directed energy weapon or sound waves. It's a powerful technology specifically designed to deteriorate Tony's mental fortitude and to make him appear crazy to people so they won't want to associate with him. I'm sure that this is totally factual and actually what happens.
Someone asked, do you hear voices?
No, that's bullshit. I know about satellite technology.
Okay, so you don't hear voices, right?
No, unless they're always saying they hate me. I don't hate myself, I love myself. But somebody else hates me. What kind of voice would you be hearing somebody telling you that they hate you all the time, they hate your face, and they hate your teeth, and they hate your hermaphrodite protection status, or they hate your money, of your family history, they hate the fact that your family built things in America before their family? Yeah,
well, Tony...
Yeah, some of the things that communicate is too specific to think you hear any voices.
Well, a lot of people... Tony, a lot of people think you're like...
You hear any voice of that person hating you? That's a joke.
When pressed about his schizophrenia during another interview, he deflected by declaring that his enemies are the ones who are actually schizophrenic because they perpetuate lies and slanderous claims about Tony, his businesses, his royal lineage, and his pizza dough recipe.
Tried to murder me with their schizophrenia shit. I don't even act like a schizo. They don't even know what a schizo is. They're the fucking schizos trying to make up shit. That's what a schizo does. Makes up falsification.
Schizo blames the people for being schizos.
SNK nostalgia with the two. Reagan messed up by closing the hospital. Yeah, Reagan messed up a lot of stuff, but yeah, that's definitely one of the biggest ones. We wouldn't have to deal with a lot of these people.
The schizo tries to blame somebody nice or somebody a good person, and then tries to blame them to cover up their crimes of rape and sexual crimes and abuse.
As time moves forward, it appears that Tony's mental faculties will continue to dwindle, and his ability to accurately interpret the world around him will gradually fade away. He already lacks trust for people in his life and everything else, so it's only a matter of time before he succumbs to his mental illness. While it is entertaining to watch him babble on about the satellite man's many injustices, it's also quite tragic. Tony is somebody's kid, and he didn't choose to be crazy. He was dealt an extremely unfortunate hand of cards, and he's attempting to play them as best as he can. He may not always make sense, but he's surviving, and I gotta commend him for that. Tony's residence is his base of operations. This location has served as the primary battleground for his ongoing war with the satellite man. He inherited this property after his aunt died in 2019, and it has since become a war-torn hovel. The property was built in 1926, currently sitting at a value of $57,800. This is the only property that remains.
57,000, bro.
Of Tony's royal inheritance, despite the fact that the government and the suits behind it have tried to take it away from him countless times. Tony has claimed that agents have tried to dismantle, vandalize, and sabotage his property in order to run him out of it. This doesn't make much sense considering that if the government...
That's pretty crazy to think about, a $57,000 house. This house in my area would probably be like $500,000 to $600,000 minimum.
Was behind it, they could just force him to forfeit his property via eminent domain. The satellite man's evil beams are not only viable for inflicting pain upon Tony's maw, but the laser blast also double as a deconstructive ray that can tear apart physical objects like housing. Some of the attacks include, but are certainly not limited to, damaging the old roof, clogging up the plumbing beneath the house, damaging the electrical system, and causing grass to grow too quickly. These traits can make it much harder to live in the house peacefully, but nevertheless, Tony pushes forward. His house is small and simple, and certainly would not be a bad starter home for a single person or a couple, and it's got a bit of a rustic charm to it given its age. Unfortunately, Tony's turned this lovely little living space into a cluttered hut. In fact, the room that he most often records from is a combination of his personal office, a kitchen, and a laundry room. His walls are covered with a selection of miscellaneous sheets of paper and objects that he's haphazardly affixed to the surface. The backgrounds of his videos often reveal interesting little knickknacks artifacts that he's decided to incorporate into a collection of assorted junk. This includes a photo of Tony smiling, so as to show how beautiful his teeth used to be before the satellite interference undid their stellar looks. Man-witch sloppy Joe packaging, a knee brace box, a box for an adult toy, a heart-shaped box of chocolates, and shopping bags from various stores, such as Best Buy, GNC, and Bed Bath & Beyond. He has addressed the countless odds and ends that he's decided to decorate his home with in a video titled No Touch Thermometer.
These products on the walls, protection laws, copyrights of product use and consumer alerts. Got toothbrushes hanging on the wall. Satellite man's still been burning my teeth. Got toothpaste over there, mouthwash. Got like 5 or 6 different mouthwashes. Didn't stop the satellite man.
Fuda might be better than this existence. Possibly so.
And don't forget, my teeth and my mouth
Possibly
are healthy.
so.
This is vandalism and sex crimes of satellite controllers damaging my beautiful teeth because I'm not gay. So they damaged my teeth, claiming they were trying to turn me gay. I'm not gay, man. And they tried to call me somebody else that had a history of not having teeth. Find out all the names of the people they tried to confuse my identity with. Because all these people was criminals or drug addicts. These people kept trying to confuse me with drug addicts and shit, trying to murder me all the time. And some of these people was high-profile politicians.
Even though the inside of his home is packed to the brim with a vast clusterfuck of trash, he does keep the paths relatively open, which is somewhat uncommon for people that hoard things. He's actually able to navigate his house with ease, which is great because I've been a little worried about what he'd do in the instance of a fire. If he's tinkering with the electrical components of his home because he believes that the satellite man is somehow interfering with them, there is a good chance that he could somehow cause an electrical fire. So, thankfully, he will at least be able to escape easily if the place is engulfed in flames. I just hope he'll be able to get his assortment of cats outside should that happen. Tony refuses to allow his enemies to irreparably attack and damage his living space. He's done things like board up windows, reinforce the walls by nailing particle board onto it, improperly patching holes in the roof, all to stop the repeated transgressions of his invisible nemesis. These changes are certainly not something that the city of Indianapolis would be happy to see, considering that there's a code that is required to be followed. But since Tony's a targeted individual, I suppose maybe he's exempt from this kind of ruling. His security measures also extend to ring cameras that he's installed at various points around his property, including his backyard, his front porch, and a few rooms in his house. These cameras have captured peculiar footage countless times, and helped paint a picture of just how unusual his neighborhood is. Random drug addicts have moseyed up to his front door, which also happens to be accompanied by a pile of aluminum cans, and rang his doorbell to no answer. Those are clearly government agents, and you can't convince me otherwise. Thanks to his willingness to share his stock.
I'm fine with the imagery of Fuda Pete. Oh my god. No. I'm not okay with that.
Pile of security footage, it's allowed us to better understand the happenings on his property. There have been videos of Tony practicing welding on his front porch, which is dangerous considering that if a passerby were to look at the arc of the welds, there's a chance that they could blind them. There are videos of him busting it down all crazy style. Videos of random bums approaching his door and knocking for unspecified reasons. Clips of Tony taking care of his yard despite how it always seems to be in disrepair. There's even a video of a person who was not identified, and the clip is titled, "Who is this? 8525?" where some random dude walks up behind Tony's house and takes a piss. Now, I can't show the raw footage, even if I wanted to, but I will say that this fella does seem like one of the people behind the Satellite Man operation, and he was using his satellite urine to degrade the quality of the soil that Tony's foundation is built upon. The Satellite Man does not hold back, especially when he's relieving pressure from his bladder. It's safe to assume that he's labeled every person that he doesn't know who's visited his property as federal agents that are aiding in the harassment committed by the satellite controllers, if not actually being one of them. But by far the most reliable of his defense technologies is a leaf blower, which he's been seen using inside his battle station to blow away any potential burning beams that the government may have been actively broadcasting into his place. Tony's armed and dangerous, brother. He keeps that thing on him and he knows how to use it. Satellite controllers better watch the fuck out. The Ray, or rather Chase bloodline, is one of the most significant and illustrious in recorded history. There have been dynasties that have ruled civilizations for generations, but none hold a candle to the power that was once held by Tony's family. Forget Rockefeller, the House of SAAR, the Rothschild family. They're all nothing in comparison to Tony's crew. His inheritance is a major point of contention for him, because he believes the world owes him a limitless amount of wealth and properties and assets and other monetary buzzwords. His genetics are 100% royal and perfect, and god damn it, he deserves every single piece of commodity that a person could ever have, and then some. Simply put, Tony is entitled to the world. The satellite men and the entities that control the US government wish to steal his identity to claim his inheritance, which is why they kidnapped him when he was younger. This sparked a fire in his belly, and he has since hungered for reimbursement through litigation. That's right. Tony Chase demands that he be refunded the money and assets that were taken from him, alongside additional payment due to his pain and suffering. He continues to make a big fuss, kicking and screaming until he thinks the courts will listen, and then to his surprise, they step in and prevent him from being able to sue the government and whoever else. Everybody else gets their satellite man lawsuit money but him, and this is just further evidence that there are outside sources that are tampering with his existence. I'd argue that the satellite man has turned Tony's castle into his cage.
And this fucking satellite man's trying to damage my face, like...
Schizo Garcia with the 5, defending Fuda because your favorite chud tuber admitted to wanting to get fucked by Fuda Abbey is crazy to me. Synth sisters will continue to cope. Brutal, man. Did he actually say he wanted to, or was it just a joke? I don't know. I haven't really delved into the Fuda lore, to be completely honest. But I would assume that that was a joke, hopefully. But you never know, man. I would assume that it's a joke, though. Vilher with the 5, do you think Fable will get delayed again? We still haven't seen actual gameplay, and if GTA 6 comes out at the end of the year, they'll need to move it. If any game's going to get canceled, it would be Fable, would be my guess. That game's been in development hell for, what, 7-8 years now? So it would not shock me if it gets canceled. We still haven't even seen gameplay of it once.
The fuck you doing that for, you son of a bitch?
This is probably one of the most pertinent parts of Tony's loop. He will always steer the conversation back to the government and the satellite man, and now they're consistently stifling his attempts to get what he feels he's owed. Is he imagining all of this, or are the courts actually stopping him because he doesn't have these rights to property that he's claiming that he's owed? This certainly keeps him up at night, and I personally consider it to be the main driving force behind his quest to hold the satellite pricks responsible. His family goes back many generations, spanning across the globe. His blood allegedly has both a European and Asian lineage. This is also part of why he's being targeted as well, because of his minuscule Asian status. This obviously leads on to his next major argument against his enemies. They're being racist towards him. Anything they do against him is automatically anti-Asian hate, and everybody knows racism is fucked up. Tony will not stand for baseless, awful behavior like spreading a prejudice message.
Hey guys, this is important in reference to prosecuting the government satellite controllers for hate crimes. And these people terrorizing me in reference to my looks, in reference to my mother and father, and my family history, and in reference to my parents having...
I thought they died in the Holocaust for having a penis and vagina.
The relations with Asia and other friendly countries. This is in reference to other friendly countries too. But, you know, in reference to the hate crimes of these satellite controllers hating on me in reference to some people think I look Asian, or some people think I, you know, European Asian or American Asian history of things. Some people have noted that information in reference to history of movies and TV shows when I was little too.
From everything I've gathered, Tony lives in complete and total squalor. He does not have anything in his life that he can reliably refer to as predictable and normal. Everything that could go wrong does go wrong. But if he holds an opinion that he's of a better standard, as though he's an upper echelon member of society, then perhaps that means he is truly of royal descent. This could be his mind's way of trying to process everything negative in his life. It can be hard and painful to accept an ugly truth. So instead, his brain concocts a more grandiose story with Tony playing the role of the main character. It's not that he's alone because he's mentally ill and circumstances aren't fair. It's because he's a targeted person. He's a targeted individual because he comes from wealth. Not because he's accusing non-existent people of crimes because he's unwell. It's a childlike mentality where he's got to have somebody he can blame things on, like a kid blaming their imaginary friend after they drew on the walls with markers. Tony is very unique among other victims of relentless ridicule online due to the fact that he appears to be entirely...
Alright, I think that's good. We're halfway through it, so... We got a bunch of other shit to go through, so... If this was better paced, we could finish it, but the problem is, it's like, we watch a clip, then he explains it for double the length, so... But yeah. I think that covers most of it, I would assume. If he's just gonna keep talking about individual, like... I don't know, random clips... Well, congratulations. You can be muted again. There you go. Problem with YouTube stretching it out for watch. Yeah. Let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 2. He said it's not gay because they're still void. Gross. Yeah, I mean, somebody's mentioned the male on... What was it? The Fuda on male? Hentai? Or, I don't... Dude, honestly, I have no fucking idea. The Fuda lore is beyond me, to be honest. I don't really care to look into, you know, Fuda shit, personally. It's kind of out of my wheelhouse. You know? I'm more than happy to be a tourist on the topic of Fuda. No. This is the thing, guys. It goes back to the same thing I talked about with the fucking cat girls and furry shit. Why is it the guys prefer cat girls over normal anime girls? What is the differentiating factor between a cat girl and a normal girl in fucking anime? It's the fact that they have animalistic features, aka the ears, the tail, and sometimes they have like fur and paws. So that is what makes them attractive over a normal girl. Therefore, you are attracted to those specific features, which means it's fucking furry porn. Whether you want to admit it or not, you're jerking off to that type of anime girl because it has the animalistic features. You know, the ears, the tail, the fur, the paws, whatever it is. Now, the same thing applies to Fuda, bro. Like, if you're cranking the hog to a Fuda, like anime girl versus a normal anime girl, what is the differentiating factor between the two of those? Well, the Fuda has a penis. So what are you actually attracted to in that scenario? The cock. But I don't know, dude. I don't know. That's the way I look at it. Like, if you're seeking out some type of variation of porn to that extent, it's like, okay, well, why are you just not watching normal porn? Obviously, because you're, like, attracted to the, I guess, thing that makes it different from normal. But it's whatever, man. I don't know. That's just my game theory at the end of the day. Do I have a penis? Oh my god, I do. When did that get there? Yeah, I do. Shocking. Because you get desensitized and need something more novel. Yep. And then the next thing you know, you're taking Keffel's bathtub HRT. I don't know, bro. I still think Fuda is inherently trans. I don't think you'll ever convince me otherwise. I do think it's inherently fucking trans, personally. It's like basically the gateway drug to trans porn. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Griff calling Synth Get without calling him gay. Oh, okay.
You're broke!
Gay without calling him gay. Kina. I wouldn't go that far, but he's teetering on the edge of the abyss. Like, you're basically dancing on a fine fucking line, and you gotta be careful not to fall into the abyss of, you know, degeneracy fully. You know, you're balancing on a knife's edge, essentially. Man. I'm tired, bro. Said if you like Fuda, you're gay. Might be. That's how I would look at it, but... At least the, whatever it's called, Fuda on male, that's definitely gay. That's definitely gay, bro. Like, if you're watching a Fuda fuck a man, that's definitely gay. For sure. I mean, maybe you could make a case if it's like a Fuda with a girl that it's not, but I don't know. Still, that teeters on the edge of trans porn. I don't know, dude. Again, this is out of my area of expertise because I don't watch that shit. Nor do I plan on it, so... Ugh. Let's see. Let me just go ahead and move all this shit over here.
There.
Is this a movie clip? If it is, I don't think we can watch it. But we'll see. Alright, let me close all this shit out. Alright, we'll see what this is.
7 Remake was shown to be different. It kept much of the original story from 1997 intact, but changed quite a few details to help convey its new narrative. Well, 4 years later, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has done it again, changing some details and keeping others, letting new players experience the story of Final Fantasy VII for the first time, while also giving older players a chance to see things in a different light. Today, I'd like to talk about those changes, and how Final Fantasy VII Rebirth changes the story once again. As always, though, thank you to Square Enix for giving me an early copy of the game. That was very nice of them. And be warned, spoiler warning ahead. This video will spoil the events of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, so don't watch this video until you've beaten it yourself. We'll be skipping around quite a bit throughout the video as well to keep things organized, which is why I recommend beating the whole thing first. I will also be referencing the prior remake in this video, along with the original Final Fantasy. So the first few chapters are actually quite faithful to the source material, most notably the chapters within Calm and Nibelheim. Before that happens, though, the game surprises you with a quick playable section as Zack Fair. Zack was the protagonist of the game Crisis Core, and while I won't go over his entire story as it's ultimately not necessary...
Is this literally just a fucking breakdown?
All you need to know is that he was supposed to die at the end of the game. However, in this timeline, he is now alive. But there was a lot more to Zack in the game.
It's just going to be a cutscene compilation.
Game is letting on that can't possibly be talked about just yet, so we'll have to return to the scene later and continue on. As mentioned, the Calm and Nibelheim chapters are pretty similar when compared to their original counterparts. The crew still talks about Cloud's past with Nibelheim, and the chapter itself still has Sephiroth uncovering his origins and
Y'all need to recommend better shit, honestly. I'm gonna have to, like, up the fucking threshold.
Out in the town. What was added was a conversation between Aerith and Tifa after the retelling, where she talks about Cloud's story and how Tifa never saw him in Nibelheim that day. Sephiroth also appears and tries to convince Cloud that this Tifa isn't real, since he saw her die back in Nibelheim. This is something that persists throughout the story before it eventually reaches the head of Gongaga, which we'll circle back to later. The snake before reaching Junon has also been altered, forcing you to fight it rather than run away, with the snake still being impaled at the end. The reason for the change is likely due to Sephiroth already appearing and thus already showing his strength to the party, whereas in the original the party has yet to meet him, so it was meant as a way to show how powerful he is. The next place the party ends up is the town of Junon, which would then lead into a brief encounter with a young girl Priscilla, who's attacked by a monstrous sea creature. In Rebirth, Priscilla is still present, but the unlucky victim this time is everyone's favorite ninja, Yuffie. First seen in Remake's post-launch intermission episode, Yuffie is a ninja from the nation of Wutai. In FF7, Yuffie was one of the 2 party members that the player could miss, as she only had a chance to spawn during random encounters in forested areas, and even then you had to beat her and say the right lines to get her to join. Here, the game forces Yuffie to join, although not for a long time, as they let her operate on her own for a few chapters before eventually asking to tag along. Something noticeably missing from Rebirth.
It's just basically a recount. Alright, we're gonna speed this up. It's all you generate. Well, it's actually all y'all's fault because, you know, you keep bringing up Final Fantasy in the chat.
Is the nation of Wutai. You were originally able to go to Wutai during the story as an optional chapter, only to have Yuffie steal the group's materia if she was in your party. This led to a long goose chase throughout the level, which ended up with Yuffie and Elena, one of the newest members of the Turks, being captured by Don Corneo, only to be defeated and thrown off the statues they were fighting on. Wutai also has a separate challenge for Yuffie only, where she has to fight various members of the nation's pagoda, including Goto, the elder of Wutai, who is also her father. Yuffie was ashamed of how weak Wutai was and how they lost to Shinra. She always wanted her father to stop taking it lying down and to get back out there and fight Shinra again, but her father never listened to her. She resents him because of this and despises the man that he became. Through the trial, though, the two earn a great deal of respect for each other, and Goto realizes that Yuffie's outlook on life is what Wutai needs. She's both incredibly strong but equally determined to gather materia for Wutai, and Goto had lost sight of that determination after the war. Wutai and Yuffie's entire chapter are completely absent from Rebirth, seemingly due to how they decided to portray her this time around. The extra episode with her in Remake showcased her meeting with Avalanche, as well as her hatred for Shinra, not just because they went to war with Wutai, but because they also killed their partner Sinan. This gives Yuffie more reasons to team up with the group and take down Shinra and Sephiroth. As for Wutai, its removal from the story seems to be due to how the remakes are establishing a war between the two groups. Both Wutai and
I don't think they're gonna take it out of the story. I think it's still gonna be there most likely, but
Shinra were at odds with one another, something we saw develop during Crisis Core. But in the original, only the aftermath was seen through the player's eyes, such as hearing Wutai's thoughts on Shinra and what they did to their nation. The remakes have added that in this timeline, the ceasefire between the two nations would be broken, causing the fires of war to restart. It all starts here in Junon with a conversation between Rufus and a representative of Wutai called Colonel Glenn Lodbrok, someone Rufus killed but who is now surprisingly alive. Colonel Lodbrok is a playable character from Final Fantasy VII's mobile titles First Soldier and Ever Crisis, who was handpicked to be part of the Soldier program. From what we know, he was sent on a mission that eventually failed and subsequently led to his defection. From there on, he would find other Shinra dissenters from all walks of life to ask for their allegiance. These included Wutai, which there were many of, as well as the Soldier program and those who served in the Republic of Junon, who wanted to get back at Shinra for taking their land. He, along with a Viceroy Saruf, would then start an interim government in Wutai, promising to take the fight to Shinra and reclaim the glory that Wutai had lost under its previous leadership, which most citizens seemed to support, including Yuffie. But due to the rules of the ceasefire, conflict could not be started. That is until Rufus fired the Junon cannon, something that the Colonel deemed to be an act of war. Wutai also sent members of its army to the Nibelheim reactor before they were ambushed by members of the Shinra army. That's when the Colonel announced the call to arms on a national broadcast, telling his allies and those of the SRC or the Shinra Resistance Committee to rise up and take the fight to Shinra.
I donated this video for chat. Brutal.
Revealed towards the end of the game, though, that Colonel Lodbrok has been a Sephiroth clone in disguise, as Sephiroth himself is seen talking to Rufus before vanishing. As we know, Sephiroth can use these clones to carry out his bidding while he hides in the shadows away from the world. So it's fair to assume that this was Sephiroth the whole time, that he sparked the war between Shinra and Wutai on purpose. It's a rather interesting change and makes me wonder how this war is going to affect our party and what Sephiroth's end goal is here. The war never restarted in the original, and he seemed to be content with not resparking the conflict again, so I'm curious as to how these affect his plans as well as ours. Part 3 will likely delve into this more though and make it part of the main plot, which would also give us an excuse to visit Wutai again, so it being cut doesn't mean it's lost for good. Mount Corel, and by extension Barrett's backstory, is another chapter that is also very similar to the original. It still showcases how Corel changed from coal mining to Mako reactors, how that same Mako reactor blew up, how Shinra blamed it on the townspeople and killed them, to even how Barrett got injured and needed a prosthetic, as well as the news that someone shot up the gold saucer. Given how personal this story is, I'm glad to see that none of it was altered, as you really can't change perfection. Dyne and Barrett both complement and contrast each other quite well. Both are wronged by Shinra, both are armed with weapons of destruction, and both acted out in
The only difference is he doesn't kill himself.
aggressive and unethical means. Dyne shooting
Which, I mean, technically he does kill himself, but not in the same way.
innocents at the saucer, and Barrett getting innocents killed near the reactors, even if that wasn't intentional. The difference is that Dyne wants to destroy the world, the towns, the cities, and everyone involved. Barrett recognizes that there isn't any point in saving the world if no one is left to enjoy it. The only real change is how the battle between the two ends. Each version of Barrett still gets a chance to talk to Dyne, but Dyne is noticeably more hostile in the original. Barrett tried to help him recover by telling him that Marlene was still alive and that he could go back to his daughter again. Dyne refused, telling Barrett that he'd rather reunite her with his wife in death. Dyne in Rebirth is pissed at discovering Marlene is alive, as he sees it as an attack on himself, that Barrett not only took his life from him with the reactor explosion, but also took his family by raising his daughter. He does, however, sacrifice his life to save Barrett from Shinra instead of jumping off the cliff to his death, ultimately ending on a somber note no matter what version you play, with Barrett realizing that he needs to be strong, if not for the people's sake, then for Marlene's. Interestingly, the real change in the Corel chapter has nothing to do with Barrett, but rather happens before the party even makes it to the mountain. At one point, a cutscene from Shinra HQ will play, where they hear about numerous energy spikes appearing throughout the world, which they believe to be the weapons. These weapons, as an AMC.
No, they can't. So the thing is with Japan, and it's the same reason why they changed Sid from being a smoker, is there are certain things that the Japanese government heavily discourages their media companies from showing because of societal issues. Japan has a huge problem with suicide, so companies are asked to not have any representation of suicide in their games, because then if people associate with the character, they're more likely to off themselves. And same thing with cigarettes, is they're trying to cut down on the amount of people that smoke in Japan because they have a bunch of problems with lung cancer, and yeah, they ask, basically. And when the government of Japan asks you to do something in a, in Japanese fashion, you're supposed to listen. So, yeah, that's the reason why. It's just a different culture over there.
Yes, are weapons of the planet that only appear when the planet is in grave danger. This reinforces Barrett's actions in blowing up the reactors, proving that Shinra really was stuck in the planet drive with Mako. This is way ahead of schedule. If the remakes were following the games to the letter, we wouldn't hear or see any mention of the weapons until the third game, after the team confronts Sephiroth at the northern continent. But they seem to be making an appearance now due to the whispers, which is something we'll have to discuss in the Gongaga section. During the Mount Corel chapter, the team takes a detour to the Gold Saucer, which where they meet their next member of the party, Kate Sith. The remake adds quite a few changes to Kate Sith and his origins, though. In the original, Kate Sith, as far as the party was aware, was a talking cat with a pet Moogle, and given they already had a talking dog with them, it wasn't too out of the ordinary. Only to learn, though, that Kate Sith was actually a Shinra employee named Reeve who joined the cat from his office, who was sent to spy on the team and grab the keystone, which they would then use to open up the Temple of Ancients. In Rebirth, Kate Sith comes clean about him being a Shinra employee, but they all believe him to be a 9-to-5 jobber, not a higher up in the company. Rebirth also has a short cutscene where Reeve edits the photos of Avalanche so they can give Shinra the slip, with another copy of Kate Sith in the background, hammering home who the real mastermind of the cat is. Both of them did have their moments when everyone thought Kate Sith was a spy, except in the original it was only occasionally and dismissed right away, whereas Barrett never lets an opportunity pass to call him out here in Rebirth. However, once Kate Sith is caught, he asked to join again because he saw the way Cloud works and was inspired. He noticed that he's not fighting Sephiroth for praise or for money, he's doing it for the good of the world, and that encourages him to do better. That, unfortunately, did not get through to Cloud, so Kate Sith uses his backup plan and revealed that Marlene had been kidnapped, and he's using her as a hostage to make sure Cloud and company take him along. Rebirth removes this part, still having Kate Sith betray the group, but instead takes his leave only to reappear later with the temple when they need him. As for the Gold Saucer itself, Rebirth decided to add more games to play to really give off that arcadey feel that it always had, while also expanding the date night. Not only by adding more time to each visit, but by enhancing things like the stage play, giving it more presentation and providing more interactability for the player. Jessie also makes a brief appearance via hologram in one of the plays, a callback to a conversation in Remake where she talked about performing at the Gold Saucer. In the original battle minigame that we needed to complete to get the keystone
rest and piss
from Dio has been changed to a matchup with much more stakes. Don Corneo has come back and challenged Dio for the rights of the Gold Saucer, so we have to represent Dio and take down the Don, which is what leads to the Turks and Rufus showing up who end up stealing the keystone anyway, continuing to still make it one of the best sections of the game. But most of that happens in the second visit to the saucer, as in between each visit were a few other areas the team visited. The first of which is Gongaga. It's claimed to fame as being the place Zack Fair grew up, while also acting as another optional area within the original that the player doesn't have to visit. Here in Gongaga is also Zack's parents who you can talk to, but neither version of Cloud remembers who that is, and neither will the player, as is the first time you hear about someone named Zack, at least in the original. With Zack playing a more pivotal role in the remakes, this conversation has much more weight, as Aerith talks to Tifa about Cloud not remembering Zack. As we saw earlier back in Calm, Tifa was talking to Aerith about Cloud's story of Nibelheim, so the two seem to be investigating how much Cloud actually knows. She also seems to seek out Zack's parents once the group settles into Gongaga, whereas before she only learned about Zack's parents after they met. Story of Nibelheim, so the two seem to be investigating.
See, I don't know how you as a straight man could choose this
Investigating how much Cloud actually
over that. Like, honestly, I don't know how. Like, if you're just looking at the face, as a straight man,
You're fucking poor!
the choice is so obvious. Like that versus that. Dude, Aerith is so much more attractive. It's brutal.
how much Cloud actually knows. She also seems to seek out Zack's
People are just titty brain rotted.
parents once the group settles into Gongaga, whereas before she only learned about Zack's parents after they met. Here in Gongaga is also Cisne, a character from Crisis Core. Her main role was being one of the game's many Turks like Rude and Reno, but was notably the one with the most humility, offering to let Zack go instead of take him in when he was ordered to be captured by Shinra. During one of these talks, Zack had asked Cisne about his folks and if they were doing alright, further asking to look after them when he leaves. It seems Cisne took that to heart, as after likely discovering Zack's body outside of Midgar, she honored his words and stayed in Gongaga, now as the leader of the town's fighting force. Her relationship with Zack is why she mistakes Cloud for Zack when they arrive, and being a former Turk connects to how she immediately recognized Kate Sith. Out of all the chapters in Final Fantasy VII, Gongaga has to be the one with the biggest overhaul. Due to being optional, nothing of note really occurs here, and only serves to get the player another place to stock up.
Schizo Garcia with the 2, they literally have used undie vending machine. Yep, they do. The Japanese are sexual degenerates, so yeah, it's people think like Japan is ultra fucking based, but it's like no, they aren't woke in the Western sense. Essentially, that's it. I would not call them based. They're a very degenerate society. by and large. They just don't put up with crime, and they don't have the ailments of diversity to deal with.
And gather some new materia. Although I always love the conversation here between Reno and Rude, talking about who they like, as Rude admits to liking Tifa, and if I'm not mistaken, Rude won't attack Tifa if she's in your party. This was also slightly hinted at during the remake when he pulls the chopper away when Tifa's running up the tower so Reno doesn't shoot her. Plus, Elena comes by and talks to Cloud as if he's some random bystander before realizing that it's Cloud who she's speaking to, and really adds to the zany comedy of the game. Rebirth instead makes Gongaga one of the game's many regions, giving you a chance to explore all the different locations within its reach. What kicks off the story of this chapter is a loud noise that can be heard from the nearby reactor, which the party assumes to be a weapon. Whispers also end up appearing, making their debut appearance, at least in this game, which gives them all the reason they need to check it out. Once the boys arrive at the reactor, they're greeted by a fight with Scarlet, which forces the girls to take action and see what's going on. Amid all this, Sephiroth comes back to taunt Cloud, making question if Tifa is real once again before giving in and attacking Tifa, which sends her into the pool of Mako below. The way
Based
portrayed is similar to how Sephiroth attacked her back in Nibelheim, which is a nice touch. Tifa attempts to swim out, but is swallowed by the weapon, letting her see what's going on with the Livestream. There seems to be two kinds of whispers now, the white kind, which seems to be allied with the planet, and the black ones, which are being controlled by Sephiroth. This is why the weapons were introduced earlier in the story compared to the original, as the whispers never existed back then, so there was no need for them to appear until after Sephiroth really started screwing with the planet. Sephiroth's new whispers pose a major threat to the planet, so the weapons had to be called and had a schedule. While in the Livestream, Tifa gets to relive memories of her past, the same one she'll eventually see in the original. When that's over, Sephiroth appears and injures the weapon, causing it to swim back to the surface and letting her go, allowing the party to regroup. After Gongaga would be the village of Cosmo Canyon, but taking them there is the next party member, Sid Highwind, a vulgar yet experienced pilot. Sid used to be employed by Shinra as an engineer and rocket scientist, with the dream becoming the first man in space. But thanks to Mako, Shinra decided to pivot their efforts and move on, away from exploration, seeing how much they could break in while their boots are still on the ground. His introduction was seen in the also...
Yeah, Elena is definitely an L. I mean... Yeah, nah. Not even top 3 in the game. Not even top 4. Brutal. Aerith has profound autism. Tifa emits best girl energy without trying. Yeah, her energy emits about a foot from her chest.
Location, Rocket Town. You visit this place a couple times throughout the story, with the first visit being solely focused on Sid's recruitment. And I think that's why it was cut, as Sid doesn't take up too much time in Rebirth. I have a feeling that when Remake Part 3 releases, then they'll provide more background on Sid and maybe gives a chance to see Rocket Town. Rebirth is already packed with lots of content, so they might be looking to balance things out so they have enough to use for Part 3. As such, Sid, like our next character Vincent, isn't playable in Rebirth. They're currently being given the Red 13 treatment, being shown to the player now before eventually becoming a full controllable party member in the sequel. Sid will then take the group to Cosmo Canyon at Red 13's suggestion. But Red's not just going to the canyon because of the mission, but also because it's his hometown. Established years ago, Cosmo Canyon became a small village that sticks to more traditional methods of living, using less Mako as they believe it's the planet's right to keep the resource. The village was also inhabited by Red 13 and his species, who were seen as guardians against any evil threats the village might have. One in particular was the Gi tribe, who was defeated thanks to Red 13's father sacrificing himself while the door to the cave he was in was sealed behind him. Red 13, or Nanagi, always hated his father because he thought he ran away, only to learn that his father was actually a hero. Just like Corel with Barrett, Cosmo Canyon serves a story arc for Nanagi to get about his past and his feelings while giving a chance to live up to his role in life as the protector of the village. Everything goes about the same, with Red 13 going through a trial to prove that he's capable, except at the end, one of the members of the Gi tribe appears and escorts the group to their land. This leads to a completely new section not seen in the original, which gives us more background on the Gi. At the time, all we knew was that
Griffin would choose a slightly chubby, quirky Chungus Reddit girl over the ideal woman. No, what? First of all, no. Why would I choose a chubby quirk Chungus over the ideal woman? That makes no sense. That literally makes no fucking sense. If she's the ideal woman, then why would I choose anyone over what would be considered the ideal? That doesn't make any sense. Sorry. Try harder. Why would I choose someone that's not my ideal woman? If someone is the ideal woman, you would obviously pick the ideal woman. If all else is equal, and we're just talking about, appearance or whatever. Nope, not IQ gated. It's the complete opposite. You asked a redundant, or made a redundant fucking comparison. You're fucking poor! Because if someone's ideal, you wouldn't choose someone over your ideal. That's just, no. That's not how it would work.
the Gi couldn't go back to the Livestream like all things should. Rebirth recontextualized this by stating that the Gi were not born from the Livestream like the rest of the people on the planet, and you can't exactly return to a place you've never been. So they couldn't enter the Livestream and instead had their spirits placed in these statues to live here for eternity. The leader also asked our help in retrieving the black materia, as they believe it's the key to letting them pass on. The two oldest materia in the world are the black and white.
It's like asking, would you want a mid that loves you or a 10 out of 10 that loves you? No one would pick the mid. That doesn't make it, like, that's just stupid. That's a dumb question. Would you pick the mid that loves you or the 10 out of 10 that loves you? You would pick the 10 out of 10. Same thing goes, like, you're saying I would choose a chubby quirk chungus over the ideal woman. No, you would pick the ideal woman. Again.
Materia materia. The white materia has the power to cast the spell of Holy, which uses all the power of the Livestream to aid the planet and stopping whatever threat is attacking it, with the black materia being able to cast the deadliest spell in history, the meteor. We saw a brief glimpse of the meteor back in Remake during that presentation at Shinra HQ, and it's as dangerous as it looks. Sephiroth wants this materia so he can cast the meteor, but the Gi wanted so they can die. According to the Gi, they were the ones who imbued it with the desire for freedom in the first place, until the Cetra appeared, trespassed on their land, and then took the materia for themselves. So now they want Cloud and company to get it back for them. It's unclear how that black materia would accomplish that though, since its only use seems to be to cast a meteor, but in a morbid way of thinking, destroying the planet would allow them to pass on completely. Like the war against Shinra and Wutai, it makes me wonder how much of a role this will play in part 3. The Gi tribe has now become a sort of third party in this conflict for the black materia.
You know a chubby Quirk Chungus and she's chill, but you'd never smash? Yeah. The Quirk Chungus is obnoxious. Some dogs are doggos, some dogs are puppers.
And seeing as our party has no plans to give this orb of destruction away, the Gi are likely to come after us. But as it was established in this chapter, the Gi can't leave, so how much of a threat could they actually pose? I'm very interested to see where this one goes, personally. The chapter that would follow would be our present-day visit to Nibelheim, but similar to Costa del Sol, there really isn't enough change to create a whole section for it. That said, it was discovered that Nibelheim was rebuilt as a treatment center for Mako poisoning, with many of the patients being the clones. However, this was all a cover-up, so as to hide all the work they were doing in the mansion. Inside said mansion is also where the player would meet Vincent Valentine, our last party member. But just like Sid, he has very few lines in this game, so he'll be expanded upon during part 3. We do get to see what his limit break is, though, which was more than worth it. Following this would be the second visit to the Gold Saucer, where Kate Sith betrays the group and the Keystone is stolen, but thanks to Vincent, the team attraction down and find the location of the Temple of Ancients. The temple is a absolutely massive level this time around, taking at least 3 hours to get through, way longer than the original. Sadly, most of the area's unique, if not infuriating puzzles are gone, but I'll replace them.
The chubby Quirk Chungus is my ideal woman? False. Incorrect.
More combat encounters and some completely original story moments. Down here on the bottom levels of the temple are a few holographic displays that explain the history of the Cetra. It also explains that Jenova came from the stars and was not a Cetra like Shinra thought. This gives the player a chance to question Sephiroth's motivation, since all of this stemmed from his belief that his mother was Jenova and that she was a Cetra, in turn making him a Cetra, but these holograms claim the opposite. Before getting here, the party also has to go through a trial where each one confronts a traumatic moment in their life. It mainly uses a way to not only refresh the player on what the party has gone through, but also why they fight. Whether it be Shinra, Sephiroth, or both, each member has a reason to be here. Toward the end of the level is where a fascinating revelation comes in, as right when Cloud takes the black materia, the temple crumbles, forcing the group to leave. Amid the chaos and panic that ensues as the team tries to figure out what to do, Aerith casually says that it doesn't matter whether we keep the materia or not because it's fake. In the original, the materia wasn't an orb but rather the temple itself, but after solving all the puzzles, it would materialize into a materia at the cost of the temple shrinking, crushing anyone inside. That's why Kate Sith sacrificed himself, since it's just a toy body. Aerith in this game seems to imply that this orb is a fake, which is rather fascinating and makes me wonder if this will ever get elaborated on. Especially since right after the temple is destroyed, Sephiroth appears and takes the black materia for himself, not only using his power to cast a spell, but one that summons the whispers to the world. More chaos ends up ensuing as Cloud also can't control his actions, resulting in him chasing after Aerith. But what follows is what at first seems to be a lengthy dream sequence that sees Cloud and Aerith having a peaceful day off. However, it's much more than initially thought, as this is a tease of the events to come. This world is not some kind of dream that Cloud was thrown into, but rather an alternate universe, one that has a noticeable tear in the sky. The reason I say this is an alternate universe is due to what happens after, as once Cloud goes through this whole day with Aerith and is sent back to reality.
I don't have to lie, this is a safe space. I've already made this abundantly clear, bro. Like, there's no such thing as too skinny for me unless it's anorexia. Like, skinny is my ideal woman. I don't care if she's, like, you know, literally flat as a board on the chest. I don't care about titties at fucking all. So, skinny supremacy when it comes to women. Especially if they're tall. Like, 5'6" to 5'10", skinny, perfect. It doesn't get any better than that. So, titties don't do anything for me, man. It's like, yeah, they're nice if they're there, but it's not really that big a deal. So, as long as she ain't anorexic, I don't really care how skinny a girl is. I would always prefer that over chubby.
He and the party makes the Forgotten Capital, where Aerith seems to have gone after leaving the group, claiming that only she can defeat Sephiroth and must do it alone. Upon arriving, instead of the twist we all knew was coming, Cloud actually manages to save Aerith, only for it to show the real fight in which Cloud had failed and Aerith is dead once again. But this fake out was not just a design made to tease the viewer, but rather a confirmation that multiple timelines exist. A bit earlier, before the team heads to the capital, Sephiroth has a conversation with Cloud where he says that after every action the planet's timeline splits in two, one where it did happen and the other where it didn't. That means that Rebirth seems to be setting up a multiverse.
I want a Latina mommy. That's right, dude. That way I can finally know what a fucking enchilada is, right? Oh my god. I hate that video. Bitch looks like Riley Reid, too. Ugh.
Plot. Sephiroth's plan in the original was called the Reunion, which has to do with the Roman men meeting him on the northern continent. But his reunion in the remake seems to encompass not just this world, but all of them. He wants to take every Final Fantasy VII timeline and seemingly merge them together, which would likely create an unparalleled amount of destruction. And from what he says, this—
I've already shown y'all what my ideal build is. I don't even know why we're having this conversation again. I think you just enjoy it. I've already shown y'all what my ideal build is. Let's see if I can find it. We'll settle this right now. Is it going to be on here? Yeah, this is it. This is my ideal build. There you go. Are we clear now? Has the message been received? There you go. What is a woman? I don't know.
This event where the worlds will merge in a reunion and where feelings of spite and sorrow feed the planet seems to be this moment with Aerith. But this circles us back to Zack. These flashbacks
You prefer with the penis? Oh my god.
we see show Zack in the Sector 5 slums taking care of both Aerith and Cloud before going out to track Biggs, who seems to have survived his fate as well. But within these flashbacks is that same streak of white that we saw in her dream. Some of these scenes also have this rainbow effect, which seems to be used as a way to convey that the timeline has split. When Zack is in the tunnels, he's stuck on what to do. Either go to Shinra HQ to find a cure for Aerith and Cloud, or go to the Sector 6 reactor.
Yeah, hold on real quick, dude. I like it when girls are a little bit chubby like this. You know, I think it looks nice. You know, and they got a little extra meat on the bone, right? Hell yeah, dude. This is a trans girl? Okay, then I guess I'm gay, bro. You know? If this is what trans girls look like, I guess I'm gay. It's over, dude. You know, I'm taking the troon pill.
Reactor to stop Biggs from blowing it up. In this scene, he picks the headquarters, only for a rainbow effect to appear in the other tunnel. But the following two scenes also show that he went to both Shinra HQ and the reactor, which doesn't make sense. What this seems to imply is that in one universe, Zack chose the headquarters, and in another, he chose the reactor, creating two different timelines. There also seems to be a third choice he made as Zack is seen at the steps of the church contemplating what to do before Sephiroth appears, conjuring the whispers to swallow him, only to seemingly attack Aerith soon after, judging by the cutscene. Stamp the dog, a character we briefly saw in Remake, is present here in Rebirth, but packaging throughout the game seems to portray the dog as a different breed, further hinting at the existence of multiple timelines. To add to this, the rainbow effect appears once again when Biggs is recounting the day he was going to die, which shows the scenery changing, something that also appears when Cloud talks to Aerith, as the chairs of the church disappear when the rainbows touch them. They also appear when Zack is talking about his death and how the bullet grazed him, and when Cloud saves Aerith from Sephiroth's attack. The final boss also seems to portray this multiverse through gameplay, as Cloud, Zack, and the rest of the crew are all facing Sephiroth at different points. From the way it's portrayed, it seems like they're fighting the same version of Sephiroth, a nice callback to the final fight in the original where you could swap teams and attack him with different party members. But the rainbows appear at certain points, like when Cloud is teleported to Zack, and then when Zack falls at the end of the same fight. Once again implying there are multiple timelines. Another complicated diversion from the story is the white materia. At the time, the party thought it was over and that they lost, since only the white materia could stop the power of the meteor. But they learned that Aerith's prayers did reach the planet, but it was Sephiroth himself who was blocking its power, forcing the party to kill him. In Rebirth, Aerith hands Cloud the materia right before Sephiroth appears, only to take it back once they meet in the forest. Aerith's white materia was empty, which we saw back in Costa del Sol. We know from the game that the materia is made from memories, and that the whispers steal memories when they attack, so they had managed to drain the materia of its own power. As such, through the multiverse, Aerith had another one of her, the one from the alternate timeline, give Cloud her materia so that he could give it to our Aerith. The tear in the sky is also a sign that the world is coming to an end, so this Aerith knew that her time was up, so giving it away was her only option. This would also confirm that Aerith knows what's about to happen and that death will soon follow. Aerith's death is a vital moment not just for the story of Final Fantasy VII, but seemingly for the timeline of the planet, as while things have changed, many events have stayed consistent, such as Aerith's death, which seems to be fated to happen no matter where she goes, as evidenced by Sephiroth showing up at the church, and how in each choice except his indecision, Zack always seems to face a last stand against an army of Shinra soldiers. I guess we could call them canon events, if you will, things that seem to happen no matter what, but that does call into question if this fate could be changed, as both Zack and Aerith have different fates and what were aligned with the planet, such as when Zack was attacked by Sephiroth at the church and when Aerith lived in another timeline. It does call to wonder how fate could be changed, and how detrimental that could be for the future of that timeline. But it's time to step away from the multiverse stuff, as there is still one last scene in the game where the party walks out of the capital and onto an open plain of grass. Aerith is seen amongst the party, but only Cloud seems to notice. I don't think this has to do with any more multiverse shenanigans, and it's just plainly her in spirit form so she could say goodbye one last time before she passes on. This does, however, allow Aerith to be more present in the story even after her death, possibly as some guiding hand helping Cloud along. Besides that, Cloud has the black materia again and imbues it into his Buster Sword. The sky has a noticeable tear in it, except only Cloud can see it, and Zack is sitting at the church wondering if worlds that split can reunite, implying that Zack might hop realities again into the one that we're in with the rest of the party. Despite that being the end, though, there's still tons more changes that we haven't discussed, which is, after all, what happens when you take a roughly 10-hour section and quintuple its length. You're going to have some differences, such as how Rufus initially wanted a truce between Avalanche and him before UV tried to kill him, or how Roche was infected by Hojo only to become a clone after his defeat, or how Costa del Sol has a new boss fight with Hojo which leads to UV's recruitment. If we went over every single change, we'd be here for at least an hour, but only wanted to hit the main points without making things too confusing. It's not like the changes plan on stopping anyway, as the Final Fantasy VII remakes were always envisioned to be a trilogy, and the final confrontation has yet to come. But as I said, I wanted to keep all the information out of this video as best as I could to not spoil it for those who are experiencing it for the first.
Alright, there we go. Did everyone enjoy your U-Generation sponsored Final Fantasy lore section? Maybe now you'll think twice before mentioning it in the chat. And then blaming me for bringing it up. When it wasn't even me in the first place. I'm innocent. Let's see. SNK Nostalgia with the 5 get the member. Really appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much. Thanks for the positivity, dude. Schizo Garcia with the 2. The Pornhub search results don't lie. Tifa best girl. I mean, bro, I will not even deny that Tifa definitely is more fuckable. Like, Tifa is literally the ideal fuck doll. But if we're talking about attractiveness, I think Aerith is more attractive overall. Like, if I had the choice between the two of them standing side by side, I think Aerith looks better, personally. But, you know, to each their own. Yeah, Tifa kind of has, like, the Asian look to her. And then also, black hair, not really a fan. And, yeah. Face shape, not as much either. So, there you go. I don't think anybody would deny that Tifa is the more fuckable of the two. Which one is the more grapeable? Oh my god. Brutal, dude. Cute face, slightly chubby, quirk chungus, just enough not to leave me for being an antisocial chud and stinks good. What the fuck? Oh my god. Dude, I just want a rot goddess. A girl that sits in her room all day, never showers, or throws away
Thanks,
trash.
nigga. All right.
Oh my god, bro, she's literally perfect. Jesus, man.
I can't afford this shit!
Yusashi with the 5. They better not fuck up part 3. I don't think they will, hopefully. Fingers crossed. I hope the world is fully explorable and all materia there. Knights of the Round included. Well, they've already talked about that the airship is going to be usable in part 3 to explore the entire overworld, so I would imagine that is the case. But as far as materials and stuff go, I have no idea. But I would assume Knights of the Round would be there in some capacity. I would have to imagine that they would be there in some capacity, but I guess we will find out. They have the opportunity to do some really cool boss fights in that game too, so we shall see. Griff, Tifa equals Hannah and Aerith equals Melanie Mac. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. How dare you compare them to those voids? That's like comparing a prime cut of steak to a fucking stale McDonald's cheeseburger you left in your car over the weekend. No. Disgusting. Wrong. They might do a Wu-Tai section. I don't know. They'll probably do Rocket Town or whatever for sure, but maybe they'll have Wu-Tai as a place you can just stop in. I don't know if it'll be significant to the story or not. Does PK want more Melanie Mac Bible reading? Dude, he probably edges to that shit at night. PK probably edges to it at night.
Here, Ez?
What's going on, guys? Welcome to 2026. Luckily, it's been a pretty chill year so far. Nothing crazy's happened yet. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's right, 2026. A lot of you said new year, new me. The United States said new year, new president of Venezuela, apparently. The United
Is that me? Last time I checked, no.
States hit Venezuela with a large-scale strike early Saturday and said its president, Nicolas Maduro, had been captured and flown out of the country.
Yeah, a couple days ago when most of us were busy honk-shoeing, the Delta boys were busy...
I was awake for it.
Yeah, in the middle of the night, in response to things like escalating tensions and stolen assets from the United States, the American...
Let's see. Drift speed with the 2. How much do her spells plus ability factor into your calc? You mean like as far as Aerith versus Tifa?
All right,
Not
awesome.
much at
Thanks,
all.
nigga. All right.
I mean, if you consider that, well, Aerith is like literally a superior being, so... You know, she's quite literally a part of God's chosen people that can, you know, interface with the very ground that they walk on. So, by default, Aerith is the master race, and Tifa is a mutt. Musashi with the 5. I might forgive the corny bad Namura storytelling if they give us everything, and the gameplay and weapons challenge is top tier. Yeah, I feel like the story is going to come together in a pretty, I would say, satisfactory way if the theories are correct. That essentially Sephiroth is going to merge all of the different realities at one time, and it's going to cause, like, this massive, like, calamity-level event. And my guess is it's going to culminate in Cloud fighting Sephiroth in every single instance that he's ever existed. But I don't know. We will have to wait and see. But yeah, I hope they don't fuck it up. Obviously. But they said they've already written the ending. They already have the entire story done. They're doing the voice acting now. So it seems like it's moving along. So time will tell. It's already been finished. So... Ryan Miller with the 5. Hey Griffin, the Xbox showcase is coming up. Oh boy. And I'm excited for Forza Horizon 6, and we also get to see another
awesome.
Western
Thanks, nigga.
AAA slop title known as Fable 4. Yeah, the irony is both of those games are technically made by the same studio, but I have a feeling they're going to vary greatly in terms of quality. That's for sure. So, I feel like Fable's going to get canceled, though. If there's any game that Microsoft's going to cancel, it's going to be that one. But I guess we shall see. Maybe we'll finally get actual gameplay of it.
Military apparently went into the capital of Venezuela, wiped out, and way less gay.
I don't like girls.
Well, I mean, we didn't really steal the president, unless you're using the acronym, of course. Strategically transferring El Presidente to an alternative location. Yeah, after repeatedly saying that he was not afraid of the United States, President Maduro realized exactly why it's a good idea to be afraid of the United States. My name is President Nicolas Maduro, and I am not afraid of the USA. Here's my address. POV, you're Maduro at 0200 on Saturday, January 3rd, 2026. Potato chips, optional. According to the debrief afterward, apparently Maduro was swiped at his home, didn't even make it to his panic room. Say what you will, it was surgical. All those shiny new air defense systems Venezuela was just given by foreign entities, immediately wiped out as we went in, snagged Maduro, got out, 0 American casualties. Yeah, the Venezuelan air defense systems managed to get just as bad of a KD as that one dude from World War Z. But real quick, this episode of Gun Meme Review was brought to you by none other than TacPack. TacPack is the ultimate subscription box service company that brings you... He's out of line, but he's right. Now, in this video, I'm going to try not to get into the deep geopolitics of this because there are some conflicting opinions here, not all of which are invalid. But one thing I think...
Yeah, I'm going to skip the ad. At least he surrendered pretty peacefully to his... No, apparently they killed a security force. So... This is the thing, apparently Alex was talking about this shit, where supposedly Maduro wanted to surrender to the United States, but his entire kind of like paramilitary operation is predominantly run by the Cubans. So apparently Maduro's like personal security is provided by Cuba. So they're basically like a de facto Praetorian Guard, which if you know anything about the Praetorian Guard throughout Roman history is they kind of would control the emperor to have him do stuff they wanted because, you know, they could just kill him at any point because they were always around him. And apparently he wanted to surrender but was not able to, so this whole U.S. thing was like a way to basically to get him out of the country because otherwise they would have like martyred him or something along those lines. But yeah, when the U.S. went in, they killed off his security force for the most part so that they could actually get him out. But I don't know how true that is. But apparently he's going to start testifying against a lot of people, potentially. So we shall see. I guarantee you they'll come to some sort of deal. Because all the election fraud shit was being run out of Venezuela. You know, he can testify against Biden administration officials that he was, you know, told to release their prison population into the United States. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities there, but we shall see. Maybe nothing will happen. Who knows?
Everybody can agree on is that this was an amazingly surgical strike by the United States. We had a hard line in the sand, that line was not respected, and by the time most of us woke up, the supposed regime change was already over.
Hey, you. Finally awake.
Leaving the Nothing Ever Happens crew in absolute shambles. According to the president, the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Which I will say was a pretty crazy thing to be woken up to at like 3:30 in the morning.
A surprise, to be sure, but welcome.
Speaking of Star Wars, apparently when this strike went down, there were Chinese diplomats there in the capital in Venezuela who witnessed the entire thing. Breaking, Chinese officials are apparently caught in the crossfire as they arrived for Venezuelan government meetings 4 hours ago. Just in, Chinese officials arrived in Venezuela for talks with President Nicolas Maduro. Our boy Nick, the fat electrician, chimes in. These guys are having the most awkward work trip ever. I do also find it funny that the pizza tracker completely nailed this one again. If you're not familiar with what the Pentagon pizza tracker is, it's essentially just people who keep track of how busy pizza joints are around the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. The idea being at weird hours, if a lot of people are ordering pizza around the Pentagon, it means they're staying in the office after hours and it's going to be a long night, usually for something exciting. There's also an equal tracker that tracks low attendance at local gay bars around the Pentagon, but I won't read too far into that. New York prepper, Pentagon pizza index suddenly skyrocketing, 770% above normal at Papa John's near the Pentagon. This was at 11:46 p.m.
That kind of tracks with my theory about all those former, you know, quote-unquote special forces, Alpha Chad, fucking right-wing, podcasters. You know, that does kind of track with my, with my stereotype, straw man, as you will. Where all these, like, pseudo-tough guy, former military, right-wing podcast hosts are actually, just really hardcore, degenerate, borderline homos. But, call me crazy.
On the 2nd. So the guy nailed it. Pentagon Pizza Tracker continuing to be the best indicator as to what we are doing. Also, check out Raytheon stock. Probably not a bad one either. Pentagon Pizza Report. Pizzato Pizza, late-night pizzeria nearby.
No, I don't have the energy to do that impression right now.
Pentagon has suddenly surged in traffic. Check it out. Pentagon.
I gotta be awake for that. What time is it? Shit, 5. Damn. Tonight went by fast. Schizo Garcia with the 2. The Pentagon loves ordering cheese pizza. Yeah, what was that thing like years ago where it was like 60% of the Pentagon computers had child porn on them or something? It was something crazy like that. You can look it up if you want, but it was like some huge percentage of Pentagon computers contained child porn or something wild. It was, yeah. They do, in fact, love the cheese pizza.
Pizza Report called it. Pretty sick. Not gonna lie, I'm that guy. I pay attention to the Pentagon Pizza Report. But pushing that all to the side for a moment, I think we can all agree on who's really behind this. It's a certain group of people, notoriously very cheap, who a lot of people get kind of upset when you start to criticize them. I think we all know who I'm talking about. It's fucking Keltec. The Caltech R&D department trying to build something wacky for SHOT Show after Trump blew up all of their cocaine boats. Of course, we all know the long storied history of the Caltech cocaine train memes, and nobody knows this better than Caltech. I mean, for fuck's sake, Caltech knows ball. And those magnificent bastards over there know that I love them too. Even though half the shit they do is like legitimately crack smoking. It's still fun. Not enough people are fun of the gun industry these days. Speaking of the gun industry though, as it relates to the Venezuela incident, President Maduro was not the only one to get picked up by United States forces and the DEA. That's right. They finally got Grantham. Turns out not even SEAR training can save you from a strike like this. Apparently he's got Wi-Fi there in Guantanamo Bay though, because as soon as his mugshot was released, or the photo that they took with him at the airfield with DEA, he replied with, "It's all ogre guys, they found my trend stash. Press F to pay respects." I love the other part of this too, is just kind of flexing on the rest of the world with our ability to conduct, well, you know, an operation like this. Now that's how you do a special military operation. Speaking of, Vladimir Putin watching Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth overthrow a hostile leftist regime in less than 3 hours, instead of spending 4 years devolving into World War I style trench warfare. In the words of the asshole on a Battlefield 6 lobby, get good. It is funny how relatively quiet a lot of those parties have been so far. Venezuela, we're short-staffed for tonight. Damn, that's crazy. Good luck, though. We could use some extra help. Yeah, I bet. Good luck, man. On top of that, I love the little things we did for style points. Like, for example, blowing up the grave of Hugo Chavez. No strategic value, simply because we could. Not only did we S-rank the mission, we also just went for the bonus XP objectives. Mr. President, did you invade them? No, what kind of animal do you take me for? But I did kidnap the president. Oh, no! A few hours later, Trump did tweet out, to provide proof of life for President Maduro, this photo, which I know we're 3 days in, but that's got to be close to photo of the year. I mean, all the capture photos go kind of hard, including a couple of these where he's wearing an Origin jacket, which Origin then retweeted, which has got to be the marketing win of the year so far. Work, stress, bills, Ruger discounting their scout rifle, taking down all the Christmas decorations. Me staying positive because attitude is half the battle. POV, your barrel was 1 inch too short. God, if it was the ATF doing a raid instead of the DEA, I hope Maduro didn't have a dog. I mean, truly, I don't even think we've seen the beginning of the memes yet, but the memes so far have been fantastic. Whether it's the fact that we're already both memeing on Maduro with the Saddam meme, him becoming his own meme based on the meme of the last guy that the United States took out, which again, without getting too deep into it, I vastly prefer this type of regime change. I mean, the Bush era, let's spend 10 years, lose thousands of soldiers, and kill 1 million civilians versus let's just kidnap the motherfucker in the middle of the night. Told you we would. I'm Maduro. I got ripped out of my bed with my wife in our underwear at 1 a.m. and extradited to America. I don't know. The thing is, there's so many people that just seem to be so up in arms about a lot of this stuff on behalf of the Venezuelan people, which, if you talk to the Venezuelan people...
Yeah, here you go. Feds have found, quote, unbelievable amounts of CP on national security computers. Is this the solution? But yeah, this was like... It had to do primarily with the Pentagon, though. Like a bunch of them, I don't really want to scatter my search history with CP related searches, but yeah, it was like a whole story back in the day. I remember Alex talked about it, that, the Pentagon, most of the computers had child porn on it, and it was like actually a thing. So... kind of wild, dude. But the Pentagon has always been the worst part of the military for the most part. It's where all the leftist bureaucrats in the military work. So interpret that as you will.
It seems like they seem pretty fucking happy about this turn of events. Maduro gets captured by the US, Venezuelans, communist teenagers with iPhones. I mean, you see it a lot if you talk to, especially people like Cubans in Florida and things like that. There's a vast difference in opinions on communism and socialism between people who have lived under it and people who have, well, had college paid for by their rich parents they resent. CNN, when they find the only person in Venezuela that's unhappy with Trump kidnapping Maduro. Which I don't know, it's a complicated situation. I'm willing to admit I'm oversimplifying this for the sake of comedy. There may be some geopolitical ramifications that come.
My dad told me about that. It was a shitload. Like, some had so much porn they couldn't download an update. Yup. Wild, bro.
From this, as there are.
Now, granted, that was back in the day when computers had very small storage sizes, but still, like, the fact that it got that bad is pretty fucking telling.
Are on pretty much all things that happen on the world stage. Again, I don't think this format's necessarily the best place to air those out. I just wanted to bring you the memes because out of all the things going on in the world right now, laughter is always the best medicine. And it's much easier to laugh when you're the country that still has a president.
We wouldn't happen to be invading
Venezuela
today, would we? You got me.
Anyhow, I'm looking forward to getting back into regular content for you guys. This is going to be a crazy year. I mean, it's about to ramp up for me for a lot of reasons I'm sure you know. But I appreciate you guys sticking with me through it all. I do hope you take care of yourselves and have a very fun and prosperous 2026. Thank you guys, and as always, I will see you sexy YouTube mother lovers in the next video. Thanks.
They've been called the
Deadliest police force in America by The Guardian, The Washington Post, and Vanity Fair. But the Bakersfield Police Department says they've been unfairly portrayed.
And 23 ABC's Tweelon Nugent spent a day in the shoes of an officer to see if the BPD is training the most dangerous police department in the country. Tweelon?
Tim, jacking out hundreds of hours go into training a BPD officer before they hit the streets, potentially facing life or death decisions on
what is this?
A daily basis. Now, I worked with a few officers with dozens of years of experience between them to get a glimpse of BPD's use of force decision making.
We're not the deadliest police force in the world. We handle a threat. We protect the public the way we see fit and the way that the public wants us to protect them.
They're under fire for the way they've chosen to protect the public, but the Bakersfield Police Department says they're...
Hold on, let's just check something real quick. Yeah, it's a 29% white city. Okay, that explains it.
no different than any other police department in the country. They have the same responsibilities and the same tools.
You have a toolbox. You have to pick what is the appropriate tool.
Each BPD officer goes through use of force training before hitting the streets, equipped with a full arsenal on their belt.
Baton, taser, can of pepper spray, Glock, 9mm.
And after hundreds of hours of
Usually that explains it almost immediately.
training, hopeful officers will find themselves in front of a projector screen, placed in front of dozens of different interactive scenarios based off real-life incidents, where they choose what force option fits the situation.
So we have controlling force, injuring force, and deadly force.
Those scenarios start off fairly straightforward.
You dispatch to and one of the bar patrons.
This is where you learn your first weapon in your toolbox is your voice.
I would tell him, stop, turn around, and put your hands on top of your head. Then you see what he does.
Why does that explain it, Griffin? Because white people, along with East Asians, are the least likely to perpetrate violent crimes that would require deadly force by the police. So if there's less white people in a region, statistically speaking, that would mean the likelihood of an officer needing to use deadly force goes up, given that the average interaction would be with a non-white.
If he responds to that and he does what you tell him to do, then you might not have to use force.
23 ABC got the chance to go through a handful of use of force simulations. One of these scenarios started as a routine incident.
Okay, for this scenario, you're conducting a traffic stop on a vehicle for having expired registration.
But that standard stop quickly escalated and forced me to choose a weapon from my belt. No, I think you need to put it down, sir. The man not putting his bat down forced me to make a decision in less than 4 seconds. No! And as soon as I holstered my weapon, the questioning started.
Officer, why'd you discharge your firearm? People will say, well, you could have just tased him, officer. That would have incapacitated him.
This line of questioning not at...
Why would we incapacitate them? Now we don't have to pay for their legal fees, their medical expenses, or to house them in jail for the rest of their life. It's much more efficient just to kill them.
all uncommon for a cop in a shooting.
It's easy to, like, Monday morning quarterback an officer for the decisions that they make. You're having to make a life or death decision, a consequential decision in a split second that lawyers and judges and the public and the media are going to have months to critique you about.
The Bakersfield Police Department was involved in 6 fatal shootings in 2015, and officers say this is just a hazard of protecting the community.
Every officer does not get up, get dressed, put on the uniform and the badge and go to work every day saying, I'm going to shoot somebody. We don't do that. But when it's between you, an armed suspect, and a citizen, it's your job to step in the middle of it.
BPD says between 2010 and September of 2015, officers responded to more than 1.5 million calls. 34 incidents resulted in an officer-involved shooting. But BPD Rangemaster James Ramos says if an officer decides to shoot, they should be hitting their target.
The only way to ensure that you stop the threat and protect the public is to hit what you're shooting at. It does no good for an officer to...
Griffin would run from what? What would I run from if I got pulled over?
Fire rounds downrange and not strike the threat. It puts the public in danger. When an officer pulls his gun out and actually uses it, it's the end of the line. It's where everything comes together, and misses don't win gunfights.
It's normal for an officer to draw their gun and never shoot it. Drawing a weapon can act as a deterrent, but also prepares an officer for the split seconds he or she will have to react.
You got to realize the suspect has already made up his mind when he's going to attack you. So you're already a second and a half behind that decision-making process, because it takes you 3/4 of a second to recognize a threat, 3/4 of a second to react to the threat. You're a second and a half behind. what can he do to you in a second and a half? There's quite a bit he can do to you.
It's these quick decisions that officers make every single day, and decisions the Bakersfield Police Department tries to prepare their officers for.
I want them up and you kiss your family goodbye. You know that could be the last time you get to do that. So I try to give them everything they can to be prepared for whatever can happen, whether it be defense tactics, whether it's how you talk to people, how you drive.
Yeah, I don't really foresee myself being in a situation where a cop's gonna need to pull their fucking gun on me. You know, just speaking for myself. But SNK nostalgia with the 2. Almost everybody had CP on computer. Wait, what? 1992 through 2000. I don't know about that one, bro. Maybe Windows XP, but CP? I don't know about that one. Griffin will be like that on the Boondock scene. Haha. I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Everything to be as safe as you possibly can, because if you're not safe, then you're not protected.
Griffin is dude, I don't save porn on my computer. There's no way. Why would I save porn on my computer? Like, all you have to do nowadays is just make like a fucking Google Doc or some shit if you really want to revisit something and just paste the link. Like, why would you actually download porn? There's no reason to. Just, like, copy and paste the fucking link into, like, a Google Doc or some shit if you really need to save it. Like, why would you even want to, like, store it locally on your device? I don't get that.
Yeah, that was one of the most nerve-wracking experiences I've ever been through. Even just watching it again, my heart is beating so fast. I don't know if...
And you do really get a sense of how fast things happen.
Right, that suspect with the bat, you realize that it's just split-second decisions. And the officer brought up a good point. The Monday morning quarterbacking is tough.
Like, bro, the only time I've ever downloaded porn is when I had to watch it on my PSP because it was the only device I had that had internet access. And on the PSP, when you played a video, it would download it onto your storage, like, in the system. So that's, like, the only time I ever fucking downloaded porn was because that's how the fucking media playback functionality worked on the PSP back in the day. So
because they're in those with 3-4 seconds to react.
Right. Yeah. When that happened, I'm shaking, reaching for the...
But I would delete the video after I watched it. All 30 seconds.
Gun, and you have literally 2 seconds to react. And after that, there's like months and months that officer has to go through, reliving that experience that only took 3 seconds. So we do have more exclusive content on our website that you can access only through there. It'll go through some of those scenarios, and we walk through them with different weapon choices, so you can see how it ends up if I use a taser in that situation as well.
That's fascinating. Good
Very
report.
interesting. All right, thanks for that, Tweelon.
Tweelon. Tweelon.
I had shown you guys an airplane crash some time ago where I think it was a UPS plane crashed into a UPS distribution center. And a bunch of people died, including the 3 pilots.
SNK nostalgia with the 2. This video. Okay, I'll put it on the queue. Griffin watched Riley Reid. I've never actually watched a BBC video. Is the video called Why Guns Scares Me? Or Why Guns Scare Me? Or is it something else? Yeah, sorry guys, I don't have a fucking interracial kink. So, you know, when I watched porn, it was not to watch some fucking BBC ravage a white chick. Sorry, dude. You know, I'm not really into the whole racial cuckoldry shit. But hey, to each their own. No, the video just played. No asking for a new video. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. BBC is a myth, by the... Yeah. I mean, what is it? It's like literally on average 0.3 inches larger. I mean, that's the thing is like you can find freaks of nature from all races who have, you know, elephant trunks. Yeah, it's just, you know, cue the schnoz music.
And it was immediately speculated that there was a maintenance issue, in particular because that plane was housed in a part of Texas that has many, 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 many Indians there. So the preliminary report for the, oh, sorry, this is a different thing. This is actually an Air India Boeing 747 crash. That is not the postal plane crash. And the preliminary report suggested that all evidence points to the pilot or co-pilot activating the fuel cutoff switches of the father of the pilot who was in command demanded an independent judicial inquiry. The Supreme Court of India has now responded to the petition saying that...
Yeah, I think black people do have a genetic difference in the sense that they can build muscle much easier than white people can. There is actually that. But no, we're exactly identical other than pigment.
They don't get his inquiry, but also that the pilot didn't do nothing. Okay, so basically the FAA of India received a report saying that the Air India crash was the fault of the pilot. The father of the pilot then says, SAAR, my son is a good boy who didn't do nothing. And then the Supreme Court of India says, you're right, SAAR, it is his fault, but he did not do anything. And the quote here says, Justices Saya Kant and Jomali Bagchi told Mr. Sabahar that the pilot was blameless for the crash. As Kant said, it's extremely unfortunate this crash, but you should not carry this burden that your son is being blamed. Nobody can blame him for anything. Justice Bagchi also assured the father that the report does not make any insinuations against his son, adding, one pilot asked whether the fuel was cut off by the other said no. There was no suggestions of fault in that report. The court also described reports indicating fault in the pilots as nasty reporting, as they continued. We are not...
I agree. We should get rid of porn and OnlyFans, but the way to do it would be to criminalize the distribution of it and production of it, which yeah, good luck with that one.
Not bothered by foreign reports. Your remedy should be before a foreign court. This is nasty reporting. No one in India believes it was the pilot's fault. Awesome. You can literally kill people with your incompetence, but the good people of India will always hold you blameless because that's what they are. Next, we have a picture of the Ganges River here. Oh, sorry, that's not the Ganges River. That is the UK. I regret to inform everybody that the UK is now a literal giant pile of trash, not only because there is a city called Birmingham literally filled with trash, but because their rivers are now filled with trash. Fly tippers bury field in shocking mountain waste. Not sure this got mentioned here yet, but some group literally dumped over 100 tons of litter in a UK field, now resembling something out of India. It's also directly next to a river, so that will turn into something out of India very close in the future. The local council came out and admitted they don't have the funds to clean this up and are appealing to the government for funds. So the migrants are just dumping 100 tons of waste into an open field next to a river for no apparent reason other than the fact that they want to, and now the taxpayer has to pay to clean it up. Get fucked, India. More news out of India. This was in Dubai. They were doing a military air show, which I don't know if they have these things everywhere in the world, but in Pensacola, it was always a really, really big deal that the Blue Angels would do an air show in Pensacola. And I remember going there all the time. They're extremely fucking loud. They do little maneuvers in the air to impress people, to razzle-dazzle them. The Blue Angels are like a big tourist attraction, I think, for the area. Anyways, in Dubai, India was conducting some air show exhibitions, and this is one of them. Let's take a look.
Oh, shit!
Very impressive.
Fuck!
You can tell that guy's Arab. Fuck! It was a different angle. No, this is after the fact. There was another one where it was like more, you could see like the loop-de-loops. I thought that I had gotten the one that had the loop-de-loops. My good sir, I would like to see the plane do loop-de-loops before it crashes, sir. Hello, sir. I will be doing a loop-de-loop in my high-tech Gen 5 fighter pilot that can epically own China, sir. Oh, no, sir. I'm crashing, sir. I cannot pull up. Boom. Shit. There goes your Gen 5 fighter that was going to epically own China. Redeemed pilot identified as Wug Sidr Naman Sial. Pakis and Indian Muslims Mujids are currently laughing at the death of the pilot. So these are the people who reacted laugh emoji. Tanvir Ahmed Ahram, Ramat Abani, Saludin Ahmed, some squiggly lines, Mohammed Tukir, Raj Kukle, Anna Ali, so even the women are getting in on this. Majid Ryan, Bakia.
Yeah, I know, dude. That was a funny fucking meme. Like when Trump was bragging about, you know, stopping the war between India and Pakistan. It's like, no, Mr. President, stop. It's like, no, let them fight.
Abbas, Rabia Ali, and Aman Bajwa. Very cool. Very English names. In this first article, I hadn't put these two together until I lined this up and I was reading them for my podcast, as I do. But I have a, what's the word for this? I have a connection here to make, okay? This is bizarre behavior, right? You have a father of an errant pilot who is dead petitioning the Supreme Court of India to exonerate his son for claims that he fucked up. And then the judge, bizarrely, says, you're right. The report says he fucked up, but he actually didn't fuck up. And nobody in India thinks he fucks up. And you might think that's a weird interaction. That's strange. That doesn't make any sense. Why would the judge do that? Is he just trying to spare feelings? The answer has come to me in a post about something I have never heard of before. And it was actually such an informative post that I'm going to share it with you. So this is a little spotlight here. This guy called Gluttonous Manslob, who joined last year, he made this post about a topic I had never heard of before. I will not read this entire post for you. You'll have to go find it on your own. It is in the India Menace thread on page 1254. But I will read the first couple paragraphs, yeah. He says, hi, I didn't see this term mentioned in this thread. So this is such exclusive knowledge. I had never seen this on Hex. I've never seen this on the Kiwi Farms. In 1,254 pages of discussion, 20 posts per page, nobody has even said this word, which I have verified is not made up. It is a real thing. It has a Wikipedia page. So we're going to learn something. We're going to learn forbidden fucking lore, okay, about the Indian subcontinent together. I didn't see this term mentioned in this thread, so I went to share this with you all. It's about Izzat. Some people have mentioned saving face, which is Izzat, but I wanted to elaborate on it. Izzat has no direct translation into English. We only have terms that can broach the same concept, such as honor, reputation, or face. Izzat is so much more than that. It is a zero-sum game of collective honor shared by a whole group of people, all of whom take it very, very seriously. A system like this isn't just foreign to Enlightenment values, but I'd argue it's antithetical to every sensible form of governance on the planet. It will destroy any system that assumes good faith. Izzat conflicts are not about who is right and who is wrong. It is about who wins and who loses. That means it's a zero-sum game where just about any action is justified, including murder, to restore the lost Izzat. Izzat is a limited social currency, and the easiest way to get it is to take it from somebody else. Winning is righteous in Izzat. Losing is unrighteous. This means that if someone plays the game of Izzat well enough, they can get away with just about anything, including murder, rape, scams, cheating, and stealing. The only morality in Izzat is the protection of your group's collective ego. The only appropriate response when your Izzat is attacked is the complete destruction of whoever insulted it. Two people get into an argument. They might escalate, but chances are it won't be that bad. Sorry, I broke your garden gnome. When two Indians get in an argument, the stakes are always deadly thanks to Izzat. Neither of them can back down, nor can they admit fault. Admitting fault is seen as deliberately humiliating yourself. Not only that, but because Izzat is shared, you are...
Is it a caste thing? It probably started off as that.
Shaming everyone who shares your Izzat. So admitting fault or taking responsibility for a problem is a form of a social suicide. This means that even if the dispute was over something completely stupid or trivial like a broken garden gnome, it could spiral into a decades-long honor feud. Izzat is also the reason why police are reluctant to get into disputes. Because Izzat is a zero-sum game, all participants are involved in the game. If a policeman sides with one family over another in an Izzat dispute, this means that he's deliberately taking the side of that family and dishonoring the other. This marks him for retribution by the offending party. Without parties being able to be impartial, centralized authority cannot effectively function. Let's say someone in India complains about a broken water pipe. Instead of the problem being addressed, the official responsible for the pipe denies it's a problem and counterattacks him instead, because daring to question his efficacy for his role was challenging his Izzat. So the official destroys the person who brought the problem up, the water pipe never gets fixed. Izzat is also the reason why Indian managers are so famous for hiring more Indians. It's because from the manager's perspective, he's using his position to gain an invisible social currency. Merit and actual qualifications come second to that idea. If he hired a Westerner, he could not gain or even lose Izzat by doing so. He has a very strong cultural incentive not to be impartial. Meanwhile, if he can strong-arm dozens of Indians into a company, he's gaining huge quantities of Izzat and conspirators who owe him an absolute debt. So... this is what their culture is. This is why they act like this. This is why their country sucks so much. And this is why every single thing that Indians get a hold of is a top-down fucking mess. Because they are managing some game completely invisible to people who are not inoculated in their culture to begin with. They act weird and you think, wow, that's weird. But to them, it makes complete sense. And I'll give you a great example of this. There's a very famous clip of two Indians arguing with each other. And it's very funny because they're just going, you bloody fucking bastard bitch, you bloody, you bastard bitch. If you translate this argument, do you know what they're arguing about? They're arguing because one guy is warning him to drive carefully. He's saying down the road, there's a hazard, and you have to be careful around that hazard. And the other guy says, don't warn me, I know how to drive. It seems like the most perplexing argument in the world, something that only a child could get upset with. How do you take somebody warning you to drive safely because there's a hazard as an offense? But to Izzat, it makes sense, because this guy thinks that you're stupid, that you can't drive on your own. And then he lashes out and says, bloody bitch, I know how to drive. Well, wait a second. I humiliated myself by giving you advice without anything in return, and then you throw it back in my face. That is a horrific...
They're not sending their best.
Impunity on my Izzat. My entire family is horrifically disgraced by this.
This is pitiful,
you didn't pay me any
man.
respect for my help. So,
this is about on par with like the African explanation of time, you know? There is a reason why the third world is the way that it is, always. There's always an explanation.
So you saw the bloody fucking bastard bitch. Enjoy driving your car off the road, saw. You will fucking die horrifically, bloody bastard bitch. And that's how you have to reply to save face under Izzat. That's their entire society. Is this nonsense? This what we would call a nigga moment, but actually fortified into like a cultural caste tradition that is not just like how people instinctively behave, but rather what is expected of them at all times. And not just expected by them, but expected by their families. Because when you have a nigga moment, like if mama were there at the nigga, okay, you have two niggas, right? And they bump shoulders on each other. And he says, watch where you're walking, nigga. Hey, what you say, nigga? If they mamas was there, the black woman would be like, son, let it go. Let it go. This ain't right, son. Just walk away, son. Like mama would pull them away. But it's only when they get locked into each other's horns that this is a bad thing. But to Indians, if their mamas was there, it says, son, you bloody fucking bastard. You have disgraced us by not yelling, son. And so he has to. He has to do what his mother says, or he's losing tokens, street cred with his own family. And that's why it's so awful. That's why they're so fucking awful, because they have to play this game. It's really just crazy. So there you go. If you want to see this post number is 230-432-18. You can find it page 1254 in the Indian Minister. One of the best posts made on the Kiwi farms in quite some time, I think. This is forbidden knowledge. As I said, the Kiwi farms is the unmoved mover. All you poll tards, you're going to start seeing Izat on poll. You're going to start seeing it in Zeets. Broke the dam. It's out there now. Yeah, the Mudahar thing. It's like, why would Mudahar lie about being an engineer? Why would he so desperately cling to that? Because being an engineer is great Izat. And then people coming out.
Yup. That and, I mean, that probably does sum it up, honestly. Asking nostalgia with the two, why should we care what happens on the other side? Because we're getting all of their people.
After him saying, you're not an engineer, he can't just go, well, I guess technically I'm not, but I think I do engineering stuff. He has to go, no side.
Because we have the gift of, infinite immigration from India.
I am an Indian, sir. My credentials is very good, sir. The very best fucking bloody bitch. It's like, what are you doing? You're like a Western Indian. Why are you acting like this? He still got his Zot, because his mama's got his Zot, and his dad's got his Zot, and they expect him to protect his Zot, sir.
Yeah, exactly. Bring in all the women from Germany. Agreed. What the fuck is this?
Good morning, nigga. Good morning to you, nigga.
What the fuck?
Your stock went down, nigga. Motherfucking Fujitsu Heavy Industries, one crazy nigga. Damn, this stock market is one unpredictable nigga. Hey, Mom. What you cooking, nigga?
Your favorite, nigga.
Is this supposed to be like a parody of Blacks by Japanese people? Or, yeah, I guess it's Japanese.
Chicken and waffle.
Bitch, you my number one nigga.
Hold on, my niggas. What's missing here?
Are we some dumbass niggas or what? What's up, niggas? Yo, Grandpa, what's with all that crazy gear, nigga? Oh, I go out for rest of day. Anybody call for you, Grandpa? You tell them this nigga. Gone fishing!
What? What? I tell you what. Your report card is down, nigga.
It's not so bad.
Not so bad. You failed everything except animation.
Rent a Dogs type of woman? Probably, man.
So what? I don't need a school anyway.
You don't need a school. If nigga no go to school, nigga no get a job. If nigga no get a job, nigga no make no money. If nigga no make no money, nigga no be able to afford BMW 7 Series, nigga.
It's gonna be a lease anyway. Yeah, it kind of plays into the fact, like, I think, yeah, it's supposed to be like a parody of the American Family or something, but I forgot where I read it, but it's like basically every foreign stereotype about Americans is just basically about blacks, which this is kind of proving that to be correct. That most of the negative stereotypes associated with Americans as a whole are predominantly just based on black people, but I don't know. This is kind of backing up that theory.
There, my little nigga. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Yo! Did somebody order a case of 40s? We did, nigga!
A case of 40s. Bruh. Brutal. Alright. You would watch that reality TV show? I'm surprised I didn't get a copyright claim, but I guess if it's Japanese TV, maybe they don't load it into the same system. Real monk shit? Yeah, something like that. They polled Germans on American demographics. Apparently they think blacks are 70% or more of U.S. population. Yeah, dude, that I've heard that as well. It's not just in Germany because, you know, all U.S. media, you know, so especially now, so predominantly features black people in it that a lot of foreigners just assume the U.S. is like completely just black because of how prominent, you know, the media companies put black people in our, you know, movies and TV shows and everything nowadays. I've heard that as well, yeah. When in reality, they're what? 12%? 13? I think it's 12% now, right? Pretty sure their proportion's been dropping with all the Hispanics coming in. South Korea is not really obsessed with American culture. They take some inspiration and stuff from it, but no, not really. They have the highest mortality rate out of all other... Yeah. Yep. I told them most American states are only 4% black. Some have more. Yeah. The infamous map. The infamous map. Where leftists think it's an own to say that, you know, red states have more crime than blue states. But it just so happens that that map that, you know, highlights the high crime rates also, you know, directly corresponds to another map that shows the rates of a certain population. Yeah. The percentage share of a certain population also directly corresponds to that higher crime rate. And, you know, that's when it gets awkward for them. Well, dude, East Asians and Europeans are the only net positive immigrants for the most part. Like, Eastern Asians and white, you know, European immigrants are really the only immigrants that actually are a net tax positive. So... every other ethnicity, pretty much, if they come into the United States, takes more in benefits than they pay in, like, in taxes, so... they literally cost the country with every single one of them that comes in. Yeah, I think the Thai... yeah, Thai people, they actually take more in taxes than they pay in. So they're a net negative as well. The thing that's interesting about the Thai people is, like, you ever notice how there's so many Thai restaurants everywhere? Well, that's because the Thai government, like, they literally pay for Thai restaurants to be built in the United States to try and increase tourism. So the Thailand government will give Thai immigrants to the United States like I think a couple tens of thousands of dollars in order to open Thai restaurants to try and drive tourism. It's kind of weird. But yeah. It's kind of an odd arrangement, but I guess it's fine. See, I guess we got time. I guess we'll go ahead and watch this. We have time. After this, though, I may have to hop off. Well, I saw this. I don't think we watched it yet, right? Let's see. Daikaiju Pictures with the 10, meaning to ask you this. I saw it in your Steam library. Have you played Insurgency 24? No, I have not. I have not. I think I bought it a long time ago with the intention of trying it out, but I don't think I ever got around to it. I've been playing it lately, and the more I've started to see why people dislike.
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
The more I've started to see why people dislike Insurgency Sandstorm. But no, I have not played it personally. At least I think. Let me check. I don't think so, though. It's one of the many hundreds of games I think that I bought, and I just never... Yep. Nope, never played it. This is a problem I have with my Steam library. I don't even know if... Did I play Insurgency Sandstorm? Okay, I did. 10 minutes.
Bruh.
I guess I didn't like that one. But yeah. I've never personally played it. But it's one of those games that I think somebody recommended to me way back in the day that I played. Or that I should check out, and I just never got to it. I wouldn't like it. Wasn't it very CSGO-like? If I'm not mistaken, in that you die almost immediately. Yeah, 1 or 2 hits. That's what I thought. Alright, let's see. But I appreciate it, man.
Console wars have been... Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast Guy here. Today I want to weigh in on a topic that it feels like the internet is really picking apart and debating, the idea of the death of the console wars. Because historically...
SNK Nostalgia with the 2, BRB handling coyotes outside with 556. Well, good luck to you, man. Happy hunting.
Console wars have been a major motivator to a lot of innovation, to a lot of price drops, to a lot of crazy cool exclusives. I mean, especially if you think back just a couple generations to something like, I don't know, something like the 6th generation. When we first saw that rise of the Xbox 360, the PlayStation 3, really just that first push into HD graphics, or even before that, Dreamcast versus GameCube versus Xbox versus PlayStation 2, which debatably had some of the best RPGs ever made, on top of some of the first real online shooters and stuff. I don't know. I'm thinking about it today because a lot of people are saying that the console wars are done, that PlayStation has completely dominated, or that Nintendo Switch 2 is about to completely take over the market, or that Xbox at this point is now just a brand that even third party is surprisingly powerful. But I wanted to talk about it today because upon reflection, I kind of feel like the console wars are over, but I feel like only the gamers are losing. Let me explain. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, I wanted to begin with just a lot of these different articles and stuff I've seen popping up saying that the 2025 is the year that the console war ended. And a lot of that comes down to the fact that now that Xbox has gone completely third party. Now, I am one of the first YouTubers that basically called this. A couple of years ago, I very much said that Xbox has no off-ramp. Xbox cannot just continue to hope that consoles start selling. I basically called it years ago saying that, look, Xbox has to put more and more games on PlayStation specifically. The PS5 is way more out there. It's way
more out there, dude. Did you guys hear? I mean, it's in the title, but this was supposedly the worst selling year ever for Xbox. Like, since the original Xbox, this is the worst year that they've ever had, which is actually fucking brutal, man.
Higher selling, and has a way more dedicated fan base that's used to buying games, Xbox really put themselves into a hole. But a lot of people felt like, specifically this year, seeing Gears of War go to PlayStation, that was completely wild. I mean, I bought it and played a bunch of this online, but even the fact that now the next Halo, the remake of Halo 1, that being on the PlayStation 5, I mean, people are putting cuck memes all over the place. It just shows that Games Pass was not...
Should Dreamcast guy really be the one highlighting those?
Sustainable. And I do think that in a lot of ways, the difference in tactics is part of the reason I feel like the console wars has been such a messy circumstance with this generation, right? Whereas PlayStation has really kind of doubled down on just being the best place to play, but not necessarily those big exclusives. I mean, historically, what's really kind of sold, especially stuff like the Nintendo Switch and stuff like the PlayStation 4, was crazy exclusives, right? Here's Horizon Zero Dawn. Here's Breath of the Wild. Those things that instantly you look at it and go, yes, I want to play that. I want to buy a system to play that. Whereas this gen, PlayStation's strategy has very clearly just been sit back and let everybody else put out games. All right, we have the PlayStation 5, we got the PlayStation 5 Pro. We're the best place to play. Whether it is first party, third party, you're going to buy our system. It's where everybody is gaming. It's where all the online stuff is at. You got to come to our playhouse. And it's interesting that that strategy has worked surprisingly well, at least to my point of view. Whereas there was this very controversial put up by GameSpot. Technically, it's getting downvote bombed into a crater, but their conclusion is that Nintendo won the console war. And
yeah, dude, we gotta downvote it because I don't like the Nintendo Switch too, dude.
Their thought is that Nintendo is the only company at this point that still has exclusives. I mean, it's pretty much undeniable. Every game, even if you absolutely love your PlayStation, a lot of those games go to PC. There's already leaks about Ghost of Yotei, which was one of my favorite games of last year. Ghost of Yotei looks incredible in the PS5 Pro, and you know what? It's going to look way better on a PC. Obviously, PC graphics scale infinitely higher, right? That's already known to be coming to PC. So a lot of people are saying that really the final console, in a way, is the Nintendo Switch. But that's kind of funny because in a lot of ways, the Nintendo Switch 2 sales, I still feel like, have not been as high as Nintendo wanted. In fact, this is the Black Friday.
It's not as high as they wanted, but meanwhile, they adjusted their sales forecast from 15 million to 18 million in the first 12 months. What the fuck is he talking about?
Sales. And a lot of the...
If Nintendo's sales weren't as high as they wanted to, like, have them, why the fuck would they adjust their sales upwards in terms of expectations?
Holiday sales. It's kind of odd. The Nintendo Switch 2 ended up really coming in, well, like, according to this one especially, this is during November. During the Black Friday sale, you can see the Nintendo Switch 2 got...
Yeah, because it wasn't on sale. Why would you buy something during a sale time period where everybody waits to buy shit that's on sale? Why would you buy something that's not on sale? Of course the PlayStation sold better during this month because it was actually on sale. The Switch wasn't on sale.
Outsold by the PS5.
The crazy thing is, bro, is like the Switch 1 is outselling the Xbox, which is absolutely fucking brutal.
Almost 2-1 worldwide. Now, that's just according to public data. It could be off. Obviously, the PlayStation 5 outsold them 16-1. Pretty funny, but my point is the fact that PlayStation is clearly trying to do a different tactic. They're trying to almost be the normie device. Oh, you want to play Call of Duty, you want to play Minecraft, you want to play anything, right? You have to come to PlayStation. Whereas I almost feel like Nintendo is very much, I almost feel like, narrowing their focus a bit. Hey, do you want the best portable device of all time? Do you want to have stuff that, yes, is more expensive? Yes, we have $80 games and $100 controllers, but hey, our $500 system is a tablet that can play crazy, crazy third-party, first-party stuff with AAA graphics on the go. And I do think that is going to do good in the long run, but I still feel like trying to just say that Nintendo won immediately is a bit funny. Nintendo always wins, not even close. They have the Wii U and then the Switch 2. A lot of people are basically like, hardcore pony fanboys won't like to hear that. I love that. But I almost think that, to me, we all have to admit the fact that Xbox obviously is just out. At this point, the console war is purely just PlayStation versus Nintendo. Xbox is gone. Comfortably the worst year, sales down by nearly 40%. Now keep in mind, the year before that, sales were down 28%. The year before that, the sales were down about 14%. So literally, almost every single year, they're doubling their losses. Xbox is selling worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Multiple Xbox podcasts now, like even this one, they're talking about the fact that over on Xbox era, the era of Xbox hardware is truly over. They're just not going to go hard on consoles ever again. And to me, it almost signifies what I feel like is about to be the next real war.
The next real war, dude. Oh, yeah. We'll see. What is his next real war? The RAM war or whatever the fuck? I don't know. Because Microsoft shot themselves in the foot. The worst decision ever to no longer have exclusive games. What the fuck was Microsoft's? Well, dude, the thing is, it's like, even if they did have exclusive games, most of their exclusive games were fucking awful. So, that's the thing. It's like, instead of actually improving the quality and enticing people to actually buy the console because of how great the fucking games were, they're just like, oh yeah, we can't make anything good, so we're just going to put our shit on everything. You know, if we throw enough shit against the wall, it'll eventually stick somewhere, so instead, we'll just shovel out the sloppa and worry about the rest later. It's really sad to see, honestly. No company has done less with as much as Microsoft has when it comes to gaming. Like, if you gave Nintendo the resources that Microsoft had, or PlayStation the resources that Microsoft had, I guarantee you'd at least have something slightly better. Slightly better than what we're getting. But it's just like, it's insane. They have all the money in the world. They have more studios, more IPs, more developers, and they've done nothing. Literally nothing.
I think that this is no longer just about having those cool, flashy games. I almost feel like the real war we're about to have is about who can have the cheapest system. Now, hear me out on this. I think PlayStation has fantastic games, first party or third party. I feel like PlayStation, especially their couple first party games, have been, in my opinion, damn near perfect. God of War Ragnarok, I could play that for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours. I love God of War Ragnarok and God of War 2018 and Spider-Man 2. Love those games. But let's face it, they didn't sell
That's awful.
Incredibly great, right? They sold decent. They definitely made their money back, but they weren't like crazy high sellers the way that Nintendo Switch exclusives. A lot of Nintendo Switch games sell like 30 to 50 million copies. Some of the sales on Nintendo Switch games, I mean, they boggle the mind. They're literally some of the highest selling games of all time. Stuff like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe sold something crazy like 70 million copies. I mean, Nintendo Switch sales, and I do think part of it is that they are exclusives, just truly do not make sense. But my point of view is that what really is about to hurt everybody is the fact that right now, whoever is going to win the rest of this generation is the person that is able to figure out how to stay ahead of this. There have been insane price jumps like crazy on the PC side of things. Used to, gaming for a long time, I would say for almost a decade now, console gaming for a lot of people.
It's absolutely crazy the amount of bad games and a lot of nothing slop we got from Microsoft. Their only good-looking franchise in 10 years was Scalebound. It was to be their next massive franchise. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just like... I mean, I get why they canceled it, because apparently Platinum Games was taking the money from that game and using it to develop Nier Automata at the same time, and they weren't prioritizing it, but the fact of the matter is, it's like the management at Xbox is so piss poor.
I can't afford this
Like, you can't tell me that anyone with any ounce of business sense, if you owned both Bethesda and Obsidian, wouldn't go the second you had both of them in like under your control to Obsidian and say, you're making Fallout New Vegas too. You know, you go to Bethesda and say, drop everything, you're making Elder Scrolls 6. You know, you go to your studios and actually have them work on the shit that people want to play. Instead, we get South of Midnight, Avowed, Outer Worlds 2, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids 2. What else, dude? Hellblade 2. I'm trying to think. It's like just awful shit. I try to forget what they released. Yeah, Starfield. You know, Black Ops 7. It's just... It's sad. There's no quality control at all. Zero. It's just, can we get as much shit out as humanly possible so it looks like Game Pass is a better deal than it actually is? Because most of these games you'd never want to buy in the first place, so you're not actually saving money by playing them in Game Pass, because you would have never spent money on them in the first place. So therefore it's a false sense of savings. Like, sure, you're playing games that you didn't have to buy, but were you actually going to buy them in the first place? Probably fucking not. Let's see. Daryl's on with the 2. Dreamcast guy loves you. I don't think so, man. And Bill Hurt with the 2. Imagine an actual Fable game. Yeah. Good luck with that, man. Good luck with that. As Dreamcast guy would say, keep dreaming. And Hunter Eats Hunter with the 2. What kind of silver should I invest in? Just coins? I mean, 1 ounce silver coins are pretty much the best option, I think. You're going to pay a premium, though, for them, so. You could also just buy 1 ounce silver bars, too. But yeah, typically, you know, whatever interval of ounce you want, 1, 5, 10, 100, like, ounce bars are good, and then just, like, countries' coins, like U.S. Silver Eagles, Britannias, Maple Leafs, whatever. Those are usually your best bet.
Has been a gateway drug into PC gaming. You know, you get addicted to playing stuff because on consoles, undeniably, a lot of the reason I like consoles is they're just so easy, right? You pick up the controller, it auto updates, it auto does everything. You put the disc in, it does everything. It installs it, it runs. You don't have to do any back-end stuff. It just literally automatically works. And I like that, right? PC, though, is close to that good. I think PC has a little bit more, like, messing with graphics options and sometimes messing with, like, DLSS, or sometimes your online isn't working exactly as seamlessly as a console. But undeniably, if you get used to PC gaming, it's a lot higher skill ceiling, a lot higher graphics ceiling. So I know a lot of people went from console gaming to PC gaming, and now this just isn't possible. There have been talks about the fact that now a mid-range PC, or a decent PC, at this point now, is $7,000.
A mid-range PC is not $7,000. Hold on, let's just check this real quick. Can you buy 5080s right now? Are they, like, readily available? Yeah. You can buy a 5080 from Best Buy. Okay, here you go. NVIDIA, 32 gigabytes of RAM, RTX 5080, and an i9 Ultra, whatever. It doesn't matter. For $3,100. That is a mid-range PC to high-end. Like, that's a semi-high-end PC, I guess you could say. Like, would we consider a 5080 to be high-end? So, if you buy a computer with 32 gigs of RAM, a 5080, 2 terabytes of storage, and an Intel i9, I think that's probably, you know, approaching high-end, correct? That's $3,100. So this dude obviously is building some sort of like fucking insane rig. Not, you know, a normal computer.
This guy's talking about the fact that, look, I just can't justify ever dropping that much on a computer. I'm just going to have to deal with what I have right now for a couple more years.
I mean, unless you're buying a 5090, you're not spending $7,000 on a computer, no matter how expensive RAM is.
This is a very, very common circumstance. A $7,000 PC is unforgivably expensive, right? Even if you don't like the price of like a PlayStation 5 Pro, if you get all the bells and whistles, tax included, shipped to your house, right now PS5 Pro is like $800. And the thing is, a PlayStation 5 Pro looks pretty dang good. It doesn't look as good as a $7,000 PC, but a lot of people used to, if a really good PC costs you $2,500, it's easier to go, okay, I'm sort of future-proofing. I'm roughly getting the power of a PlayStation 6 right now for the price of like 2 PlayStation 5 Pros. But this...
What? How is a $2,500 PC the price of 2 PS5 Pros? That's like some girl math shit. Girl math. Like, yeah, if I want to spend $2,500, that's like the price of 2 PlayStations. Like, no. Bruh, that's some like literal fucking girl math or some shit. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, what? The PS5 Pro was $650 over Black Friday. You'd have to buy 4 of them to get to $2,500. Bro. You'd have to buy 4 PS5 Pros to justify the price differential. Like, come on. What is he talking about? That's like some literal girl math, bro. Girl math. I don't know. Literally girl math. Let's just make up some numbers to make it sound like I'm paying a good price. That's getting nostalgia with the 2. I thought he fixed his jaw. Please keep dreaming. Yeah, he's got to fix his bottom teeth next. And Hunter eats Hunter with the 2. Microsoft pushes South of Midnight hard. Yeah, and it's not even good. Like, that's the thing. The gameplay is fucking trash in that game. And people are like, oh, well, the gameplay is not the main focus. It's the story. The story is just bland as fuck. Like, it's not good. It's not a good game at all. But that's the quality standard we can expect from Microsoft from now on. Is these, like, half-assed, just really bland games that have nothing special about them. They're just something to add to the filler list of Game Pass to, you know, trick people into think they're getting a better deal than what they actually are. Nesting nostalgia with the 2. New suppliers will bring RAM that's affordable, yo. I don't think so. I think all the actual producers of RAM are capped out with the enterprise demand. So unless there's new companies that pop up that suddenly get the capacity to produce more RAM and they choose to not sell it to enterprise customers who are paying a massive premium right now, then maybe, but it's unlikely. Daryl's on with the 2. I still have a 3090 and 32 gigabytes of RAM with DDR4. I mean, that's probably fine for most games now. So... it's probably fine for the most part. Unless you're really looking to max shit out.
8 times the cost, that's way, way, way too much. And my fear is that there's this thought about the fact that premium gamer experiences. My fear is the fact that these companies are going to start jacking up the prices of everything more and more and more to figure out what the actual limit is. I feel like so many of these companies now, Sony especially, Nintendo especially, they're really trying to just figure out, okay, how much can we turn up before you quit?
I think a 3060 will even play most modern games, because I think Nvidia is now reintroducing the 3060 into like their product lineup. So I guess even now, like, Nvidia is going back to producing 3060s in order to offer like an affordable gaming card on the market, because everything else has gone up so much. So it's entering their GPU lineup again for what's being currently produced.
Expensive can we make a video game before you stop buying it? Can we get you to pay $100, $110, $120? How much can we turn it up to make our profit per player higher before that just starts to dip back down? And I think the first place we're going to experience that is hardware. I do think there's a good chance that this year the PlayStation 5 is going to go up to $1,000. I want to be wrong more than any.
What? Remember when he said the Nintendo Switch 2 was going to be $700? Holy shit, bro. This might be a new one for the record books.
Starts to dip back down. And I think the first place we're going to experience that is hardware. I do think there's a good chance that this year the PlayStation 5 is going to go up to $1,000.
We're going to have 50% inflation on PS5s. Or no, not 50%. Fuck, 100% inflation. Yeah, no. Sorry, I don't really buy that. I don't really buy that. Because what? How many gigs of RAM does the PS5 have? 16? Yeah, so 16 gigs of DDR5 RAM is $100. And that's a consumer price. What the fuck is he like? Oh my god, bro. It's just like pseudo-intellectual shit. You know, if it was spec'd with like 32 gigs of RAM or 64, then maybe, but yeah, no. Nope. It's not going to $1,000. That's just crazy talk. Hunter Eats Hunter with the 2. The saving grace of Xbox for me is merging with PC. I just hope they find a way to get your console library over to PC. That to me is like, I feel like the most important thing they need to do, because otherwise, you know, people's digital library on Xbox is just going to be relegated to retro hardware essentially. But I hope that is actually the case, that they are working on that. But yeah, it makes it very easy to leave it behind. And SNK Nostalgia with the 2, selling my PS5 Pro for $1,400 soon. Exactly, man. Buy as many PlayStations as you can, dude. They're going to $1,000.
I want to be wrong more than anything on the planet, but I do truly think with just the way tech trends are going, a $1,000 PS5 price increase, it isn't impossible. It's an actual bit on the table. So my
No, it's not.
thought about the console wars is that the person that manages to win it is going to be the person that finds a way to get prices down. And I'm not just talking about subsidizing. I'm not just talking about taking a loss. I think the first company that figures out a way to, I don't know, make their own factories, make back-end deals to get this stuff.
Yeah, 16 gigs of RAM, even if it's DDR5, is not that expensive right now. So let's say Sony's RAM price doubles, okay? Like, let's say they're buying their RAM for $60 and it goes to $120. That's not going to double the fucking price of the console. That's ridiculous.
Down, or the AI bubble just finally popping. I've said this again and again and again, but at this point, I don't think people care that much about graphics. I don't think people even really care that much about exclusives. I think people care about fun, and I think they care about affordability. The first console, or even the first gadget, we're even talking like the Steam Machine, even like a pre-built PC, the first one that managed to have even halfway decent graphics for under $500, especially if it's like $450, $400, $350, that's going to be what wins the console wars. Right now, in the current era, I'm almost kind of afraid. I kind of feel like gamers are losing because at this point, I feel like my fear about gaming in general is that while we are still getting amazing experiences, there has been some amazing indies and stuff, I just am in this scared spot where I keep thinking about the fact that what happens when everything just gets priced out? What if everything gets too dang expensive? I think at that point, everybody's going to go back to retro gaming because at this point, at least you can play these games for cheap. I don't know. Maybe this is too bleak. Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And who do you think won the console war? Like, we all agree, obviously, Xbox lost. But on the real measuring tape of success as it currently stands at the start of 2026, are you more team PlayStation or are you team more Nintendo? But tell me your thoughts in the comments.
Definitely Nintendo.
Down below. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming.
I can't even remember the last time I've actually enjoyed a PlayStation game outside of Astrobot.
Price drop, price drop, price drop.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, you know, subscribe and see what's coming up next.
Well, retro gaming is cheap in, you know, the grand scheme of things. Like, yeah, there's some titles that are expensive, but there's a ass load of old PS2, PS3, PS1 games that are under $15. Jay just enjoyed the two. Only high-end hardware are affected, not mid-range. Yeah, for the most part. Yeah. Most of the big data centers don't want to buy mid-range technology. But, yeah, once again, he's jumping the shark.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast Guy here, and this is my brutally honest review for Gears of
Switch to... We saw how well this prediction turned out. Ah, shit. I can't spell. Yeah, there we go. Nintendo confirms Switch 2 price increase coming. $800! Oh my god! This was 7 months ago, dude. The PS5 was already supposed to be $1,000. What happened? What happened, man? We were supposed to have $800 Switch 2s and $1,000 PS5s. Guess not. Didn't really pan out, huh? Oh, well. Guess that's the way the cookie crumbles, dude. But anyway, I got to get off, guys. It's 6:30, so I got to get ready for work, and I'm going to head to the gym. and sign into my wage cage because I got a bunch of shit still I have to do before my meeting later today. So, anyway, have a wonderful Tuesday, everybody. And I guess I will talk to all of y'all later. Peace out, guys.